This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 901. That's good. Master will begin. After Chi instructed Su-chun, his eyes focused as his hands rapidly formed seals. Instantly, several blue lights emanated from his body and flew towards the purple stones. When struck by the blue light and absorbed by it, the purple stones vibrated in unison. Buzz, buzz, buzz. With the vibrations, the red pigment on the surface glowed red. Even the runes in the formation on the ground lit up with a dazzling red light. Rise! Chi extended his hand, clenched it, and pointed towards the air. As if receiving his command, the red lights quickly soared into the air, converging in midair to form a swirling red mist. Fall! Chi's finger slid down and landed on Su-chun. The red mist instantly stopped tumbling and quickly descended towards Su-chun. As it fell, it condensed into an arm-sized column, hurtling straight towards Su-chun's crown. The moment the red mist struck, Su-chun felt a sharp pain in his head. This wasn't just physical pain. It felt like thousands of sharp needles were constantly piercing Su-chun's brain. Even his soul. Any pain Su-chun had ever experienced before was nothing compared to this pain. The intense pain made him cry out uncontrollably. His vision went dark, and he nearly fell to the side. Su-chun, hold on. A low growl of the Chi could be heard from behind Su-chun. He managed to steady himself and avoid falling. But his trembling body, and the sweat dripping from his forehead betrayed the unspeakable pain he was enduring. Never mind, Master will help you again. Chi sighed and raised his hand, emitting a blue light. The blue light flew towards Su-chun, piercing his head. At that moment, a cool, gentle sensation washed over Su-chun's forehead. Although the intense pain was still there, it was much more comfortable. Su-chun gritted his teeth, resisting the pain. He could sense that the red mist, after entering his body, had remained in his brain. It wasn't so much an attack as it was tearing and reshaping Su-chun's brain. Su-chun could clearly sense that the parts of his brain that had been torn and reshaped by the red mist seemed different. But he couldn't articulate the specific differences at this point. Time passed by minute. Su-chun's entire body was numb from the pain. Thankfully, the red mist had already completely engulfed his brain. Su-chun could sense something different now than before. His perception of his body had become even sharper. It was as if he had opened a third eye, able to see his blood vessels, muscles, and even the energy crystal at the heart of his body. It was a silver bead nestled in his abdomen, tightly connected to his flesh and blood. The final moment is almost here. Focus your mind. Su-chun heard Chi's low voice. He didn't dare to be careless. He quickly followed Chi's instructions, clearing his mind of distracting thoughts and concentrating all his energy on his mind. As the red mist completely engulfed his entire brain, the stinging pain instantly vanished. Boom! It was as if a nuclear bomb had detonated in Su-chun's mind. The force of the explosion made him feel light and airy. Through his eyes, he could clearly sense everything outside. The seawater flowed slowly, caressing his face. Not far away, Lu Guang, Luo Xiaotian, and the others looked at him with worried faces. Behind him, the Chi was breathing heavily. Su-chun didn't sense all of this bit by bit. He felt it all at once. Generally speaking, humans can't take in too much information at once, otherwise, they crash like a computer. But Su-chun managed to juggle all of this, processing it all at once. Is this spiritual consciousness? Just as Su-chun was marveling at it, the Chi spoke again. He said with some difficulty, "My dear disciple, although your spiritual awareness has been awakened, it's not stable yet. You still need to stabilize your sea of consciousness to successfully evolve to stage C. Let me help you with this final step. Relax your spiritual awareness and let your mind go blank." "Yes, Master." According to Chi's instructions, Su-chun relaxed completely. Seeing this, Chi, who was sitting behind him, let out a sinister smile. Compared to his previous sage-like demeanor, he was a completely different person. Chi slowly reached out and placed a hand on the back of Su-chun's head. As he closed his eyes, a dazzling blue light shone from his body, enveloping both him and Su-chun. "Huh, what is Lord Guardian doing?" Wang Yin scratched his head. "Who knows, but it probably isn't meant to harm Brother Chen." Ding Di smiled nonchalantly. "That's hard to say." Luo Xiaotian stared intently at Chi, a strange worry rising in his heart. Su-chun's sea of consciousness. This place was a turbulent mess, surrounded by swirling clouds and mist, as if it were the world before Panga created the universe. With a flash of blue light, Chi appeared. His eyes were filled with excitement and delight. After so much effort, he had finally arrived here. But he couldn't celebrate too soon. lest that brat Su Chen discover him. Su Chen, where is your spiritual core? She asked. Teacher, it's just up ahead. As Su Chen's voice rang out, the clouds in front of Qi quickly parted, as if startled. Not far ahead, a silver light appeared. Without hesitation, Qi flew towards it. Only when he got closer did he see that the silver light was emanating from a thumb-sized bead. The silver light emanating from its surface wasn't dazzling, but rather faint. It seemed as if a gust of wind could extinguish it. Despite the bead's small size, the surrounding mist and cloud shrouded it like a multitude of stars surrounding the moon, centering it in the very center. This was the center of the sea of consciousness, the essence of spiritual consciousness, the spiritual core. Qi suppressed his excitement and said solemnly, "Good disciple, I will now help you strengthen your spiritual core. Remember not to resist." "As you command, master." Qi raised a hand, a ball of blue light gathering in his palm. He carefully manipulated the blue light, slowly spreading it towards Su Chen's spiritual core. As the blue light drew closer, the mist and clouds surrounding the spiritual core took on a bluish hue. Just as the Qi's blue light was about to envelop Su Chen's spiritual core, something unexpected happened. The mist surrounding the spiritual core began to swirl violently again. It enveloped the core, blocking out the Qi's blue light. Chapter 902. Qi's heart sank, but he feigned indifference. "My dear disciple, what are you doing?" Qi's words received no response. A moment later, silver light converged from all directions, condensing into the image of Su Chen. He had a handsome face, and was gentle and refined. "My dear teacher, it seems you don't intend to help me stabilize my spiritual consciousness," Su Chen said with a half-smile. "If I'm not helping you stabilize your spiritual consciousness, then what am I doing?" Qi said impatiently, "You only just evolved to rank C. You don't know much about these things. Quickly remove your defenses, and let me help you strengthen your spiritual consciousness." Su Chen laughed heartily. "Teacher, you worked so hard. I can't bear to ask you to continue. So, you won't have to work hard on strengthening your spiritual consciousness." Seeing that Su Chen refused to comply no matter what he said, she flew into a rage. "You're such a jerk, Su Chen. I've taken such good care of you, and you dare to disobey me. Life. Believe it or not, I take action right now and kill you, you traitorous beast." Faced with Qi's threat, Su Chen showed no fear. Instead, he chuckled and said, "What a caring person. Qi, do you really think I don't know what you're up to? If I'm not mistaken, you're planning something like possessing someone else's body." "How did this brat know?" Qi was startled, but his expression remained nonchalant. "Master, I don't know what you're talking about." "Alright, we're all 1,000-year-old foxes. What's the point of playing strange stories from a Chinese studio with me?" Su Chen curled his lips. Seeing he'd seen through his thoughts, Qi simply stopped trying to hide his intentions, and simply tore his face off. "That's right, Master wants to possess your body." Qi flashed a sinister grin. "But Master is curious, how did you guess that?" Qi believed everything he did was flawless. He simply couldn't figure out where he let himself slip. "The reason is simple. You're too enthusiastic." Su Chen shrugged. If it were any other young, inexperienced man, Qi's warm welcome would have long since given up his guard. He'd probably already been possessed and reborn by Qi by now, but Qi didn't know that the apocalypse had already arrived in the real world. In the apocalypse, the darkness of human nature was fully exposed. Having been reborn once before, Su Chen naturally wouldn't trust others so easily. He always held a certain belief in his heart. The only people who are truly devoted to you are northern Myanmar. Su Chen had actually sensed something was amiss long before Luo Xiaotian's warning, but he remained silent and never let it show. After all, Qi's displayed strength was simply too formidable. If a head-on clash had occurred, they combined would likely be no match for Qi. It must be said that Qi was also incredibly well disguised, maintaining the image of a kind and amiable teacher. It wasn't until the very last moment that Su Chen realized what he was about to do. Although he had only evolved to rank C and had just gained spiritual awareness, he also realized the importance of spiritual awareness. It's no exaggeration to say that it's the equivalent of a person's soul. If spiritual awareness is destroyed, the person becomes a walking corpse. That's why Su Chen had stopped Qi from touching his spiritual consciousness. "You?" Qi stared blankly in anger. He hadn't expected that his enthusiasm for Su Chen could be wrong. "Teacher, I have a question too." "Why me?" Su Chen asked with a smile. "Who gave you dragon blood?" Qi said coldly. Despite his powerful status as a dragon, he had been trapped in the underwater kingdom for so many years, and his lifespan was nearing its end. To maintain his lifespan, Qi's strength has been declining continuously. Otherwise, there would be no need for Su Chen. He could have taken action on his own and killed Leviathan directly. To extend his lifespan, the most suitable method for Qi is to possess another body and be reborn. However, possession and rebirth are easier said than done. Even a transplant of a compatible organ can result in severe rejection, let alone the even more complex process of rebirth. The target's constitution, bloodline, and other conditions must all match those of the target for success. And for Qi, a dragon, possession is even more complex. An ordinary human body simply couldn't withstand the intensity of his spiritual consciousness. Just when she thought he was about to die of old age in the underwater kingdom, Su Chen appeared. With dragon blood, Su Chen was far more powerful than a human, both physically and spiritually, making him the perfect candidate for possession. From the moment he laid eyes on Su Chen, Qi immediately formulated a plan for possession. That's why Qi was so enthusiastic the moment they met. But even with Su Chen's dragon blood, his strength was still lacking. To improve Su Chen's strength and increase his chances of successfully possessing another body, Qi went to great lengths to help him evolve to C rank. However, even after completing all these preparations, possessing another body and being reborn wouldn't be so easy. The reason is simple. The essence of possessing another body and being reborn is to destroy the opponent's spiritual consciousness and implant one's own spiritual consciousness into the opponent's sea of consciousness. However, spiritual consciousness is protected by the sea of consciousness. When an external spiritual consciousness enters, it is like playing away and is suppressed at every turn. To possess another body, there are basically two possible paths. One can either overwhelmingly overwhelm the opponent's spiritual consciousness with spiritual power and directly destroy it, but she is not adept at spiritual attacks. Even at its peak, it is unlikely to forcibly possess Su Chen's body. Or the opponent is in a special state, such as a near-death state, with a collapsed spiritual consciousness, unable to resist, or a deep coma, with the soul wandering. But Su Chen clearly didn't fall into this category. So, to ensure a smooth transition, she took exceptional care of Su Chen from the outset. This was to pave the way for the final step, allowing Su Chen to let down his guard and allow Qi to approach his consciousness. If Su Chen truly followed his instructions, Qi would immediately shatter his consciousness and replace it. So that's how it is, my dear teacher. You've gone to great lengths to seize my body, Su Chen said sarcastically. She wasn't angry, but simply sneered. My good disciple, you now have two choices. Either you quietly lower your defenses and let me take over your body. From now on, I will live a peaceful life in your place. Or I will use violence to destroy your consciousness. Su Chen couldn't help but laugh at this. All right, master, if you're truly capable, then go ahead. Given Qi's personality, if he truly had the ability, how could he possibly be so rambling? Okay. Qi uttered the word okay 3 times in a row, his face darkening as his robes began to flutter in the wind. Chapter 903. Hey! Qi let out a low roar and shot out several bursts of blue light. These blue lights quickly shot towards Su Chen. If this were the real world, Su Chen would have been unable to dodge. But this was a sea of consciousness, and here, he was a godlike being. With a simple thought, Su Chen's body transformed into tiny silver particles, successfully dodging Qi's attack. After the blue light dissipated, the silver particles reorganized and condensed into Su Chen's image. Teacher, your attack is not impressive enough. Faced with Su Chen's ridicule, Qi was so angry that he almost fumed. Outside, Su Chen wouldn't be his match. But this was Su Chen's sea of consciousness, and he was at a complete disadvantage. Thinking of this, Qi decided not to continue fighting Su Chen. He turned around, his entire body enveloped in blue light, and flew swiftly in the direction he had come from. It's easy to get in, but it's hard to get out. Su Chen knew full well that if he let Qi leave like this, he, Luo Xiaotian, and the others would likely all die. A thought crossed his mind. The mist in his sea of consciousness, as if alive, swarmed towards Qi. Qi frowned, and a blue light shone around him. Anything he struck would instantly dissipate. Even so, the mist in Su Chen's sea of consciousness continued to attack Qi, blocking his escape. Qi roared in frustration. With him as the center, the blue light surged violently in all directions. The attacking mist was instantly shattered. Seizing this opportunity, Qi launched outward like a cannonball. At this moment, he just wanted to get out of here as quickly as possible. However, Qi soon realized something was amiss. After flying for so long, he was still within Su Chen's sea of consciousness, and the surrounding mist was swirling around him again. Qi stopped, steadied himself, and summoned a blue light around himself to resist the mist. He looked at Su Chen, who was not far away, and said in shock, "You You only just awakened your spiritual consciousness. How can you be so familiar with it? Typically, transcendents who had just entered the sea level and awakened their spiritual consciousness were completely unfamiliar with controlling the sea of consciousness. But Su-Chen was different. He seemed too experienced. This was something Chi couldn't understand. How could he have known that Su-Chen had encountered the illusion mushroom before? Compared to Chi, the illusion mushroom's combat power was far inferior. However, the illusion mushroom was proficient in mental attacks, and had once trapped Su-Chen and others in an illusory world. In the later stages, he even attempted to control Xiangmingming's Sea of Consciousness to kill Su-Chen. So, Su-Chen did have some experience with spiritual awareness and the Sea of Consciousness. My dear teacher, I advise you to give up resistance. Su-Chen laughed heartily. You, a piece of trash, think you can kill me? Chi's expression turned ferocious. In that case, I fight you. As soon as he finished speaking, Chi's entire body was enveloped in a flood of blue light. He swung his hands violently, like a machine gun, continuously shooting blue light at the surroundings. However, this blue light did not crash into the clouds, but quickly flew in all directions. Su-Chen frowned slightly. He saw that the Chi was using the blue light to probe his spiritual consciousness. If Chi discovered his spiritual consciousness, he would attack without hesitation. It seemed he had to finish Chi off quickly. Su-Chen's mind moved, and the mist in his sea of consciousness swirled again, forming a massive cage. Chi and the blue light he emitted were engulfed by the mist. Then the mist cage began to shrink rapidly, quickly trapping Chi in place. Unable to move, Chi instantly sensed the danger. He gritted his teeth, and the blue light around him became dazzling again, forming a deadlock with the mist cage. Su-Chen, let me go, and I won't hold you responsible. Chi struggled against the mist cage while negotiating a dispute with Su-Chen. Su-Chen ignored him, continuously generating mist through his consciousness to consume Chi's blue light. If this continues, once Chi's energy is completely depleted, he'd be dead. Su-Chen, I was wrong. I apologize. I promise, if you let me go, not only will I not hold you accountable, but I also provide you with a wealth of treasures. I can even help you evolve to rank B. You have to remember, I was once an A-rank Jialong. Faced with the threat of death, Chi lost his former arrogance and began to beg Su-Chen for mercy. Su-Chen relaxed his consciousness and sneered. You were once A-rank? You don't believe me? Chi's face froze, and he said with a hint of dissatisfaction, if I hadn't been trapped here for so long and my strength hadn't declined, how could I have been bullied like this by you? I think you deserve a beating. Su-Chen narrowed his eyes, his mind racing, and the mist tightened again. Stop, stop, stop! I'm scared. Isn't that enough for you? She started and shouted. Tell me your situation in detail. Su-Chen said calmly, also, what's your attitude? Chi sighed helplessly, and began to tell Su-Chen about his situation. Generally speaking, anyone with dragon bloodline begins their evolution at rank D. For example, during the previous monster frenzy, the dragon turtle, the earth dragon, and the final leader, the Jialong. But a high starting point doesn't guarantee future achievements. To evolve to a higher level, one needs not only talent but also luck. As a leader of the Jialong clan, Chi possesses both talent and considerable luck. When it first arrived in Atlantis, it had already reached rank B. After defeating the Leviathan, Chi obtained numerous treasures from Atlantis, which helped it successfully evolve to rank A. But its evolutionary journey ended there. No matter how hard it continued to cultivate, it could never break through rank A and reach rank S. You must understand that rank A and rank S are two completely different things. For a Jialong, in particular, only by reaching rank S can its bloodline become pure, officially becoming a member of the Dragon Clan and enjoying a near-infinite lifespan. Unable to evolve to rank S, Chi gradually exhausted its lifespan, ultimately relying on cultivation to maintain its lifespan and cling to life. Logically, a lean camel is still bigger than a horse. However, the previous killing of Mo-Yuan, the prince of Atlantis, and the setting up of the Spirit Awakening formation had already consumed most of his energy. Otherwise, she wouldn't have had such a hard time escaping Su-Chen's control. Su-Chen, spare my life, and I tell you how to leave the underwater kingdom. How about that? Hearing Chi's words, Su-Chen couldn't help but sneer. Trusting you is worse than trusting me as Qin Shi Huang. Chapter 904. Words are worthless. Su-Chen had no other means to restrain Chi. If Chi were truly released, and if he turned against him, Su-Chen would be helpless. Besides, Su-Chen didn't believe Chi knew how to leave the underwater kingdom, so the best thing to do was to kill Chi directly. Su-Chen stopped talking to Chi and used his spiritual sense to control his sea of consciousness. Vast clouds and mist continuously gathered from all directions, trapping Qi within. While Qi's protective blue light could temporarily protect him, if this continued, once the light was completely depleted, he would sooner or later be doomed. I don't accept it. Why were you chosen, and not me? Qi's tone was filled with resentment. I was chosen. Su Chen's heart skipped a beat, and he stopped tightening the mist again. What do you mean by that? It's nothing. Don't expect to learn anything from me. She suddenly burst into a frenzied laugh. Since you want me dead, let's perish together. As soon as he finished speaking, the blue light around him grew even brighter. It was as if a blue sun had suddenly appeared out of thin air in Su Chen's sea of consciousness. The light was so blinding that even Su Chen had to avoid its glare. Not good. This is going to self-destruct. Su Chen's heart sank, and he quickly mobilized the mist in his sea of consciousness to resist the qi. Boom! A violent wave erupted from Su Chen's sea of consciousness. Meanwhile, in the Atlantis Palace, Lu Guang, Luo Xiaotian, and others were watching Su Chen and the qi from a distance. It's been so long, why isn't it over yet? Lu Guang asked uneasily. Just as Su Chen awakened his spiritual consciousness and evolved to sea level, the spiritual awakening array ceased functioning. The red light that filled the sky also vanished. At this moment, Su Chen sat cross-legged, with Qi sitting behind him, one hand on the back of his head. They were both enveloped in blue light, a state they had maintained for a long time. I feel something is amiss. Luo Xiaotian grew increasingly worried, but he didn't dare to step forward to interrupt. If there were any unforeseen consequences, it would be troublesome. Just as everyone was anxiously worrying about Su Chen and Qi in the center of the square suddenly moved. The blue light that enveloped them suddenly vanished. The moment it vanished, Qi's body fell straight backwards. As for Su Chen, blood was flowing from all 7 orifices as he fell forward. Everyone who had been staring at them was suddenly horrified. Boss! Brother Su! They swam forward and supported Su Chen. Lu Linger, without hesitation, used her healing ability on Su Chen. Su Chen forced his eyes open and said weakly, "Look at Qi. Is he dead?" The others finally realized what was happening and looked at the Qi nearby. They saw that Qi had transformed from human form into dragon form. Its eyes were closed, and it didn't move at all. Wang Yan bravely swam over to the Qi and poked it. The Qi didn't respond, its body just floated quietly. Brother Su, that old loach, seems to be dead? On hearing this, Su Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Boss Su, what exactly happened? Luo Xiaotian asked, unable to suppress his curiosity. Today's ceremony was supposed to be Qi helping Su Chen improve his strength, but how did it end up with Su Chen seriously injured and Qi actually dying? The others remained silent, but their faces were also filled with surprise. That Qi was trying to trick me. Su Chen cursed softly. He briefly recounted what had just happened. The crowd was shocked and furious. None of them had imagined that Qi, the old man, so kind to Su Chen, could harbor evil intentions. Damn it! Wang Yan, cursing, raised his leg and kicked Qi's corpse. Whether it was the kick or the ocean current, Qi's corpse suddenly moved. This startled Wang Yan, and he quickly took a few steps back. Fortunately, Qi's corpse remained motionless, allowing Wang Yan to breathe a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, Boss Su, you're so formidable. Otherwise, Qi would have succeeded, Luo Xiaotian said with a hint of relief. Su Chen twitched his lips, feeling equally relieved. You have to remember that Qi's final self-destruction was intended to destroy him and Su Chen together. After all, he was once an A-rank expert, and if he fought to the death, Su Chen would have been unable to withstand it. Thankfully, his self-destruction was ultimately a mental attack. And Su Chen happened to possess mental resistance. Add to that the Qi's rapidly declining strength, and Su Chen was able to withstand the self-destruction. Even so, Su Chen's spiritual consciousness and sea of consciousness were severely damaged. As everyone was talking, a soft white light suddenly appeared on Qi's corpse. Su Chen and the others were startled, thinking Qi had somehow managed to resurrect from the dead. Thankfully, their alarm was false. A white light emanated from Qi's body and transformed into a portal in the center of the square. This is... Su Chen was stunned for a moment, then a look of joy crossed his face. This should be the portal out. Wow, true, after searching high and low for something, it finally came to me effortlessly. I hadn't expected that if they killed Qi, the portal out of the undersea kingdom would appear. Luckily, he wasn't that naive and hadn't trusted Qi. Otherwise, if Qi had truly escaped, he would have been furious. He couldn't sacrifice himself to help Su Chen and the others escape. Great. We can finally leave. Luo Xiaotian, Xiang Mingming, Dang Han, and the others couldn't help but cheer. All in all, they had been in the Undersea Kingdom for over half a month. They preferred returning to the real world to the unfamiliar, humid underwater kingdom. Even Su Chen couldn't help but smile. Nothing could bring him greater joy than being able to return home. Only Lu Guang remained, her eyes slightly lowered, a hint of loss in them. Although she had previously expressed her willingness to leave if Su Chen left, when the moment finally arrived, she felt a little hesitant. Su Chen noticed her expression, swam over, and took her hand. Lu Guang, come with me. I take care of you. Lu Guang nodded shyly, her hesitation vanishing in an instant. Although the portal had appeared, Su Chen couldn't just leave like that. After all, he was still the king of Atlantis. Su Chen planned to take care of the affairs of the underwater kingdom first, then take Lu Guang and the others with him and leave. Judging from the portal's appearance, it seemed like it wouldn't disappear anytime soon, so Su Chen wasn't in a hurry. Chapter 905. With the help of the others, Su Chen returned to the palace and rested quietly. The spirit is not the same as the body. If the body is injured, Su Chen can use recovery reagents and Lu Linger's healing ability to heal it. But if the spirit is injured, it must be properly rested to recover. Su Chen lay on the bed, holding the yuan and the one, and entered his sea of consciousness. Compared to before, the mist in the sea of consciousness was now extremely thin. The spirit at the center was even weaker, as if it could be blown away by a gust of wind, but besides this, a large amount of blue light was scattered in Su Chen's sea of consciousness. Su Chen guessed that this was the qi after its self-destruction. He had originally thought that these blue lights would be harmful, but they simply floated quietly in Su Chen's sea of consciousness, without any abnormality. What should he do with this blue light? Should he just let it float in his sea of consciousness? As Su Chen pondered this, a tiny blue light suddenly drifted near his spiritual consciousness. Su Chen instinctively manipulated his spiritual consciousness, absorbing the blue light. As the blue light was absorbed, his previously weak spiritual consciousness instantly stabilized. Is it possible that he could actually absorb this blue light to nourish his spiritual consciousness? Su Chen's heart was filled with joy, and he quickly controlled his sea of consciousness, frantically absorbing the scattered blue light. With every bit of blue light he absorbed, his previously injured, weak spiritual consciousness healed a little. Not only that, when Su Chen felt his spiritual consciousness had returned to normal. When he absorbed the blue light again, his tiny spiritual consciousness, which had previously emitted a faint silver light, actually grew a little larger and became even brighter. Blue light could actually strengthen his spiritual consciousness. Su Chen was both surprised and delighted, and hurriedly continued to absorb the blue light. However, after absorbing a considerable amount of blue light, his spiritual consciousness felt bloated. No matter how hard Su Chen tried to absorb, he couldn't integrate the blue light. It seemed that hoping to become fat all at once was unrealistic. Su Chen felt a little regretful. But when he saw that his spiritual consciousness had now grown to the size of a fist, his regrets were instantly dispelled. You have to remember that his spiritual consciousness was only the size of a thumb at first, but the originally silver spiritual consciousness had now turned bluish silver. If he was right, this blue light must be the Qi's spiritual consciousness, left behind after its self-destruction. But he hadn't expected it to be able to absorb and strengthen its own spiritual consciousness. What a pleasant surprise. Satisfied, Su Chen withdrew from his sea of consciousness. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Wang Yan's chubby face pressed against his face. Su Chen jumped in surprise and slapped him. Ouch, Brother Su, what are you doing? Wang Yan covered his face with his hands, a look of resentment on his face. I was just about to ask you why, Su Chen said angrily. Brother Chen, you've been asleep for 3 days and 3 nights. We're worried about you. Ding Di's voice rang out from the side again. Su Chen was startled and sat up in bed. Only then did he realize that Luo Xiaotian, Lu Guang, Lin Yingying, and the others were gathered around his bed, their faces filled with worry. I've been asleep for 3 days and 3 nights? Yes, we were so worried. Lin Yingying, Lu Linger, and the other girls all threw themselves into Su Chen's arms. Su Chen was a little surprised. He devoured the blue light in his sea of consciousness, and it didn't feel like it took long. To think that 3 days and 3 nights had passed outside. It's okay, I'm much better now. Su Chen comforted the women. Brother Su, what about me? Wang Yan looked at Su Chen resentfully. You deserve it. Who allowed you to get so close to me? Su Chen rolled his eyes. Anyone who just woke up and saw a pig face appear before them would be startled. What's up with the portal? Su Chen thought of the portal, and quickly looked at Luo Xiaotian. It's still there, nothing unusual. Luo Xiaotian replied. That's good. Su Chen felt relieved. Su Chen, are you awake? A deep voice came from outside. Everyone looked up and saw Lu Guang, Yin Yu, and Yi Chen entering the palace. After receiving the news that Su Chen had awakened, they hurried over. General Yanwei, you're here. Su Chen greeted Yanwei with a smile. Your Majesty. Yanwei bowed respectfully to Su Chen. Su Chen was slightly startled, then burst into laughter. General, there's no need for formalities. We're all family. Yanwei then stood up and swam to Su Chen's bedside. Looking at Su Chen, he couldn't help but sigh with emotion. When I first met your Majesty, I never dreamed that one day you would become the King of Atlantis. To be honest, I didn't expect it myself. Su Chen shrugged. General Yanwei, you arrived just in time. I just have something to tell you. I suppose you already know what happened a few days ago? Yin Yu nodded slightly. As soon as he returned to the royal city, Lu Guang had informed him of the events that had unfolded. I plan to take Lu Guang with me and leave the Undersea Kingdom. But a kingdom can't be without a king for a day. I intend to appoint you as regent, ruling Atlantis in my stead. Yin Yu is both capable and prestigious. He's also Lu Guang's uncle, trustworthy. Instead of electing a new king, why not promote Yin Yu to regent? He's the perfect person to rule Atlantis. Me? Yin Yu was a bit surprised. Isn't this a bad idea? It's not bad at all. Su Chen smiled and looked at Lu Guang beside him. What do you think? I think it's perfectly suitable. Lu Guang pursed her lips, tugged on Yin Yu's arm, and began to act coquettishly. Uncle, just agree. This is an order from the king. Su Chen said with a stern face. Okay then. Yin Yu hesitated for a moment, then finally nodded in agreement. Su Chen appointed Yin Yu as regent, overseeing Atlantis' political affairs. The Atlantean nobles, led by the three princes, had no objections. Compared to Su Chen, who was of human descent, they felt more at ease with Yin Yu, a fellow tribesman. After arranging the affairs of the royal city, Su Chen summoned Xuesen, the emperor of the lava tribe. After being imprisoned for so long, Xuesen had lost his former composure. Equipped with an energy suppressor, he was escorted to the palace by several mermaids. Looking at Su Chen, wearing the Atlantean crown, Xuesen was clearly surprised. How? Did you become the king of Atlantis? What else? Su Chen smiled faintly. I asked you to come here today to make a final judgment on you. What judgment? Xuesen forced himself to remain calm, but he was still a little nervous. After all, if possible, no one wants to die like this. Chapter 906. I plan to release you back to the underwater volcano. What? Xuesen was startled. He had thought he'd be killed or imprisoned for life. But he had never thought he'd be released. Why, you don't want to go back? Su Chen said with a half-smile. That's not the case. Xuesen frowned slightly, his face expressionless. But aren't you afraid that after I return, I gather my troops and continue to attack you? Su Chen smiled, but didn't answer. Instead, he waved at Xuesen and her come with me. He swam out of the palace first. Xuesen hesitated, then, escorted by several guards, followed Su Chen. The others followed Su Chen and swam out of the palace. When Xuesen swam out of the palace and into the square outside, he saw a large number of Atlantean soldiers gathered there. These soldiers were arranged in neat formations. Swords and spears stood in a line, flags fluttered, and a murderous aura permeated the air. Xuesen's pupils shrank slightly. He realized that Su Chen wanted him to witness the might of Atlantis. But before he could say anything, he saw Su Chen swimming toward the top of the royal city. Xuesen looked in the direction Su Chen was swimming. It would have been fine if he hadn't looked, but the sight was shocking. Xuesen's eyes widened instantly, and his mouth dropped open. A dense mass of enormous black shadows swam back and forth above the royal city of Atlantis. Xuesen took a closer look and saw it was a school of black sharks and whales. Seeing Su Chen approach, those ferocious black sharks and whales approached like docile pets. She allowed him to gently caress her without a trace of resistance. Do you think, with so many black sharks, I still need to worry? Su Chen smiled confidently. Xuesen was speechless. Although he had been trapped in the underwater volcano for many years, he knew the power of these black sharks. It's no exaggeration to say that a single black shark is equivalent to a small army. With so many black sharks gathered together, even if the Lava Clan mobilized their entire force, they would probably be overwhelmed. Not to mention Atlantis, with its vast army. No wonder Su Chen was so confident he let me go. Xuesen's eyes dimmed a little. Of course, I'm not letting you go without conditions. Su Chen said calmly, from now on, the lava tribe must submit to the Undersea Kingdom for generations, and must not resist. Otherwise, I will gather my army and crush the lava tribe. Of course, if the lava tribe obeys, I don't mind setting aside an area within the Undersea Kingdom to house you. Hearing this, Xuesen's eyes lit up at this. Are you serious? The reason the lava tribe has been rebelling against the Undersea Kingdom is, ultimately, because the living environment of the underwater volcano is too harsh. To survive, they've been forced to accumulate strength and repeatedly attack Jinyuan Pass. If Su Chen truly wishes, carving out an area in Atlantis for the lava tribe to survive would be perfect. Really? That's good. Xuesen bowed to Su Chen without hesitation. Greetings, Your Majesty. No need to bow. Su Chen waved his hand. Returning Xuesen might not be the best option, but it certainly wouldn't be the worst. Killing him would only infuriate the lava tribe. The lava tribe would immediately elect a new emperor and continue their invasion of the Undersea Kingdom. Su Chen could rally his forces and launch a counterattack against the lava tribe. But the lava tribe's forces were considerable, and a real battle would undoubtedly be a protracted one. Even if Atlantis ultimately triumphed and annihilated the lava tribe, the losses would be substantial. Furthermore, Atlantis would gain little benefit. After much deliberation, Su Chen decided to release Xuesen. Of course, before releasing him, he wanted to show Xuesen the might of Atlantis. Seeing Su Chen, with just a few words, convince Xuesen, the lava tribe's emperor, to submit, the Atlantean nobles were stunned. Yen Yu's expression was somewhat relieved. Fortunately, I chose Su Chen, which is why we're here today. Lu Guang's eyes burned with admiration as she gazed at Su Chen. Such an outstanding man is worthy of being my husband, worthy of being the king of Atlantis. Soon, Prime Minister Turtle arrived at the royal city, with a small group of lava tribe soldiers to fetch Xuesen. After witnessing Su Chen's strength, Xuesen returned to the underwater volcano and decided to disband his army. With the lava tribe's crisis resolved, it was officially time for Su Chen and his companions to leave the Undersea Kingdom. Outside the portal in the royal palace square, Yen Yu, Yi Chen, and several other nobles were bidding Su Chen and his companions farewell. Your Majesty, I don't know when you'll be back. Yen Yu couldn't help but sigh. It wasn't because he and Su Chen had any deep feelings for each other. He simply knew that Su Chen had single-handedly contributed to the Undersea Kingdom's quelling of the civil unrest and the lava tribe's crisis. With Su Chen's departure, no one knew how long the Undersea Kingdom would remain peaceful. Besides, he was also somewhat reluctant to see his niece, Lu Guang, leave. It doesn't matter whether I return or not. From now on, the responsibility of Atlantis will be handed over to you, uncle. Su Chen chuckled and patted Yen Yu's shoulder. Please rest assured, Your Majesty. Yen Yu nodded solemnly. Uncle, Yi Chen, I hope we can see each other again soon. Lu Guang's eyes welled up slightly. After all, she had lived in the Undersea Kingdom since she was a child. It was natural that she was suddenly leaving with Su Chen, and she was filled with sadness. Don't worry, I will find a way to reunite you soon. Su Chen stroked Lu Guang's head and whispered. She had said before that Atlantis was originally a continent on the blue planet. It sank to the bottom of the sea, and was sealed by a mysterious force. If only a way could be found to break the seal, humanity could travel to Atlantis. After waving goodbye to Yen Yu, Yi Chen, and the others, Su Chen led the group towards the portal. With a familiar feeling of dizziness, Su Chen's vision blurred, and he found himself at the large pit at the entrance to the secret underwater realm. The pit was still surrounded by those glowing white stones. But unlike before, the portal to the underwater kingdom had disappeared. We're finally back. Seeing the familiar surroundings, Wang Yan couldn't help but whistle. Brother Su, Lao Ding, and the others will swim up first. Okay, all of you go. Su Chen waved his hand. After everyone else swam to the surface, only Su Chen, Lin Yingying, Zhao Yu, Lu Linger, Lu Guang, and Ming Qi remained at the bottom of the sea. Lu Guang, come with me. I show you the world above water. Su Chen chuckled. Chapter 907. Su Chen reached out, grasped Lu Guang's delicate hand, and swam toward the surface. Lu Linger and the other girls showed no signs of jealousy, but followed them. Soon, Su Chen and his companions reached the surface. The moment she poked her head out, Lu Guang saw the twinkling stars and the full moon in the pitch-black sky. She was mesmerized. Is this what you call the moon and stars? Yes, there's also the sun during the day. Lu Linger chuckled beside her. But the sun is far more dazzling than the moon and stars. Really? Lu Guang's expression was filled with longing. How are you feeling? Are you having trouble breathing? Su Chen asked. Not really. On the contrary, I feel like I'm breathing more easily, Lu Guang said with some surprise. Really? That's great, Lin Yingying said with a smile. That way, we can bring lots of delicious food. Su Chen hadn't expected Lu Guang, a mermaid royal, to be able to breathe air directly. Could it be that after Atlantis sank, the original humans evolved the ability to breathe underwater, while still retaining their original respiratory function? This would save a lot of trouble. However, Lu Guang's fishtail would make walking on land difficult. At least, she wouldn't have to be separated from him. Su Chen observed her for a while longer, and only after confirming that Lu Guang could breathe freely did he feel relieved. He took out his communicator and called Gao Fei. In less than a moment, Gao Fei answered the call. Su. Boss Su, is that you? Gao Fei was visibly excited upon receiving Su Chen's call. Of course it's me. How's the situation in the entire alliance lately? Has anything happened? Su Chen asked with a smile. Not really, everything's calm. Hearing Gao Fei's answer, Su Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. I hadn't expected that Zhou Ming, Lao Jiu, and the Zoo Sanctuary hadn't made any moves in over half a month since I left. That's truly commendable. Xiao Luo and the others are right where you picked us up last time. Arrange a few cars right now and lend them to us, Su Chen ordered. Yes. Gao Fei agreed without hesitation. After hanging up the phone with Gao Fei, Su Chen determined the direction and told everyone to swim towards the shore. Once they reached land, Lu Guang's face grew even more amazed as they looked at the flowers, plants, and trees along the shore. Su Chen and his group waited for a moment before they saw several cars roaring towards them and stopping in front of them. Before the car even came to a complete stop, the door opened and Gao Fei jumped out. Boss Su. Gao Fei stepped forward and embraced Su Chen fiercely. Brother Fei, why are you so excited? After the two separated, Su Chen asked with a smile. Gao Fei sighed. I haven't heard from you in over half a month. How could I not be excited? Su Chen was not only the leader of the Overwatch Alliance, but also the anchor of their hearts. As long as he was there, no one would panic, no matter how great the danger. He had suddenly been out of touch for over half a month, and not only Gao Fei at Mingyuan base, but also Chu Mingyao, Tong Fei, He Wang, Sun Yuan, and others at the main base, as well as Zhao Man and Long Cheng, were calling frequently to inquire about the situation. Okay, let's go back first. Su Chen smiled and invited everyone to the car. Everyone else boarded normally, but when Lu Guang arrived, Gao Fei and Yao Yuan and the others behind him were stunned. It wasn't just Lu Guang's beauty, which was truly breathtaking. It was also because from her belly down, a golden fishtail stretched across her body. No, this. Even after the apocalypse, Gao Fei had seen a lot. But upon seeing Lu Guang, he still stuttered and was speechless. Hello, my name is Lu Guang. I'm the princess of the underwater kingdom of Atlantis, and your majesty's woman. According to Su Chen's instructions, Lu Guang extended her hand to Gao Fei. Oh, okay, I'm Boss Su's subordinate, Gao Fei. Gao Fei finally came to his senses, and shook hands with Lu Guang. But he was still very measured, only touching briefly before quickly separating. After everyone boarded the car, it began to accelerate. Looking out the window at the scenery receding, Lu Guang was filled with wonder. Wow, isn't this amazing? There's something even more amazing. Ming Qi licked her paw. There's something that can take you to the sky. Really? Your Majesty, if you have the chance, you must take me on a ride. Lu Guang looked at Su Chen expectantly. Don't worry about that. Su Chen chuckled and nodded. Oh, and don't call me your Majesty anymore. That's not allowed in the human world. Then what do you call your Majesty? Just like Linger and the others, just call me Boss. Okay, Boss. Lu Guang nodded vigorously. How does it feel to walk on land? Will you get hurt? Su Chen asked with concern. To be honest, it's a little strange, Lu Guang explained. As for injuries, I'm not going to get hurt. My scales aren't just decorative, they're more like armor, protecting my lower body. Since landing, Lu Guang has been imitating snakes, wiggling her tail to walk. Su Chen took a closer look and found that, as Lu Guang had said, her lower body was intact. He breathed a sigh of relief. While Su Chen and the others were talking, the convoy arrived at the Mingyuan base. The gates of the base opened wide, and the car slowly drove in. What greeted Lu Guang's eyes were skyscrapers. The various novel structures and facilities were so dazzling that she was almost overwhelmed. After a while, the car stopped, and Gao Fei led Su Chen and the others to the restaurant. Even before picking up Su Chen, he had arranged a late-night snack. The table was covered with a dazzling array of delicious food. Just one look and the aroma of them made Lu Guang's mouth water. Mr. Gao, can I eat some? Lu Guang looked at Gao Fei cautiously. Gao Fei was instantly at a loss for words. The entire base belongs to Su Qin, and you're asking me if I can eat it? Miss Lu Guang, you're welcome. Take whatever you want. Okay. Lu Guang didn't hesitate, and immediately began devouring the delicacies before her. Su Qin chuckled, raised his glass, and began chatting with Gao Fei. He inquired in detail about the recent situation at the Mingyuan base. During Su Qin's absence, under Gao Fei's management, the base had been operating normally, and 2 more raw stone mines had even been discovered. This delighted Su Qin immensely. After reporting on the base's situation, Gao Fei hesitated for a moment and whispered, Boss Su, what's the situation with Miss Lu Guang? Chapter 908. You haven't figured it out yet. Brother Su has added another concubine to his harem. Wang Yin, standing by, chuckled as he took a sip of his wine. Of course I know that. I mean, how is she a mermaid? Gao Fei couldn't help but glance at Lu Guang again. He had lived for most of his life, and this was the first time he had ever seen the legendary mermaid. It's actually a long story. Su Qin began by recounting his discovery of the underwater secret realm, detailing his group's journey there. After listening, Gao Fei, Zheng Hui, Yao Yuan, and the others were stunned. They had never imagined that Su Qin and the others' journey to the underwater secret realm would be so wondrous and thrilling. What a shame! I wish I could have followed Boss Su and seen it all. Zheng Hui was rather envious. Haha, Brother Hui, if you ask me, you don't want to see it, you want to find a mermaid wife. Ding Di said with a smile, holding up his wine glass. Zheng Hui's face flushed, and he said stubbornly, So what? I can't say I find someone as beautiful as my sister-in-law, but I can at least find someone similar. Hearing Zheng Hui's praise of her beauty, Lu Guang stopped eating and said with a smile, If there's a chance, I definitely introduce you to one. Thank you, sister-in-law. Zheng Hui was delighted and quickly raised his glass. Lu Guang clinked glasses with him and downed the contents in one gulp. As the wine went down, her face flushed, becoming even more alluring. Sister-in-law, there's me. Wang Yin and Ding Di immediately became anxious, and they also raised their glasses and approached Lu Guang. Lu Guang accepted every offer, clinking glasses with each one and promising to introduce them to someone, but she had overestimated her alcohol tolerance. After all, wine on the mainland is different from wine under the sea. By the time the banquet was over, Lu Guang's eyes were hazy, and his speech was slurred. Well, it's getting late, time to go back and rest. Su Qin said this, and everyone nodded tactfully. Gao Fei had already arranged accommodations for Su Qin and his group. After feasting and drinking, Luo Xiaotian and the others retired to their rooms to rest. Lu Linger, Lin Yingying, and the other girls also wanted to be intimate with Su Qin, but they knew that Lu Guang had just left Atlantis and needed his company right then and there. So they left their precious time alone with Su Qin and Lu Guang. A little tipsy, Lu Guang staggered as he walked. Seeing this, Su Qin couldn't help but laugh. He supported her and led her into the room. What a soft, soft bed. Lying on the soft couch, Lu Guang couldn't help but sigh. You're really like a curious baby. Su Qin chuckled. I just want to be your baby, isn't that good? Lu Guang tilted her head, gazing at Su Qin with seductive eyes. It had to be said that her appearance at this moment was extremely captivating to any man. As a normal man, Su Qin naturally couldn't control himself. He gently took a few steps forward and pressed Lu Guang directly under him. After a kiss, Su Qin finally stood up and looked at the breathless Lu Guang. Boss, wait until I take off all my clothes. Lu Guang said coquettishly. No, 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 I want the mermaid princess. With Lu Guang's exclamation, Su Qin pushed her down again. 10,000 words omitted here. The next morning, Su Qin dressed neatly and walked out refreshed. Although Lu Guang's face was full of passion, her gait was a little awkward compared to yesterday. Seeing this, Lin Yingying quickly stepped forward, supported Lu Guang, and said angrily, Boss, why don't you be gentler with Lu Guang? That's not my fault. She was the one who kept asking me to be harder. Before Su Qin could finish his words, Lu Guang, blushing profusely, quickly stepped forward and covered his mouth, stopping him from continuing. Seeing this, the women couldn't help but giggle. Boss, I'm quite curious. Xiang Mingming stalked closer to Su Qin and whispered, You're human, and Lu Guang is a mermaid. How come you? A little chick doesn't pee, each has their own way. Su Qin gave a wicked grin. Why, you want to try the mermaid flavor too? You eat so well, let me have a taste too, Xiang Mingming said cheekily. Su Chen was both infuriated and amused. Although Xiang Mingming was already his woman, for some reason, they treated each other like close friends. I'm fine with you trying, but we haven't done that in ages. Su Chen looked at Xiang Mingming with impunity. Okay, no problem. Xiang Mingming nodded nonchalantly. After breakfast at Mingyuan Base, everyone boarded the car arranged by Gao Fei and headed to the Watcher Alliance base in Yuqing. When Tong Fei, Chu Mingyao, and the others at the base learned that Su Chen and his team had returned safely, they were overjoyed. They even came to greet them personally, more than 10 kilometers from the base. Boss! Sister Qing, Sister Rong? Ying, Ming Ming. Although they hadn't seen each other for just over half a month, it felt like a century had passed. As soon as they met, they hugged each other and chatted about recent events. Su Chen didn't bother the women, but instead greeted He Wang, Sun Yuan, and the others. How's it been lately? Thanks, Brother Su, for your care. We all evolved to D-level. He Wang's face was filled with gratitude as he spoke. If it weren't for Su Chen, they'd probably still be treated like hard labor by Qian Jun, digging for raw stones in the dark caves. Now, they're all high-ranking members of the Watcher Alliance, and their strength has greatly increased. This is all thanks to Su Chen. Okay, let's not talk about that among family members. Su Chen smiled and waved his hand. Seeing the women on the other side calm down, Su Chen called everyone aboard and headed for the Watcher base. After returning to the base, Tong Fei, Chu Mingyao, and the others began reporting back to Su Chen. The situation at the Watcher Alliance was similar to that at Mingyuan base. Everything was proceeding smoothly and normally. Most of the Alliance's evolvers have now reached D+ power. There are also 16 with C- power. Hearing Tong Fei's report, Su Chen was taken aback. What did you say? 16 with C- power? Yes, boss. Tong Fei nodded slightly. How is that possible? Su Chen was incredulous. You have to remember that he was able to evolve to C-level thanks to the Spirit Awakening formation set up by Qi. How did those C-level transcendents at the base achieve this breakthrough? Boss, you might not know this, but there's no such thing as a genetic lock between D-level and C-level, Tong Fei explained. Chapter 909. Su Chen's face was immediately filled with questions. Does this mean he could evolve to C-rank even without Qi's help? However, after he approached Du Cheng, one of the C-rank transcendents, and carefully questioned him, he suddenly understood. Indeed. Without Qi's help, Du Cheng and his companions had all evolved to C-rank. But even though both were at C-rank minus combat power, the gap between them was significant. Before consuming the blue light left by Qi, Su Chen's spiritual consciousness was the size of a thumb. But Du Cheng's spiritual consciousness was still just a formless mist. To use an inappropriate analogy, the energy crystal core is like a faucet. The energy it holds is water. The stronger the spiritual consciousness, the wider the faucet can be turned, releasing more water. But if the spiritual consciousness is weak, it can only turn the faucet very small, releasing only a small amount of water. Of course, this assumes there is enough water in the faucet. Beyond this, the strength of one's spiritual consciousness also determines one's ability to sense and absorb external energy. Su Chen speculated that after just entering the C- combat power, the spiritual consciousness possessed by transcendence should be similar to that of Du Cheng. Only after reaching C-level combat power would it condense into a bead comparable to his own. In other words, thanks to the spiritual awakening array set up by Qi, Su Chen immediately possessed spiritual consciousness comparable to C-level combat power after entering C-level. If he could absorb all of the blue light left by Qi, perhaps he could possess C+ level spiritual consciousness at C- combat power. That would be too abnormal. After finishing his work, Su Chen left the women behind and returned to his RV. He continued to absorb the blue light in his sea of consciousness. Su Chen didn't stop until he had absorbed enough energy once more. At this point, his spiritual consciousness was about the size of a cantaloupe. Looking at the remaining blue light, Su Chen estimated that after absorbing it all, his spiritual consciousness would grow to be larger than a basketball. After completing his spiritual consciousness absorption, Su Chen sat down cross-legged again and began to absorb the raw stone in his hand. As he absorbed energy bit by bit, he was surprised to find that his spiritual consciousness had grown a little bit more. It seemed that his guess was correct. For ordinary transcendents, even if they evolved to C+ combat power, their spiritual consciousness would only be the size of a fist at most. After absorbing enough raw stones, Su Chen began to take stock of his gains from this trip to the underwater secret realm. It had to be said. The gains from this trip to the underwater secret realm were far greater than those from the previous 2 trips combined. Not to mention, the black iron would obtain from Atlantis alone was enough to forge hundreds of blood steel blades. After all, the blood-steel blades were E-level spiritual weapons, and they also had the ability to slash with sword energy. If everyone could have won, the Watcher Alliance's combat power would increase significantly. In addition to the black ironwood, there are also a large number of natural treasures. Whether it's refining various reagents or forging spiritual weapons, it's more than enough. Lu Guang previously gave Su Chen a black gold dagger. After arriving in the royal city, he discovered several more black gold weapons in the warehouse. If all these black gold weapons were melted down, 2 pure black gold longswords would be obtained. Although Su Chen's previous 2 longswords were also forged from black gold, due to insufficient black gold, Sun Jiansheng also mixed in a large amount of exotic crystals when forging them. Even so, Su Chen was extremely satisfied with its sharpness. If only he could possess 2 genuine black gold longswords, that would be incredibly satisfying. In addition to these items, Su Chen also obtained 2 precious treasures, the Abyssal Horn and the Sky Blue Dragon Ring. The Abyssal Horn can only be used in water, which may have drawbacks. But the Sky Blue Dragon Ring is a true treasure. Su Chen estimated that even without using the infinite steel flash, with his strength and equipment alone, in a one-on-one situation, he could easily defeat an ordinary sea-level transcendent power. Su Chen couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. Since the apocalypse, when had he fought such a rich battle? But Sun Jiansheng and Liu Mingxian would have to work hard next. At the same time, Sun Jiansheng and Liu Mingxian at the base couldn't help but sneeze. Xishan Province. Longcheng. As the conference room door opened, Peng Jing, Chu Fanbin, Zhang San, Zhao Song, and others emerged one after another. You must all remember Boss Su's instructions. If you make any mistakes, not only will Boss Su not let you off, I won't let you off either. Peng Jing gave the group a few more instructions. Everyone nodded in agreement and dispersed. Just now, Su Chen, who had been missing for over 2 weeks, returned. He had Peng Jing gather everyone for a remote meeting. He gave some guidance on Longcheng's recent work. Zhao Song hummed a little tune as he walked briskly toward his residence. After being promoted to vice president, although his workload increased, his status and compensation skyrocketed. Even though Peng Jing was president, he was only half a level higher than Zhao Song. As for Chu Fanbin and Zhang San, they were merely Zhao Song's equals. Although still troubled by Su Chen's chronic poison, Zhao Song believed that as long as he worked diligently, he would eventually earn Su Chen's trust. Zhao Song, in a cheerful mood, returned to his residence and didn't notice the shadowy figure on the sofa. He had just picked up a bottle of wine, about to have a drink to celebrate. Zhao Song, it seems you've been doing pretty well lately. A sudden voice startled Zhao Song. He shuddered and nearly dropped the bottle. Who is it? Zhao Song held a bottle in one hand and a dagger in the other. When he saw the shadowy figure on the sofa, he was startled. Director? Director? Yes, it was Zhou Ming, who had disappeared for a long time. Zhou Ming seemed oblivious to Zhao Song's dagger, still smiling. You're so used to a comfortable life, you didn't even notice I came in. Director? You're joking. Zhao Song forced a smile, but inwardly he was utterly shocked. Zhou Ming was clearly a psychic, so how had he managed to break through the heavy security and enter his room? How had he been unaware of me after I entered? Most importantly, why would he return to Dragon City to find me? You have to know that the Brotherhood is now a mere shell. All members loyal to Zhou Ming, Lu Chao, and the others have been purged. It's more like a branch of the Overwatch Alliance than a Brotherhood. Zhao Song, don't be nervous. I came here today just to chat with you, Zhou Ming said with a genial smile. If it were before, Zhao Song would have been eager to spend more time with Zhou Ming. But right now, he didn't want to stay even a second longer. As if reading his mind, Zhou Ming kept his smile. Just listen to me for a few moments. After I'm done, you can send someone to arrest me. Chapter 910. Zhao Song's expression shifted between gloom and brightness. After a moment's thought, he forced a smile. Director, you're joking. You always been so kind to me. How could I possibly send someone to arrest you? Zhao Song said this, but his mind was already made up. If Zhou Ming's words didn't move him, he would call in his men and have Zhou Ming arrested. Sacrificing Zhou Ming to Su Chen would prove his loyalty. Come on, Director, have a drink. Zhao Song poured 2 glasses of wine and handed one to Zhou Ming. For safety's sake, Zhao Song deliberately kept a distance from Zhou Ming as he sat down. But Zhou Ming pretended not to notice, taking a sip of his wine before slowly saying, I came to you today to save your life. Oh, I wonder what the director means by that. Zhao Song, unfazed by Zhou Ming's words, asked calmly. Let me tell you this. I went to see the 2 corps commanders, Lao Jiu and Ji Zhiqing, a while ago. And then? You might not know, but Lao Jiao has joined forces with Chang Weijie, Ma Ming, Yi Jiahui, and the others. Zhao Song was a little surprised to hear this. As former enemies, he still remembered the names of Chang Weijie, Ma Ming, and Yi Jiahui vividly. Are they still alive? Not only are they alive, they're living comfortably in the West, and have built a massive power, Zhou Ming said with a smile. Oh! Zhao Song raised an eyebrow, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. Back then, the Brotherhood hunted Chang Weijie and the others, but he hadn't expected them to live so comfortably. We formed a coalition, and are preparing to counterattack Longcheng. Zhao Song's heart trembled at these words. Zhou Ming, Lao Jiao, and the others are preparing to counterattack Longcheng. I must report this to Su Chen as soon as possible. We work together. I couldn't bear to see you die tragically, so I came to see you. I hope you can turn back from your wrong path. Zhao Song smiled calmly. Director, I appreciate your kindness. But I don't understand, Director, how can you be so sure that your coalition can defeat the Watcher Alliance? Okay, then I be frank. Zhou Ming smiled proudly. We have nearly 50 C-rank transcendents, most of whom are psychics. Besides that, we have other killer moves. Zhao Song could no longer maintain his composure. His expression changed. Director, are you kidding? You have to know that there are only 16 C-rank transcendents in the entire Watcher Alliance. How is it possible that Zhou Ming and his team have nearly 50? I don't like to joke around. Whether you believe it or not is up to you. Zhou Ming looked at Zhao Song meaningfully and chuckled. You're a smart man. There's no need to sacrifice yourself for Su Chen. Zhao Song remained silent, as if lost in thought. After a moment, he suddenly raised his head. What does the director want me to do? Zhou Ming's heart was filled with joy, and he said with a smile, For now, you will continue to be an undercover agent with the Watcher Alliance and report all their situations to me. Besides, if we attack Dragon City, I hope you can turn against us at a critical moment. Zhao Song thought for a moment and nodded. All of that is fine, but I have a question. Tell me. If I help you, what benefits can I get? Zhao Song asked. Zhou Ming had long anticipated Zhao Song's question. He smiled and offered a generous offer. After you return, your treatment will be no less than what you get in the Watcher Alliance. We do our utmost to help you evolve to rank C and ensure your strength remains at the top of the league. Besides, we also give you a rank D spiritual weapon. Zhao Song was clearly tempted, but he hesitated for a moment and sighed deeply. Director, it's not that I don't want to agree to your request, but I have a difficult situation. What's the difficult situation? Su Chen gave me a chronic poison. I need an antidote every month. Zhao Song explained, otherwise, I die from the poison. Zhou Ming was stunned for a moment, then threw his head back and burst into laughter. Zhao Song, should I call you naive or stupid? This kind of chronic poison didn't even exist before the apocalypse, let alone after. If you just ask a doctor, you know you've been deceived by that Su Chen. Zhao Song couldn't help but smile bitterly. Director, of course I know this isn't realistic. But the apocalypse only exists in science fiction, and it's happening now, isn't it? If it were anyone else, I might not believe it, but this is the medicine Su Chen gave me, and I really don't have the guts to gamble. It had to be said that what Zhao Song said made some sense. Zhou Ming rubbed his chin and pondered, how about this? I go back and talk to Lao Jiao and the others and see if we can find a way to help you detoxify. If you really can't detoxify us, you can help us first. After we defeat the Watchers, we help you get the antidote from Su Chen. What do you think? This? Director, I'm not in a rush to agree. Go back and ask Brother 9, Captain G, and the others. Zhou Ming breathed a sigh of relief when Zhao Song didn't agree immediately. If he had agreed without hesitation, Zhou Ming would have thought he was feigning loyalty. Don't worry, Zhao Song. Our strength is far greater than you imagine. Zhou Ming smiled, patted Zhao Song's shoulder, and handed him a communicator. Then he stood up and walked outside. Watching him disappear through the door, Zhao Song's face shifted into a thoughtful expression. Because he was so well known in the Brotherhood, Zhou Ming put on his hood after leaving Zhao Song's residence. His attire wasn't particularly conspicuous in Dragon City. Under cover of darkness, Zhou Ming traversed the streets and alleys, quickly reaching the wall. While the nearby guards weren't paying attention, he concentrated his mental energy and summoned a fire dragon. Zhou Ming reached out and stepped on the dragon. As if possessed of a spirit, the dragon carried him directly over the wall. Zhou Ming turned his head to glance at Longcheng behind him, a cold smile on his face, and then walked into the wilderness. After walking an unknown distance, A forest appeared ahead. Who? As Zhou Ming approached, several dark figures leaped out. Leading them was none other than Gu Yunlong, who had fled with Zhou Ming earlier. The others were also Zhou Ming's subordinates. "It's me, don't be nervous," Zhou Ming said calmly. "Hello, boss." Seeing it was Zhou Ming, Gu Yunlong and the others hurriedly saluted. "Alright, let's get in the car." Zhou Ming greeted Gu Yunlong and the others and entered the grove. There was a car parked here. After Gu Yunlong started the car, Zhou Ming took out a communicator. Chapter 911. "Hey, Lao Jiao. Yes, I already met with that Zhao Song. Our offer is so generous, he'd definitely be tempted. But he has concerns. He says Su Chen gave him a slow-acting poison, and he needs an antidote every month, otherwise he'd die. Ahaha, I think the same thing as you. Su Chen is completely lying to him. Okay, we talk about it when we meet." After chatting with Lao Jiao, Zhou Ming hung up the phone with a satisfied smile on his face. Gu Yunlong, watching from the side, smiled as he drove. "Boss, it seems your trip to Dragon City went smoothly." "Of course. Don't you see who I am?" Zhou Ming smiled proudly. "Then when we return this time, Chang Weijia will probably appoint you as the cave master," Gu Yunlong said with a chuckle. Hearing the name Chang Weijia, a gloom crossed Zhou Ming's face. Thanks to Lao Jiao's recommendation, Zhou Ming, along with Gu Yunlong and others, successfully joined the Lingshu Cave, founded by Chang Weijia. Lingshu Cave is divided into 5 levels, from bottom to top: Spiritualist, Spirit Guardian, Spirit Envoy, Cave Master, and Chief Cave Master. Chang Weijia was naturally qualified for the position of Chief Cave Master. Former bosses like Lao Jiao, Ji Jiqing, Ma Ming, and Yi Jiaohui all served as Cave Masters. Their treatment was only half a level lower than Chang Weijia's. Zhou Ming had originally thought that after joining Lingshu Cave, he would be on equal footing with Lao Jiao and the others, but Chang Weijia only appointed him as a spirit envoy. This made Zhou Ming extremely unhappy, but there was nothing he could do. After all, he had just joined Lingshu Cave, and had been an enemy of Chang Weijia and the others. Most importantly, he was now no different from a commander without troops. In order to quickly ascend to the rank of Cave Master, on the same level as Lao Jiao and the others, during the Lingshu Cave meeting to discuss the attack on Longcheng, Zhou Ming offered to persuade Zhao Song to surrender. If Zhao Song could be persuaded successfully, he would have achieved great success. Wouldn't Chang Weijia be embarrassed to continue to pressure him? At this thought, Zhou Ming's lips curled up slightly. "Boss, what happened recently? Why was there suddenly lightning and thunder near the volcano near Lingshu Cave?" Gu Yunlong asked curiously, as if remembering something. Zhou Ming was in a good mood at the moment, and with nothing else to do, he struck up a conversation with Gu Yunlong. "These matters are confidential within Lingshu Cave. Logically, you're not entitled to know. But you're my good brothers, so there's no need for me to hide anything from you. But you must promise not to spread this." Seeing Zhou Ming's mysterious expression, Gu Yunlong and the others, their curiosity piqued, couldn't help but say, "Boss, don't worry, we absolutely won't spread this. Even though I'm not happy with Chang Weijia, I have to admit, he's a true genius in formations." Speaking of Chang Weijia, Zhou Ming couldn't help but sigh. He actually created a formation called the Heaven and Earth Soul Seizing Formation. Heaven and Earth Soul Seizing Formation? Hearing such a high-sounding name, Gu Yunlong and the others looked at each other in amazement. What's the purpose of this formation? You should all know that the West is full of volcanoes, the environment is harsh, and the spiritual energy is thin. If you rely solely on raw stones to evolve to rank C, it will take forever. To enhance Lingshu Cave's strength, Chang Weijia deployed the Heaven and Earth Soul Snatching Formation. The Heaven and Earth Soul Snatching Formation, as the name suggests, plunders the spiritual energy and energy between heaven and earth. The plundered spiritual energy and energy will be gathered within the formation. As long as you practice within it, your strength will be greatly enhanced. Chang Weijia, Lao Jiao, and the others, including me, all relied on the Heaven and Earth Soul Snatching Formation to evolve to C rank. No wonder Lingshu Cave suddenly saw a surge in C rank transcendence a while ago, so that's how it is. Gu Yunlong and the others suddenly realized the truth, their faces filled with envy. Zhou Ming sighed and continued, "But the Heaven and Earth Soul Seizing Formation is truly a tactic that defies the will of heaven. All those strange phenomena that occurred earlier were caused by the formation. After the formation ended, the environment within a radius of dozens of kilometers was affected. Haven't you noticed that the energy in the volcano area has been almost completely depleted lately?" Hearing Zhou Ming's words, Gu Yunlong suddenly remembered that the energy in the air around Lingshu Cave had become imperceptible. Originally, Lingshu Cave had cultivated a lot of farmland, but now it was all abandoned, so it was all the result of the heaven and earth soul seizing formation. It will take at least 10 years for the surrounding environment to recover. Zhou Ming said calmly. That's why Chang Weijia was so eager to attack Dragon City. But the Watcher Alliance is quite powerful, right? Can we take them so easily? Gu Yulong asked with some concern. Of course, we have to give our cave master some praise. Zhou Ming smiled. Not only has he developed several sets of combined supernatural powers, he even has another formation, the All Souls Returning to Origin formation. The name Myriad Souls Returning to the Origin formation carries a powerful aura, no less impressive than the Heaven and Earth Soul Seizing formation. Gu Yulong and the others were filled with longing, and hurriedly asked, what is this formation used for? From what I understand, ordinary formations typically require various materials. But the Myriad Souls Returning to the Origin formation is different. It's composed of dozens of psychics. Our cave master will serve as the core of the formation, directing its operation. The energy of all the psychics in the formation will converge upon the cave master. Every psychic power the cave master uses is equivalent to the power of dozens of psychics simultaneously. No, it's even more powerful. After all, it's not just 1 plus 1. Originally, Zhou Ming had been quite disdainful of Chang Weijia. But when the Heaven and Earth Soul Seizing formation and Myriad Souls Returning to the Origin formation were mentioned, his disdain vanished. Chang Weijia's name-calling became a respectful title for the cave master. If that's the case, defeating the Watcher Alliance and retaking Dragon City will be incredibly easy, Gu Yulong said excitedly. The last time he fled with Zhou Ming, it was such a rush. Gu Yulong didn't even have time to take his family back with him. Even after so much time had passed, he was still worried about them. If Dragon City could be recaptured sooner, he could be reunited with his family sooner. It's a must. Once Dragon City is recaptured, you all be heroes. Zhou Ming chuckled and nodded, then seemed to remember something. Yulong, how's the progress on the illusion ring I asked you to forge? At the mention of this, Gu Yulong's face darkened. Boss, it's not that I'm deliberately not trying to forge it. It's just that with our current conditions, it's a bit difficult to forge. Chapter 912. Gu Yulong had only managed to forge the illusion ring thanks to the wealth of the Brotherhood. Now that the Brotherhood was gone, how could he possibly forge another one? Well, Zhou Ming felt a pang of regret. The illusion ring was a valuable life-saving device. If it weren't for it, Zhou Ming would never have escaped Su Chen's pursuit last time. If he had another one, his safety factor would be greatly improved. The Watcher Alliance base. Su Chen slowly opened his eyes and exhaled. He stood up and casually tossed the dulled rough stone in his hand into a nearby trash can. In recent days, Su Chen had been staying at the Watcher base, busy with government affairs. He had already handed over the series of rare treasures he had obtained from Atlantis to Sun Jiancheng and Yao Mingxian. It must be said that Sun Jiancheng's talent for forging was truly unparalleled. With just a few pointers from the Brotherhood's weapon masters, he instantly grasped the technique. Now, Sun Jiancheng is not only a weapon master, but an E-level weapon master. After acquiring sufficient materials, he led the other weapon masters to forge the blood steel blade. Atlantis's explosive orb and water cannon are D-level and C-level weapons, respectively. Su Chen had originally planned to have Sun Jiancheng try forging one. However, Sun Jiancheng told him that even the most talented person must accumulate sufficient experience before forging a higher-level weapon. Failure to do so could result in material loss at best, and even the forger's life at worst. After understanding this, Su Chen abandoned the idea and allowed Sun Jiancheng to focus fully on forging the blood steel blade. As for Yao Mingxian, after obtaining so many materials, he already unleashed his full potential, beginning research on new reagents. Linger! Su Chen called out several times, but received no response. He then remembered that Lu Linger, Lin Yingying, and the other women had already accompanied Lu Guang to the Mingyuan base. Although he could breathe freely on land, after a few days, Lu Guang suddenly felt dizzy and weak. Lin Yingying diagnosed him, suggesting it was because Lu Guang, an aquatic creature, had spent too much time on land. For safety reasons, Su Chen had Lu Linger and the others, along with Meng Qi, accompany Lu Guang to the seaside for a while. Just then, the communicator on the table suddenly rang. Boss Su. Su Chen recognized Luo Xiaotian's voice. What's wrong, Xiao Luo? Xiao Song drove over from Moncheng himself, saying he had something important to discuss and needed to see you. Hearing this, Su Chen frowned slightly. What was so important that Xiao Song had to see him? Without giving it much thought, he nodded and said, "Take him to my office." "I'd be right there." Okay, Boss Su. Suchin put down his communicator and left the RV. He soon arrived at his office, where Luo Xiaotian and Zhao Song were waiting. Boss Su. The two of them hurriedly said politely. You're welcome. Please take a seat. Suchin waved his hand. After all three were seated, Suchin said calmly, Zhao Song, you're the vice president of the Brotherhood. Why would you leave your post without my permission? Zhao Song glanced at Luo Xiaotian beside him, a look of hesitation on his face. Just tell me what you want to say. Xiao Luo is one of the people I trust most. Hearing this, Luo Xiaotian remained silent, but a warm glow welled up inside. Yes, Boss Su. Zhao Song no longer hesitated, saying in a deep voice, a few nights ago, Zhou Ming came to see me. Suchin was slightly startled by this. You mean, he went to Longcheng to see you? Yes. Zhao Song briefly recounted his meeting with Zhou Ming. Suchin narrowed his eyes, staring at Zhao Song. Why didn't you just report it to Peng Jing and have Zhou Ming arrested? Boss Su, understand. Zhao Song sensed a dangerous aura, his heart sinking. He quickly explained, I felt that arresting Zhou Ming wouldn't have any practical significance and would only alert the enemy. So I pretended to agree to his request to extract more information. Suchin didn't respond, simply staring intently at Zhao Song. Those eagle-like eyes seemed to see through people's hearts, reaching the depths of their souls. Zhao Song's breathing quickened, and a hint of sweat formed on his forehead. He said nervously, Boss Su, I'm loyal to you. I really mean it. Suchin suddenly laughed. I know. Don't be nervous. You're doing well. We need to play the long game. Alright, go down and rest. I organize the troops and head to Longcheng shortly. Zhao Song felt a sense of relief and quickly stood up. Then I'd be leaving, Boss Su. After he pushed the door open and left, Suchin looked at Luo Xiaotian. Xiao Luo, what do you think? I don't think Zhao Song is lying. I think so too. Suchin nodded slightly. Not to mention that he'd given Zhao Song a saline injection, threatening Zhao Song was a slow-acting poison. Judging from Zhao Song's behavior alone, he didn't seem to be lying. Unless his acting was so compelling that even Suchin was fooled. But for safety's sake, Suchin decided to take some measures. Send a few smart men to follow Zhao Song closely to prevent him from doing anything tricky. No problem, Boss Su. Luo Xiaotian nodded and asked, so what do we do next? Since Zhou Ming dared to come back, I think his words are quite credible. Suchin stretched out his fingers and tapped the table lightly. We must immediately take our men and rush to Longcheng. We discuss the details once we get there. Who should we take with us? Luo Xiaotian asked again. This question put Suchin in a difficult position. The Watcher Alliance currently has 3 bases, and their forces are spread too thin. If all the personnel from the main base were brought to Dragon City, the main base would be stretched thin. Forget it, I just take you guys with me. Suchin ultimately decided to take only Luo Xiaotian, Dang Han, Jiang Yu, and a few others, leaving a garrison force in Dragon City. There was no time to lose. After the two of them discussed it, Luo Xiaotian immediately went to notify everyone. Suchin first found Tong Fei, Chu Mingyao, and the other women and informed them of his departure. He had only been back for a few days, and the women were naturally reluctant to leave. However, they also knew the urgent situation in Dragon City and said nothing. Suchin then found Sun Jiancheng and took away the several blood steel blades he had already crafted. He also found time to visit the laboratory and took away a number of reagents made by Niu Mingxian. After everything was ready, Suchin took Luo Xiaotian, Zhao Song and others and set off for Longcheng. Chapter 913. Zhao Song, let them protect your safety from now on. Suchin pointed at Dang Han and Jiang Yu beside Luo Xiaotian and chuckled. It's not that I don't trust you. You know, it's better to be safe than sorry. Zhao Song nodded quickly. I understand. Boss Su, please make whatever arrangements you like. As long as this goes smoothly, I remove the chronic poison from your system. Suchin patted Zhao Song's shoulder and waved to Tong Fei, Chu Mengyao, He Wang, and the others nearby. Then he called Luo Xiaotian and the others aboard the Nomadison. Luo Xiaotian drove, while Suchin returned to the main room to rest. As for Zhao Song and the others, they all stayed in the side room. The massive Nomadison slowly drove out of the Overwatch Alliance base. Suchin leaned back on the sofa, bored, and opened the system panel. Speaking of which, it had been a long time since he had updated the system. The next system upgrade requires 50,000 energy points. This amount of energy is more than enough for Suchin right now. Upgrade the system. Suchin upgraded the system 3 times in a row. Ding! RV system upgrade successful, current level 13. Ding! RV system upgrade successful, current level 14. Ding! RV system upgrade successful, current level 15. After the upgrade, Su Chen couldn't wait to check the system changes. RV level 15, energy points required for upgrade, 200,000, current energy points, 13,755. Vehicle durability, 100%. When durability reaches 0, the RV will be scrapped. It can be repaired using energy points. Storage space. Energy store. Enhancement options. Protection function. Transformation function. Scanning and detection. Rune system. Skills and secrets. Chi condensation technique. Soaring void fist. Cloud Tibetan leap. Body strengthening technique. Wind control technique. Yellow level martial arts. Steel slashing flash. Infinite sword art. Basic archery. Mysterious level martial arts. Infinite steel slashing flash. Fighting chi. Talents. Marksmanship. Self-regeneration. Control of ice and snow. Electric ice skill. Lightning control. Toxin resistance. Mental resistance. Underwater breathing. Dragon might. Formation. Demon ceiling formation. Combat power rating. C-. Compared to before, it seems only one more transformation function has been added. Su Chen activated the transformation function and found two more options, flight and sailing. Does this mean his car can now be used on land, on water, and in the air? However, flying and sailing will slowly consume energy. While this transformation function isn't particularly useful, it's better than nothing. But after 3 consecutive level upgrades, only one transformation function was granted. Doesn't that seem a bit unreasonable? Su Chen opened the system log and began to examine it. According to the system log, Su Chen discovered that the system store had added many more rare and precious materials. They could be used for everything from crafting reagents to forging spiritual artifacts. Suddenly, Su Chen discovered that after the last system upgrade, it had gained the effect of a spirit gathering array. What does the spirit gathering array effect mean? The host doesn't need to set up the array on the RV. The RV permanently has the spirit gathering array effect. What does the spirit gathering array do? It accelerates the absorption of spiritual energy from heaven and earth for the host to absorb. Su Chen was slightly startled, then a surge of excitement filled his heart. Relying solely on raw stones for his current cultivation wasn't enough. After all, the amount of raw stones he could absorb each day was limited. But absorbing energy from the outside world was rather slow. The reason was simple. Although Su Chen possessed the chi gathering technique and possessed a strong spiritual awareness, his absorption speed was rapid. The problem was that the outside world wasn't entirely energy. There were still many impurities. Su Chen needed to discard the impurities and focus on absorbing the energy from the air. Because of this, his absorption speed couldn't be increased. The effect of the spirit gathering array was to filter out the impurities from the outside world, absorbing only energy. This would allow Su Chen to absorb more energy. But he didn't know how quickly the spirit gathering array could gather energy. Thinking this way, Su Chen experimented. The results weren't very satisfactory, as the spirit gathering array wasn't very fast. It was only about a third of his own absorption speed. But fortunately, according to the system, as the RV's level continued to increase, the spirit gathering array's energy gathering speed would also increase. If that were the case, by the end of his cultivation, his efficiency would be incredibly high. You know, Su Chen's biggest headache right now is evolution. Every time he strengthened his body, the energy required didn't just double, but multiplied several times. Now he was too lazy to open the system panel and check it carefully. After closing the system panel, Su Chen contentedly leaned back on the sofa, crossed his legs, and drank an iced cola. No Madison arrived in Dragon City after a day's journey. To avoid detection, Su Chen didn't rush into the city, but instead had Zhao Man meet him outside the city. Several cars sped up and stopped in front of Madison. Zhao Man opened the car door and greeted Su Chen with a smile. "Boss, what are you doing here?" Seeing Zhao Song standing nearby, he was slightly startled. "Vice President Zhao, didn't you take a leave of absence?" "Why are you here with me, boss?" "Brother Zhao, let me explain." Su Chen smiled and told Zhao Man about Zhou Meng's meeting with Zhao Song. Zhao Man's expression changed slightly. "How could such a thing happen?" "Boss, why did you come to Longcheng in person?" "Zhou Meng, Lao Jiu, and the others have ill intentions," Su Chen whispered. At that moment, the communicator on his waist suddenly began to vibrate. Everyone's expressions instantly grew serious. This communicator was given to Zhao Song by Zhou Meng for easy communication. "Answer the phone." Relax. Don't be nervous. Su Chen tossed the communicator to Xiao Song. Everyone's eyes fell on him. Xiao Song took a deep breath, answered the call, and turned on the speakerphone. Hello, Director. Xiao Song, what were you doing this morning? Why are you answering the phone so late? Zhou Ming's voice was slightly dissatisfied. He had called this morning, but Xiao Song was away at the Watcher Base Alliance, too far away, so the two of them hadn't been able to connect. Sorry, President, Peng Jing called me into a meeting today, and I've been busy dealing with things, Xiao Song explained. Is that so? Okay, is there any important news lately? Zhou Ming changed the subject and began to inquire about the situation. Xiao Song looked at Su Chen, and after receiving a nod from him, he replied, as planned, yes, Su Chen will be coming to Longcheng soon. Are you serious? Zhou Ming became visibly excited upon hearing this news. It has to be true, otherwise Peng Jing wouldn't have dragged me into a meeting all day, repeatedly urging us to do our jobs well. Xiao Song said with a feigned complaint. Chapter 914. Yes, that Peng Jing guy is so mean. Zhou Ming echoed a few words, then asked, when will Su Chen arrive? Probably the day after tomorrow. He said to leave the morning of the following day, and should arrive in Longcheng tonight. Okay, I got it. Zhou Ming chatted with Xiao Song for a few words, and quickly hung up. Boss Su, did I do okay? Xiao Song looked at Su Chen eagerly. Not bad. I didn't disappoint. Su Chen nodded slightly. Hearing this, Xiao Song finally felt relieved. Boss, do you think Zhou Ming will be fooled? Xiao Man smiled. After all, he's been fooled once before. If you ask me, he definitely won't miss such a good opportunity. A sneer crossed Su Chen's face. Western Volcano. Lingshu Cave. After hanging up, Zhou Ming excitedly found Chang Weijie, who was talking with Lao Jiao, Ji Jiqing, and others. Chief Cave Master, fellow Cave Masters, I just received important news. Chang Weijie was a little annoyed by Zhou Ming's sudden intrusion. He frowned slightly, but for the sake of Old Nine and Ji Jiqing, he remained calm. What important news? That Su Chen will depart from the Watcher Alliance base for Dragon City the day after tomorrow morning. Zhou Ming said excitedly. But in contrast, Chang Weijie was unusually calm. So what? Zhou Ming was stunned. So shouldn't we seize this opportunity to ambush Su Chen and kill him? That's not a good idea. Chang Weijie shook his head and said calmly, we're discussing something. Cave Master Zhou, please go down first. No, Chief Cave Master. Zhou Ming was about to say something, but Chang Weijie's face darkened. Go down. Zhou Ming was still a little reluctant, but Lao Jiao, who was standing beside him, saw this and quickly pulled him back. He shook his head at him, motioning him to go down first. Zhou Ming glanced at Chang Weijie helplessly, and left in frustration. However, he didn't return to his residence. Instead, he waited at the entrance to Lao Jiao's cave. When Lao Jiao, Ji Jiqing, Ding Bin, and the others returned, Zhou Ming eagerly went to greet them. Old Nine, Old Ji, you said, Chang Weijie. Shut up. Old Nine stopped Zhou Ming, and pulled him into his cave. No, Old Zhou, have you lost your mind? We were discussing something, and you barged in, insisting that the Chief Cave Master ambush Su Chen? Why not? Zhou Ming grew anxious. We all know Su Chen is the soul of the Watcher Alliance. If Su Chen is killed, the Watcher Alliance will be in tatters. That's true, but don't forget, last time you were ambushed by Su Chen. Old Nine warned. This time is different from last time. What's different? You don't understand. Anyway, let me tell you, Chang Weijie is targeting me. If you don't go, I'd do it alone. Zhou Ming's eyes were red. Looking at Zhou Ming, who had become completely bewildered, Old Nine couldn't help but sigh. In fact, he quite understood Zhou Ming's feelings. Originally the high-ranking vice president of the Brotherhood, he had a chance to become the new president after Wang Zhan's death. However, because of Su Chen, Zhou Ming became a homeless dog and was forced to join Lingshu Cave. But after joining Lingshu Cave, he wasn't given much importance. Chang Weijie called a meeting of all the cave masters and excluded him. How could he possibly feel good? Old Zhou, we're brothers after all. Listen to me, and stop dwelling on this. Ji Jiqing, standing by, also offered kind advice. Whether Xiao Song truly surrenders or not, none of us know. Even if he's sincere and the information he provided is true, are you so sure you can kill Su Chen? Zhou Ming was speechless. Back then, Su Chen was only at stage E, but the strength he displayed far surpassed that of a stage D-. So much time has passed, and I'm afraid his strength has only grown even stronger. But this is a rare opportunity, Zhou Ming said angrily. Seeing he was unwilling to give up, Old Nine sighed. Well, I know I can't persuade you. I can send someone to help you, but I have a condition. What condition? Zhou Ming asked subconsciously. Others will be in charge of the frontline command for this operation. You mustn't approach the front lines, lest you run into Su Qin, Old Nine said sternly. Okay, no problem. Zhou Ming readily agreed. Old Nine finally breathed a sigh of relief and turned, saying, Zhu Leiting. The bald, burly Zhu Leiting slowly approached. A shocking scar appeared on his left arm. In the battle against Su Qin, he had survived, but his left arm had been severed. Thankfully, the Brotherhood was well equipped, and Zhu Leiting was in good health. He was taken to the hospital and successfully stitched up, leaving him with no lasting injuries. Compared to before, Zhu Leiting was now less arrogant and more composed. Cave Master, Zhu Leiting said respectfully. Lead a team and assist Cave Master Zhou and ambush Su Qin, Old Nine instructed softly. At the mention of Su Qin's name, Zhu Leiting's eyes flashed with hatred. But his expression remained calm. Yes, Cave Master. Zhou Ming and Zhu Leiting packed up briefly, and quietly left Lingshu Cave. Including Gu Yulong and the others, they numbered nearly 50 people. The strongest among them were C-rank Zhou Ming and Zhu Leiting. Although their manpower wasn't sufficient, according to Zhao Song, Su Qin only had one person, so it should be more than enough. Zhou Ming and the others had dominated Xishan province for many years, and were extremely familiar with the surrounding terrain. Taking advantage of the night, they made a long detour, bypassing cities like Longcheng and arriving in the eastern part of Xishan province. There was a highway here, the fastest way from Yuqing to Longcheng. If nothing unexpected happens, Su Qin will definitely take this route. After selecting the ambush site, Zhou Ming and Zhu Leiting had a brief discussion. Director Zhou, before we came here, Brother Nine said everything was under my control. Okay, no problem. Zhou Ming agreed immediately. Although Zhao Song said Su Qin is alone, for safety's sake, we still need to send someone to scout ahead. If there are any abnormalities, cancel the operation, Zhu Leiting said slowly. After the two men finalized their plan, they ordered the rest of the camp and sent another person to scout ahead. Time passed, and soon it was the morning of the third day. Just as Zhou Ming, Zhu Leiting, and the others were lying around bored, the intercom suddenly rang. Cave Master Zhou, Spirit Envoy Zhu, a large RV has been spotted approaching from the east. Hearing this, everyone's spirits suddenly perked up. Chapter 9:15. Bring up the footage, Zhu Leiting ordered. With a few clicks from his men, the drone footage was transmitted. When Zhou Ming and Zhu Leiting saw the nomadison on screen, their faces lit up with joy. The last time Su Qin escaped with Wang Zhan as hostage, he was driving this nomadison. Apart from this car, are there any other vehicles? Zhu Leiting asked. No, we haven't found any other cars. Hearing this, Zhou Ming said impatiently, Leiting, what are you waiting for? This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Zhu Leiting pondered for a moment, then nodded. Prepare for action. Everyone immediately stood up and headed to their respective positions according to their pre-planned arrangements. Director Zhou, please don't go over there, okay? Zhu Leiting stopped Zhou Ming and said with a smile, with so many of us, we can definitely take down Su Qin. If we can't, there's no point in going. After we take down Su Qin, I invite you over. Though reluctant, Zhou Ming could only nod in agreement. Everyone took their positions and waited patiently. Luckily, they didn't have to wait too long before they saw Normadison speeding towards them from a distance. As Normadison entered the encirclement, Zhu Leiting immediately growled, Attack! With his command, fireballs, lightning, frost, and other supernatural powers rained down upon Normadison. The Normadison's driver reacted immediately. As Zhu Leiting and the others watched in astonishment, cannons, lasers, and other weapons emerged from the vehicle. Bang, bang, bang. Ziz! The launch of these thermal weapons collided with the supernatural powers, sending dazzling fireworks into the air. Although some escaped and hit Normadison, the car's body was incredibly sturdy and withstood the attack. After enduring the initial attack, the driver realized something was amiss. Buzz, buzz, buzz! Normadison roared like a beast, its speed instantly increasing. Like an arrow shot from a bow, it charged forward. Zhou Ming and Zhu Leiting had considered this scenario when formulating their pre-battle plans. But they had never imagined Normadison's power would be so formidable. In the blink of an eye, it had broken free from the encirclement. Zhu Leiting was stunned for a moment, then shouted, Chase! Judging from Normadison's actions, Su Chen had no backup plan. If they didn't seize the opportunity now, it would be difficult to kill Su Chen later. Everyone in Lingshu Cave quickly left their positions and boarded the vehicles. Even Zhou Ming got in, following closely behind Normadison. Fortunately, after escaping the encirclement, Normadison's speed slowed. It looks like his car has been modified, Zhu Leiting said to the others over the intercom. During the apocalypse, many people modify their vehicles to increase their chances of survival. Zhu Leiting suspected that Normadison had installed a feature similar to nitrogen injection. This feature can temporarily increase a car's horsepower, but the effect isn't permanent. The Lingshu Cave group were all driving modified sedans, which naturally gave them a speed advantage. It wasn't long before they caught up with Normadison. But Normadison didn't sit still and wait for death. The defensive weapons in his car continuously fired back. At the same time, obstacles, like balls of steel nails and oil drums, continued to tumble from the vehicles. That bastard? How could he be so foolish? Zhu Leiting couldn't help but curse. And so, Normadison fled in front, the Lingshu Cave convoy in pursuit. The two sides engaged in a thrilling pursuit along the desolate national highway. They chased him for nearly 20 kilometers. Seeing their pursuit was futile, Zhu Leiting began to consider retreating. After all, if he continued chasing, and encountered reinforcements from Dragon City, it would be troublesome. Just as Zhu Leiting had this thought, he saw Normadison ahead, seemingly out of control, sprinting off the road. After a moment's struggle, Normadison stalled, completely motionless. Seeing this, Zhu Leiting felt a surge of joy. His car has a problem. In the apocalyptic world, there were no Four Sons shops performing daily maintenance and repairs. In inclement weather and terrible road conditions, vehicle breakdowns are commonplace. Let alone a behemoth like the Normadison. Without hesitation, the Lingshu Cave convoy swerving off the highway and surrounding the Normadison, considering the enemy had no chance of escape, and for safety's sake, Zhu Leiting hesitated. He raised his loudspeaker, "Su Chen, come out." Zhu Leiting waited a moment, but there was no movement from inside the car. He was growing impatient, and was about to order a sudden attack when he heard a hiss. And the driver's door slowly opened. In full view of the crowd, a figure slowly emerged. Zhou Ming, Zhu Leiting, Gu Yulong, and the others took a closer look. Sure enough, it was Su Chen. It was a case of searching high and low for someone, yet finding them effortlessly. Don't do it. Let's talk it over." Seeing the large crowd on the other side, Su Chen's face showed fear, and he shouted. Seeing this, Zhou Ming and the others felt even more pleased. "Haha, Su Chen, you finally come to this?" Zhu Leiting sneered. "If you want to live, do it yourself and remove your energy crystal." "Okay, no problem." Su Chen agreed immediately, pulling a dagger from his pocket. Zhou Ming, Zhu Leiting, and the others were slightly stunned. Is this Su Chen serious? Of course, Zhu Leiting wasn't being kind and wanting to let Su Chen go. It was just that Su Chen's strength intimidated him. If Su Chen was willing to abandon his martial arts, then Zhu Leiting could capture him and bring him back. He could use it to threaten the Overwatch League while also torturing him and venting his resentment, but he was just saying it casually, not really believing Su Chen would actually do it. Su Chen pulled out a dagger and slowly stabbed it into his abdomen. Zhou Ming and Zhu Leiting both held their breath, staring intently at Su Chen. Just as it was about to touch his abdomen, the dagger stopped. "No, do you really think I'm that stupid?" Su Chen said playfully, fiddling with the dagger. Zhu Leiting was stunned, then flew into a rage. "Su Chen, you're about to die, and you still dare to act like a fool, right? Zhu Leiting, you're really simple-minded. No wonder I cut off your hand." Su Chen sighed. "Have you heard that high-level hunters often appear as prey?" "What do you mean?" Zhu Leiting's heart sank, and he instantly realized something was wrong. Chapter 916. "What do you mean?" Su Chen sneered. "You've been ambushed." Zhu Leiting frowned, as his subordinates' nervous voices echoed through his headset. "Captain, this is bad. A large armed convoy has appeared nearby, heading towards you." "This bastard." Zhou Ming and Zhu Leiting couldn't help but curse inwardly. They had been extremely careful and on guard, yet they still fell into Su Chen's ambush. "Leiting, let's retreat," Zhou Ming shouted immediately. However, to his surprise, Zhu Leiting replied coldly, "Retreat? There's no retreat." Zhou Ming was stunned. Before they arrived, Lao Jiao had instructed him to obey Zhu Leiting's orders, to prevent Zhou Ming from being blinded by hatred and eager for revenge. But Zhou Ming had never expected that even after he said he wanted to retreat, Zhu Leiting would refuse to do so. "Director Zhou, If we flee now, we surely die. Zhu Leitang said in a deep voice, the only way to escape is to capture Su Chen. Zhou Ming instantly understood. This place was hundreds of kilometers away from Lingshu Cave, making escape with the Watcher Alliance in pursuit nearly impossible. But if they could capture Su Chen, they could use him as a hostage, just as they had done with Wang Zhan, in exchange for a chance of survival, desperately risking their lives. Okay, I do as you say. Zhou Ming nodded heavily. Brothers, capture Su Chen, we still have a chance. Zhu Leitang roared, leaping out from behind the car where they'd been hiding. The other evolvers, who had come with him, followed closely behind him. At the same time, the psychics, including Zhou Ming, unleashed their various powers upon Su Chen. Facing so many enemies, Su Chen's eyes gleamed with excitement. Speaking of which, it had been a while since he fought a human transcendent. This was a perfect opportunity to see just how powerful he truly was. Su Chen simply thought. In a split second, his spiritual consciousness controlled the energy crystals within his body, rapidly channeling the energy contained within to every part of his body. Then, like the agility of a cheetah, Su Chen charged forth. His speed was so swift that the psychics in Lingshu Cave couldn't even see him. Their spells were ineffective. By the time everyone realized what was happening, Su Chen had already reached the two evolvers. The two, sensing something was amiss, instinctively raised their weapons. However, their speed was no match for Su Chen's. Su Chen flipped his hand, and two long, black gold swords appeared from thin air, landing in his palms. Swish! Two clean, sharp attacks sliced the two men in two. Zhu Leitang's pupils narrowed, and a chill ran down his spine. The two men killed were both at the peak of E+ strength. Even he couldn't have killed them both in such a short time. This only proved one thing. Su Chen had not only reached C rank, but was also incredibly powerful. Just as this thought crossed Zhu Leitang's mind, for transcendents surrounded him. These four transcendents had just reached C rank, their strength second only to Zhu Leitang and Zhou Ming. They were Lao Jiao's elite subordinates. If it weren't for Zhou Ming, Lao Jia wouldn't have been willing to send them out. The four coordinated in perfect harmony, without further ado, charging at Su Chen from all sides, front, back, and sides. No matter which direction Su Chen attacked, he would be attacked by the other three. Faced with such an unfavorable situation, Su Chen remained unfazed. He randomly chose a direction, his long black gold sword in hand, and charged forward. Clang! The two weapons collided. The transcendent felt a numbness in his palm, unable to hold his weapon, and instinctively took a step back. Su Chen charged forward, striking the opponent with two consecutive slashes. Clang! The transcendent took another blow from Su Chen, unable to withstand his immense strength. His palm went numb, and his weapon fell to the ground. Without a weapon to defend him, Su Chen struck him again, slicing him in two. As Su Chen killed one of them, the attacks of the other three followed. Just when the three thought they had defeated Su Chen, they saw a white light emerge from behind him. The white light was thick and condensed, as if it were solid. The three's attacks landed on the white light, but surprisingly, they couldn't penetrate any further. They were startled. But at that moment, as if Su Chen had eyes behind him, he launched a backhand punch. Lingshu Fist. One of the transcendents was caught off guard and struck in the chest by Lingshu Fist. He spurted blood as if struck by a heavy truck, and flew backwards. By the time he hit the ground, he was already motionless. Even if Su Chen hadn't killed him, they were likely seriously injured. Not to mention Zhu Leitang, even Zhou Ming's face was filled with horror. In just a minute or two, 3 of the 6 elite transcendents from Lingshu Cave were dead, and 2 were seriously injured. Retreat! Zhu Leitang growled. He realized that defeating Su Chen with sheer numbers was nearly impossible. He needed the help of a psychic to have a chance. But how could Su Chen allow his opponent to retreat? He quickly sheathed his black gold long sword and pulled out a slingshot from his storage compartment. Su Chen's action stunned Zhu Leitang. He took a closer look, confirming it was indeed a slingshot. Under He Chengwang's guidance, Su Chen had learned the yellow-level martial art, basic archery. But he had never had a suitable bow and arrow. Later, in Atlantis, Su Chen had the craftsman of the Undersea King forge him a slingshot. The slingshot itself was made of black ironwood, combined with the tendons of some underwater creature. Su Chen examined it, and discovered that it was actually a D-level spiritual weapon. The craftsman had also equipped the slingshot with hundreds of black ironwood projectiles. Satisfied with this, Su Chen named the slingshot after the legendary Erlangshen's magical weapon, the golden bow and silver bullet. After crafting it, Su Chen hadn't had time to use it. Today, he took the opportunity to test its power. Su Chen pulled the slingshot, and the energy within him surged out, attaching itself to the projectile. Swoosh! As Su Chen released his grip, the projectile slashed through the air, leaving a trail of shadows. The next moment, a transcendent was struck precisely in the back. The flesh on his chest instantly vanished, replaced by a massive, horrific wound. The transcendent fell headfirst to the ground before he could even utter a word. This wasn't the end. After piercing him, the projectile continued its momentum, striking another transcendent in front of him. His fate was almost identical to his companion's. Before the others could react, Su Chen pulled the slingshot again, unleashing 5 or 6 more projectiles. Chapter 917. This time, Su Chen aimed at the enemies' heads. As if being called by the Grim Reaper, these evolvers from Lingshu Cave were all decapitated in a remarkably short time. Remember, these were all Lao Jiao's elite troops, but in front of Su Chen, they were no different from straw. Their heads exploded instantly, and their bodies fell heavily to the ground. Watching their companions die tragically, the remaining members of Lingshu Cave were stunned. Isn't this too horrifying? Su Chen was also somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected the Golden Bow and Silver Bullet to be so powerful. But he soon felt relieved. The Golden Bow and Silver Bullet's power wasn't just due to its being a D-level spiritual weapon. It was also due to its combination with Su Chen's basic archery skills. Most importantly, the energy enveloping the projectile had been refined by the Sky Blue Dragon Ring. Fire God's Roar. Power of Thunder. Ice sealed 10,000 miles. At the same time, the psychics behind, led by Zhou Ming, quickly unleashed a variety of powerful abilities, attacking Su Chen. Learning from their previous experience, this time their abilities had a wide coverage area. No matter how hard Su Chen tried to flee, he couldn't escape. Faced with the overwhelming barrage of spells, Su Chen's spiritual sense activated. Energy gushed out, converging into a lightning shield and an ice shield, but compared to before, these two shields were noticeably thicker and more solid. This was also due to Su Chen's powerful spiritual sense and concentrated energy. A large number of spells landed on Su Chen's defensive abilities. The resulting force was almost as powerful as the phenomena of heaven and earth, but Su Chen's defensive abilities, no matter how strong they were, under the relentless bombardment of Zhou Ming and the others, it couldn't last indefinitely. Seeing his defensive ability about to disappear, Su Chen seized the opportunity and leaped into the air. Wind control. Su Chen seemed to have wings on his back, soaring through the air at high speed, rushing towards Zhou Ming and the others. Zhou Ming panicked. Kill him! The psychics quickly turned around and frantically unleashed offensive spells at the mid-air Su Chen. Su Chen channeled his fighting spirit with all his might, his entire body ablaze with white light. Those spells weren't completely useless against him, but they were minimal. When Su Chen landed before the psychics of Lingshu Cave, some tried to flee, others tried to resist. But Su Chen simply glanced at them. Long Wei. Activate. Instantly, a massive pressure emanated from Su Chen, enveloping an area nearly 10 meters around him. After counterattacking the chi and absorbing its remaining blue spiritual consciousness, Su Chen's spiritual awareness not only increased, but his dragon might also grew even more powerful. The psychics, led by Zhou Ming, felt a horrible sense of fear, like a mountain bearing down on them. Instinctively, they bent and knelt before Su Chen. Su Chen did not spare them, swinging his black gold longsword continuously. With ease, he slashed through the psychics, slashing through them like melons and vegetables. Just as he was about to reach Zhou Ming, the dragon might finally wore off. Zhou Ming, his heart pounding and his face pale, tumbled backwards. Zhu Lei Ting, help me! Zhu Lei Ting, now free of the dragon might, rushed to Su Chen. Without further ado, he swung his newly forged golden back machete directly at Su Chen. But his movement seemed a bit slow to Su Chen's eyes. Su Chen dodged Zhu Lei Ting's powerful blow with a simple tilt of his head. Then he reached out and delivered a punch. The punch landed squarely on Zhu Lei Ting's wrist, where he held the knife. Zhu Lei Ting's hand went numb, and the golden back machete fell to the ground involuntarily. He was horrified. Although he already knew Su Chen's strength, it wasn't until they clashed in person that he realized the magnitude of the gap between them. When they first met, he had been able to fight Su Chen fairly evenly. It had only been so long, and yet Su Chen's strength had far surpassed his. How could it be possible? Under the guidance of Lingshu Cave, he had evolved to C rank at a rapid pace. No matter how many fortuitous encounters Su Chen had, he should have been about the same as himself. But why was his strength so much greater than his? Before Zhu Leiting could comprehend the situation, Su Chen's counterattack had already arrived. His fist swiftly struck Zhu Leiting's chest. Fortunately, Zhu Leiting possessed extensive combat experience, and was a C-rank expert. His expression changed, and he instantly activated his bronze head and iron arms martial art. At that moment, all his muscles bulged. Zhu Leiting seemed to have transformed into the strongest granite, but even so, when Su Qian's fist landed on his chest, he felt the ferocious force. Bang! Zhu Leiting felt a tightness in his chest, and he involuntarily took a few steps back. Interesting. Su Qian smiled and stepped forward again, but this time, he no longer used his fists, but instead chose the black gold long sword. Seeing this, a look of fear crossed Zhu Leiting's face. Although Su Qian's fist didn't break his copper-headed iron arm, he still felt Su Qian's terrifying power. His fist alone was powerful enough, but what would happen if he also took out the black gold long sword? Zhu Leiting clearly remembered that Su Qian had used this long sword to cut off his arm. I'd rather die than let my friend die. This thought crossed Zhu Leiting's mind, and he quickly took a few steps back, intending to escape. But how could Su Qian let him leave like that? Absolute zero. The extremely cold temperature instantly enveloped the area within several meters. That wasn't enough. Su Qian fired another paralyzing lightning bolt at Zhu Leiting. Relying on his copper-headed iron arm, Zhu Leiting took the lightning bolt head-on. Although the paralyzing lightning bolt didn't cause Zhu Leiting much side effects, coupled with the absolute zero temperature, his speed was inevitably affected. Su Qian seized this opportunity, swiftly closing in on Zhu Leiting, his black golden longsword slashing fiercely. Seeing no escape, Zhu Leiting decided to fight Su Qian. He used one hand to block Zhu Leiting's attack, while the other swung a fist at Su Qian, but he didn't know that Su Qian was using the infinite slashing steel flash. When the first strike came, even with the copper-headed iron arm, Zhu Leiting felt the blade's piercing chill. Swish! Though it didn't sever Zhu Leiting's arm, the black golden longsword easily broke through the copper-headed iron arm's defense, slicing deeply into his flesh. Ah! Zhu Leiting's scream was barely half uttered when the second strike of the infinite slashing steel flash followed. Zhu Leiting's left arm, once severed, fell to the ground again. Not only that, the black golden longsword struck his collarbone, embedding itself deeply into his body. Infinite slashing steel flash, the third strike, another long black gold sword followed. Chapter 918. Crack! With a slight sound, the black golden longsword slashed diagonally through Zhu Leiting's collarbone. His ironclad arms, which he had always prided himself on, capable of withstanding even C-rank superpowers, proved weaker than paper before Su Qian's attack. The black golden longsword fell diagonally, severing Zhu Leiting in two. The remaining people in Lingshu Cave were stunned by Zhu Leiting's tragic death. Zhu Leiting was the ultimate combat force in this operation. He was no match for Su Qian, killed by a few blows. How could the remaining people possibly be his match? Run! Someone screamed, taking the lead and fleeing away from Su Qian towards a nearby car. The others followed suit, fleeing into their cars. One car after another started up and sped off into the distance. Su Qian made no attempt to stop them, because on the distant horizon, the convoy of Zhao Man and his companions had already appeared. His eyes were fixed on Zhou Ming. Zhou Ming panicked, raised his hand, and unleashed a fire dragon, then turned and ran towards his car. Crash! Su Qian slashed with his sword. The fire dragon was instantly shattered, turning into countless sparks. As he approached the car, Zhou Ming couldn't help but smile. But the next moment, his smile froze. A thick bolt of lightning slammed heavily into the car, and the accompanying shockwave nearly sent Zhou Ming flying. He finally managed to steady himself, and looking at the charred car before him, he felt as if he were falling into an icy cave. Head. Gu Yulong and the others following Zhou Ming were also panicking. Director Zhou, do you want to give up resistance, or should I help you? Su Qian's voice, like the Grim Reaper, came from behind him. Zhou Ming turned and watched Su Qian slowly approach. He swallowed and forced a smile. Su Qian, this is a misunderstanding. This is all a misunderstanding. This is easy. Su Qian raised his hand and launched a bolt of lightning. Zhou Ming reacted quickly, summoning a fire escape to block the two of them. Although both were C-rank transcendents, Su Qian possessed a powerful spiritual awareness, pure energy, and psychic runes. The power he wielded was far more powerful than Zhou Ming's. In a split second, Zhou Ming's fire escape was shattered. The lightning struck him hard, and he felt a sharp pain all over his body. He fell to the ground, twitching. Head. Gu Yunlong was horrified and hurried forward to support Zhou Ming. The others looked at Su Qian and shouted, I fight you. Either armed with weapons or using supernatural powers, they attacked Su Qian. It was a pity they didn't even have a C-rank transcendent, so how could they possibly be a match for Su Chen? Su Chen dispatched them all with almost no effort. Soon, only Su Chen, Gu Yunlong, and Zhou Ming remained on the battlefield. Your name is Gu Yunlong, right? Su Chen didn't rush to deal with Zhou Ming, but instead turned his gaze to Gu Yunlong. You know me? Gu Yunlong was startled. Not only do I know you, but I have your family in my hands. Hearing Su Chen's words, Gu Yunlong's heart tightened. What did you do to them? Don't worry, your family is safe. Su Chen smiled. Ever since he learned of Gu Yunlong's existence, he'd been intent on recruiting him. While the Brotherhood and the Watcher Alliance had many weapon masters, most were still only F-level weapon masters. E-level weapon masters were rare. Recruiting Gu Yunlong, a D-level weapon master, would be a tremendous help. Thus, Su Chen didn't embarrass Gu Yunlong's family, but instead treated them with hospitality. If you surrender, I reunite you with your family. Gu Yunlong hesitated, then glanced at Zhou Ming. What about that guy? He's dead. Not even Jesus can save him. I said so. Su Chen said calmly, but for your sake, I give him a quick death. Mr. Su, you. Gu Yunlong was about to plead for Zhou Ming, but Zhou Ming interrupted him. All right, Yunlong, stop talking. Zhou Ming let out a bitter smile. I'm lucky to have a subordinate like you. You can leave. Gu Yunlong pleaded for Zhou Ming until the very end, which deeply touched him. But he also knew that Su Chen would never let him go. Rather than having Gu Yunlong plead for him, it would be better for him to ask for his own death, lest Gu Yunlong anger Su Chen. Gu Yunlong sighed helplessly and stepped aside. Zhou Ming forced himself to stand, his eyes fixed on Su Chen. Hey Su Chen, you're strong, but I want you to know I'm no pushover. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Ming's mental power surged, and the energy within him surged forth. The air in front of him instantly turned crimson and scorching. 7 fire lotuses, glowing a dazzling crimson, appeared out of thin air. Even from a distance of nearly 10 meters, Su Chen could sense the intense heat radiating from the fire lotuses, and the immense power they held. He couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. I hadn't expected Zhou Ming to wield such a powerful spell. Crimson blood oozed from all 7 orifices of Zhou Ming's face, and his features resembled those of a demon crawling out of hell, a hideous sight. It was obvious at a glance that he had overused his mental energy. World-destroying. Red Lotus. 7 red lotuses instantly locked onto Su Chen, flying towards him at breakneck speed. Su Chen didn't dare to be complacent. With a flick of his spiritual consciousness, immense energy flowed from the energy crystal, condensing into a powerful force of thunder and lightning. The force of lightning met the 7 crimson lotuses of annihilation, and in an instant, an earth-shattering roar erupted. Boom! The violent shockwave directly blew nearby Gu Yunlong away more than 10 meters. Su Chen leaned down slightly, lowering his center of gravity, to avoid being blown away. He shielded himself from the wind and sand with his hands and looked ahead. Of the 7 crimson lotuses of annihilation, only 4 had been consumed by his lightning power. This ability was truly powerful. Su Chen sighed inwardly, noticing the remaining 3 crimson lotuses, piercing through the swirling sand and continuing to attack him. He felt a chill in his heart, and once again drew on his energy. This time, Su Chen chose to use his ice power. As a large amount of frost power condensed, the temperature of the surrounding air dropped rapidly, even small ice crystals appearing in the air. As the crimson lotuses of annihilation flew over, the temperature had noticeably dropped significantly. Su Chen controlled the frost power, enveloping the 3 crimson lotuses. For a moment, the scorching heat was mingled with a bone-chilling chill. Su Chen was enveloped by a sensation of ice and fire. Boom! 3 world-destroying red lotuses collided fiercely with the frost. Chapter 919. Fortunately, ice naturally suppresses fire, so this time the noise wasn't as loud as before. Sizzle. White mist rose, a thick cloud of water vapor enveloping the battlefield. Gu Yunlong, not far away, felt dizzy and chest-wrenching from the shockwave. He struggled to his feet, staring in amazement at the foggy battlefield before him. When the mist quietly dissipated, Gu Yunlong realized that only a single, towering figure remained on the battlefield. If it wasn't Su Chen, who else could it be? As for Zhou Ming, he had already quietly lain on the ground, a corpse. Huh? Su Chen slowly exhaled. It must be said that Zhou Ming's final attack, the Red Lotus of Annihilation, was truly astonishingly powerful. Before confronting him, Su Chen had already expended considerable energy. To counter the Red Lotus of Annihilation, Su Chen had expended all of his remaining energy. However, Zhou Ming paid the price of his life to wield the Red Lotus of Annihilation. It was understandable that it was so powerful. Boss Su. Boss. Just then, A voice called out to Su Chen from a distance. Su Chen turned to see Zhao Man and the others rushing over. Looking at the devastated battlefield, they were startled. Boss, what's going on? We talk about it when we get back. Su Chen smiled slightly and asked, what happened to the fleeing enemies? Don't worry, Boss Su. None of them got away. Luo Xiaotian said with a chuckle. That's good. Su Chen turned to look at Gu Yunlong. Brother Yunlong, shall we go? Okay. Gu Yunlong came to his senses and quickly waved his hand. Boss Su, don't be polite. I don't deserve that title. He paused, then cautiously requested, can I give Director Zhou a proper burial? No problem, but wait until my men are finished. Su Chen admired Gu Yunlong, a man so loyal yet unpretentious. After clearing the battlefield, Su Chen and his group, along with Gu Yunlong, headed towards Dragon City. In this operation, Su Chen had originally planned to use Xiao Song to ambush Lao Jiu, Zhou Ming, and the others. Unexpectedly, Lao Jiu was so cunning, sending only Zhou Ming and Zhu Leitang. Luckily, he had intervened without revealing any flaws. Otherwise, he might not have been able to stop Zhou Ming and Zhu Leitang. Yunlong, Su Chen called out to Gu Yunlong. Please give your orders, Boss Su. Gu Yunlong quickly responded. Zhou Ming previously revealed to Xiao Song that there are several powerful organizations in the western volcano area, and the leader is someone called Chang Weijie? Su Chen stared at Gu Yunlong and asked calmly. That's right. Gu Yunlong was only loyal to Zhou Ming. He didn't care about Lingshu Cave. After Su Chen asked, he couldn't wait to tell him everything about Lingshu Cave. I see. Su Chen's expression was thoughtful. No wonder Zhou Ming seemed so confident when talking to Xiao Song. So he must have been clinging to the Lingshu Cave. If what Xiao Song said was true, then Chang Weijie of Lingshu Cave was truly a genius. But then again, after so long since the apocalypse, who wouldn't be the best of the best to become the leader of a faction? After returning to the base, Su Chen tapped the table lightly and then picked up a communicator. This was taken from Zhou Ming after he was killed. Su Chen pondered for a moment, then turned on his communicator and dialed the contact name Cave Master. Lingshu Cave. Conference room. Our men are almost ready. Old Nine, when do you think we start the attack on Dragon City? Chang Weijie looked at Old Nine and whispered softly. Before Old Nine could reply, Chang Weijie suddenly noticed that Zhu Leitang, who had been following Old Nine, had disappeared. Where's Zhu Leitang? Old Nine hesitated, and just as he was about to make up an excuse, Chang Weijie's communicator suddenly began buzzing. Seeing the name on the communicator, Chang Weijie frowned and raised it. Old Nine, why is Zhou Ming calling me? Looking at Zhou Ming's name on the communicator, Old Nine was dumbfounded. What's going on? Logically, if there was something going on, Zhou Ming shouldn't have contacted him directly. Why did he call Chang Weijie? Seeing Old Nine's bewildered expression, Chang Weijie's brows furrowed even deeper. He chose to answer the call. Hello, Master Zhou, what's going on? You are the head master of Lingshu Cave, Chang Weijie, right? A young, unfamiliar voice came from the other end. Who are you? Why is Zhou Ming's phone with you? Chang Weijie asked coldly. Let me introduce myself. My name is Su Chen. When he heard Su Chen's name, Chang Weijie's pupil shrank. Although he had never met Su Chen, he had heard of him many times from Old Nine and Zhou Ming. He knew he was a formidable enemy. Su Chen, right? What's up? Chang Weijie asked calmly. Old Nine's heart skipped a beat. Su Chen had called Chang Weijie using Zhou Ming's communicator? Could it be that Zhou Ming, Zhu Leitang, and the others had failed? The Watcher Alliance and Lingshu Cave have no past or present grudges. Logically, you should be grateful to us for helping you eliminate Wang Zhan. But not only did you not express gratitude, you even organized a surprise attack on us. Isn't that a bit unreasonable? Chang Weijie laughed at Su Chen's words. You're quite right. But you know, this is the apocalypse, and the stronger the fist, the more powerful it is. We're hiding in the western volcano, and the living environment is too harsh. As long as you're willing to give up your territory and resources, we can live in peace. Otherwise, we have no choice but to go to war. Su Chen sneered at the words. Master Chang, are you taking me for a fool? People always crave more. Don't be fooled by Chang Weijie's sweet talk. If Lingshu Cave truly gives up its territory and resources, once Lingshu Cave has established itself, Chang Weijie will definitely go to war with Su Chen. Alright, I'm done with you. If you're truly determined to go against the Watcher Alliance, your fate will be the same as Wang Zhan, Zhou Ming, and the others. Su Chen bluntly hung up the phone. Beep beep. Listening to the series of busy tones on the communicator, Chang Weijie slowly put down the communicator, his face as sullen as water, his emotions unrecognizable. Master Chang, what's going on with Su Qin? Old Nine asked softly. I really like to ask you, what's going on with Zhou Ming? Why is his communicator in Su Qin's hands? Chang Weijie demanded sharply. Chapter 920. Seeing Chang Weijie so furious, Lao Jiu almost understood. It must have been Zhou Ming, Zhu Leiting, and the others who had failed, which was why Zhou Ming's communicator had fallen into Su Qin's hands. Lao Jiu had no intention of hiding anything, and no need to, so he told Chang Weijie the whole story. Lao Jiu, you truly disappoint me. Chang Weijie sighed. I just feel that if Zhou Ming isn't allowed to do it, he always have a thorn in his side. And I also think this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I just didn't expect Zhou Ming to fail in the end. I acted on my own initiative in this matter. Please ask the Chief Cave Master to punish me. Even before agreeing to Zhou Ming's request, Lao Jiu had considered the consequences. Thus, he remained calm, showing no sign of evasion. Forget it. It's already happened. There's no point pursuing it further. Chang Weijie patted Lao Jiu's shoulder and said earnestly, I just hope you won't do this again from now on. Lao Jiu's personality actually suited Chang Weijie's taste. Furthermore, after joining Lingshu Cave, he had helped Chang Weijie many times. Chang Weijie felt reluctant to punish Lao Jiu. Please rest assured, Chief Cave Master, I will never do this again. Lao Jiu said respectfully. That's good. Let's discuss how to deal with Su Qin. Chang Weijie's original plan was to launch a surprise attack on Dragon City and catch the Watcher Alliance off guard. But with the deaths of Zhou Ming and Zhu Leiting, his plan fell apart. The previous plan must be revised. Chang Weijie's face was solemn. Lao Jiu, Ma Ming, Yi Jiahui, give the orders to the brothers to prepare. Tomorrow morning, we march to Longcheng. Everyone responded in unison, yes, Chief Cave Master. On the other side, Su Qin, after hanging up the phone, wasn't idle either. He summoned Zhao Man, Luo Xiaotian, Peng Jing, Zhang San, Chu Fanbin, and the others to his office. This is the situation. What are your thoughts? Su Qin glanced at everyone present and said calmly. What thoughts are there? Since they won't negotiate, let's just fight. Wang Yan spoke first. I think so too. We need to be prepared now. They might attack tomorrow. The others echoed. Chairman Peng, what are your thoughts? Su Qin's gaze fell on Peng Jing, who had remained silent. I'm not very familiar with Ma Ming and Yi Jiahui, but I'm very familiar with Chang Weijie and Lao Jiu. Peng Jing spoke slowly. Lao Jiu has a calm personality, like the most skilled hunter. Chang Weijie is incredibly talented, a true genius. If the two of them work together, they'd be quite formidable. So we must be extremely cautious and not let our guard down. Su Qin nodded slightly. President Peng makes a lot of sense. From now on, Longcheng is under martial law. President Peng will lead the team inside the city, while Captain Zhao will manage the areas outside. Chu Fanmin, Zhang San, you two vice presidents, immediately reactivate the special operations team and send personnel to investigate the whereabouts of Lingshu Cave. As Su Qin's orders were passed down in an orderly fashion, everyone sprang into action. After the meeting, Su Qin didn't rush back, but instead sought out Gu Yunlong again. After all, no one in the entire Watcher Alliance knew more about Lingshu Cave than Gu Yunlong. But unfortunately, even Zhou Ming lacked Chang Weijie's trust and was excluded. Let alone Gu Yunlong, who was merely Zhou Ming's subordinate. Su Qin questioned him several times, and only gave up after confirming that he could not get any more information about Lingshu Cave from Gu Yunlong. Oh right, I almost forgot. Su Qin was about to get up and leave when he slapped his forehead. I remember you were a D-level spiritual weapon master. You crafted that illusion ring Zhou Ming had, right? Yes, Boss Su. Gu Yunlong nodded respectfully. Director Zhou was able to escape from you, Boss Su, thanks to that illusion ring. Actually, I'm curious how he escaped? Su Qin asked with interest. When Zhou Ming's illusion ended, 4 illusions appeared in the same place. But unfortunately, all 4 illusions were fake. The working principle of this illusion ring is actually very simple. Gu Yunlong explained to Su Qin, it can be used in advance to set coordinates at a certain location. As long as you are within 1 kilometer of the coordinates, you can use the ring again to instantly teleport back to the coordinates. When you use it, 4 phantoms will appear running in different directions at the same location, confusing others. It turns out that all 4 illusions were fake. The real Zhou Ming had already escaped. No wonder he couldn't catch him. Su Qin continued, then why didn't Zhou Ming use the illusion ring this time? The illusion ring is a single-use item. After use, it will turn to ash. Gu Yunlong explained with a wry smile. Director Zhou asked me to make him a second ring a long time ago, but the materials needed are just too hard to find. Difficult, huh? I have plenty. Su Chen waved his hand, produced a list, and handed it to Gu Yunlong. Even the Brotherhood and Lingshu Cave don't have enough materials to make a second ring, so how could you possibly have them? Gu Yunlong, feeling somewhat skeptical, took the list. When he took a closer look at the list, his eyes widened, and his mouth dropped open. The reason was simple. The materials listed were simply dazzling. Not only were they needed to make the illusion ring, but even those needed for other spiritual weapons were available. In addition, there were many materials Gu Yunlong had never heard of before. Just by the names, one could tell they were exceptionally rare and precious. How is it? Is it enough? Su Chen smiled. Enough, enough. Gu Yunlong stammered. How many days will it take you to forge it? 3 days. Gu Yunlong thought for a moment and held up 3 fingers. Okay, I give you 3 days then. Su Chen paused, then produced another forging blueprint. After you crafted the illusion ring, I hope you can help me craft a batch of exploding beads. The power of the exploding beads had already been proven in Su Chen's battles with the lava tribe. Detonating a large number of exploding beads simultaneously would be overwhelming, even for a transcendent with sea-level combat power. Gu Yunlong picked up the blueprint for the exploding beads and, after just a few glances, was stunned. He hadn't expected such a wondrous and powerful spiritual weapon to exist. No problem, Boss Su, don't worry. Gu Yunlong said respectfully, his previous indifference vanishing. Chapter 921. Western Volcano. A long convoy of vehicles sped along the national highway. In the middle of the SUV, Chang Weijia sat in the back seat, resting his eyes. Master, are we being a little impulsive? Ma Ming, who was in the passenger seat, turned and asked. After he gave the order, the members of Lingshu Cave made preparations overnight. Early this morning, they drove away from the camp. But as soon as they left, Chang Weijia ordered the original base to be blown up. Not impulsive at all. Rather than leaving an empty cave, why not emulate the king of Chu, Xiangyu, and burn our boats? Chang Weijia opened his eyes, and said calmly. After he set up the Heaven and Earth Soul Seizing Formation, the area around the western volcano was no longer suitable for human habitation. This time, in our attack on Dragon City, success is a must, failure is absolutely not. Master, wise. Ma Ming couldn't help but praise. Chang Weijia said nothing more, gazing out the window at the desolate scenery, his eyes flickering. Su Chen, this is the apocalypse, don't blame me. For safety reasons, the Lingshu Cave convoy didn't dare drive too fast, fearing an ambush by the Watcher Alliance. But after continuous travel, they gradually approached the area surrounding Dragon City. Chief Cave Master, several convoys have been spotted nearby. They look like Watcher reconnaissance teams. Old Nine's voice came over the intercom. He and Ji Jiqing were responsible for the perimeter security. Kill them all, and give Su Chen a welcome gift. Chang Weijia picked up the communicator, and said coldly. Yes. After receiving the order, Old Nine winked at Ji Jiqing and Ding Bin. They had also heard Chang Weijia's order, and boarded a nearby car. The driver slammed the accelerator, and the car shot off like an arrow. Several other Lingshu Cave members boarded their own cars, and rushed toward the nearby Watcher reconnaissance team. Seeing the Lingshu Cave car approaching aggressively, the reconnaissance team dispatched by Zhao Man sensed the danger. Their orders were to monitor the Lingshu Cave's movements, not to engage them head-on. So, without hesitation, the reconnaissance team's cars turned around and headed towards Longcheng. However, before they could even gather speed, they were overtaken by Ji Jiqing and Ding Bin's car. Ji Jiqing and Ding Bin exchanged glances, and simultaneously extended their hands. Powerful mental energy instantly erupted. In an instant, invisible forces of wind and light converged in the air, forming a whirlwind shimmering with golden light. The whirlwind was incredibly fierce and powerful, hurtling towards the reconnaissance team's vehicle at swift speed. Wherever it passed, grass and trees were reduced to rubble. Seeing this terrifying scene, the members of the reconnaissance team couldn't help but show fear. Use your powers quickly to stop them. The team leader growled. Several psychics reacted quickly, summoning their protective powers. These psychics were all a D+ power. One had just entered C- power. They had just used their protective powers to envelop the vehicle. The golden whirlwind was already blowing towards them. The massive whirlwind, like a golden giant, sucked anyone who approached it. Even though the driver had floored the accelerator, the reconnaissance team's car couldn't escape the golden whirlwind's pull. After a brief stalemate, Both the car and the people were sucked into the golden whirlwind. The whirlwind's interior contained countless rapidly spinning golden light particles. Both the car and the people were instantly ripped to shreds by the golden light particles. Seeing the successful defeat of the enemy, Dangbin smiled with satisfaction. I have to say, the combined attack ability developed by the Chief Cave Master is truly impressive. Who wouldn't say? When it comes to supernatural power research, none of us are as good as the Chief Cave Master. Ji Ziqing nodded in agreement. The supernatural power they had just used was called the Glowing Whirlwind. Like the powers Zhou Ming and Lu Chao used during their previous ambush by Su Chen, they were all combined attack abilities. These combined attack abilities were all developed by Chang Weijie. Compared to ordinary superpowers, the combined power of two different powers, two spiritual forces, is immensely powerful. It's not just 1 + 1 is equal to 2, it's more like 1 + 1 is greater than 3. A similar situation occurred elsewhere not far away. In just over 10 minutes, the Watcher Alliance's reconnaissance team was completely wiped out. Chang Weijie, receiving the news, smiled with satisfaction. He muttered to himself, Su Chen, I hope you like my welcome gift. At the same time, dozens of kilometers away, Chu Fanbin and Zhang Sen also received news of the reconnaissance team's annihilation. These reconnaissance teams were the former special operations teams. Upon learning that all their troops had perished in battle, Chu Fanbin and Zhang Sen were heartbroken. But when they saw the images these men had sent back before their deaths, they were even more stunned. A golden whirlwind composed of light and wind powers, a molten lava eruption composed of fire and assault powers. After their surprise, Chu Fanbin and Zhang San didn't dare delay. They ordered the special operations team to scout the situation from a distance, while they immediately took a car back to Dragon City. But when they arrived at Su Chen's office, they found nothing. After searching for a long time, they finally found Su Chen on the Dragon City wall. A team of workers was busy working on something on the wall. Su Chen stood nearby, giving them instructions. The two were extremely puzzled by this. Su Chen was the boss of the Watcher Alliance, commanding hundreds of thousands of people. Was he even supposed to personally handle such a trivial matter as the city's construction? But without giving it much thought, the two of them hurried over to Su Chen. Boss Su. Well, why are you two back? Seeing Chu Fanbin and Zhang San, Su Chen nodded slightly. Boss Su, take a look. Chu Fanbin handed over a tablet and played a video. After watching it, Su Chen's expression grew solemn. Even through the video screen, he could still sense the ferocious power of those supernatural powers. No wonder Zhou Ming and Peng Jing were so flattering of Chang Weijie. Su Chen put down the tablet and ordered, go call Captain Zhao, Chairman Peng, and the others to the conference room. Yes. The two of them immediately left the wall to inform the Dragon City executives. Not long after, everyone gathered in the conference room again. After the video, which the reconnaissance team had risked their lives to capture, finished playing, a deep silence fell over the conference room. Like Su Chen, they have been in battle for a long time, and can also feel the power of these combined attack abilities. Chapter 922. Gu Yunlong, are you sure this is just a basic combined attack skill? Zhao Man looked at Gu Yunlong beside him. Logically, Gu Yunlong, who was busy crafting an illusion ring, was not qualified to attend today's meeting. However, to better understand Lingshu Cave, Su Chen had him summoned. Yes. Gu Yunlong nodded and said respectfully, this is the combined power of two Esper users. Above them, there should be the 10,000 yuan soul returning formation, composed of dozens of Esper users. But my level is too low. I only heard Zhou Ming talk about it, but I haven't seen it in person. Everyone looked at each other in surprise. The combined power of just two people was so powerful. Wouldn't the so-called 10,000 yuan soul returning formation be even more devastating? Boss, this is a bit tricky. Zhao Man's expression was slightly nervous. Before, whether it was against the Leader Alliance or the war with the Mingyuan group, the difference between the two sides is at most in numbers. In terms of individual strength, the Watcher Alliance actually holds the advantage. After all, the Watcher Alliance boasts a formidable figure like Su Chen. But Lingshu Cave not only possesses the combined attack ability, but also possesses the powerful weapon, the 10,000 yuan soul returning formation. This is a formidable opponent. If all else fails, why don't we send someone to negotiate with Lingshu Cave? Wang Yan laughed dryly. We don't have any deep-seated hatred, so there's no need for a life-and-death struggle. Fatty Wang, are you scared? Ding Di, standing by, said ruthlessly, Lingshu Cave's conditions clearly indicate a lack of willingness to negotiate. The boss has already rejected them. How dare you continue to raise them? I'm not a coward, I'm just thinking about everyone. Wang Yan quickly defended himself. If a war breaks out, do you think I'd be a coward? Alright, both of you, keep quiet and let Boss Su make the decision. Peng Jing stopped the two and looked at Su Chen. The other's eyes also fell on Su Chen. Su Chen's gaze swept over everyone present. He could see that everyone was nervous and uneasy. I got a plan for dealing with Lingshu Cave. Don't worry, everyone. Su Chen chuckled and soothed. All we need to do now is hold our ground and wait for Lingshu Cave to come to us. The crowd felt slightly relieved upon hearing this. Time flew by, and it was the third day. After eliminating the Watcher Alliance's reconnaissance team, the rest of the journey was smooth sailing. Chang Weijie and the Lingshu Cave men quickly arrived outside Dragon City. Dragon City was now on high alert. The several entrance gates to the wall were all shut. All the combatants were also on standby at the wall. Looking at the heavily guarded Dragon City, Chang Weijie remained calm and nodded to Lao Jiu beside him. Lao Jiu immediately had his men drive a car with a sunroof over. Chang Weijie, Ji Jiqing, Ding Bin, and the others boarded the car. The car quickly approached Dragon City, stopping some distance from the wall. Chang Weijie stood up from the sunroof, microphone in hand. Su Chen, I know you're up there. Come out and chat for a minute. The speaker connected to the microphone carried Chang Weijie's voice throughout the city. Su Chen, perched on the wall, naturally heard Chang Weijie's words. Boss Su, why waste time talking to him? Just go ahead and kill him. Seeing Chang Weijie so close to the wall, Luo Xiaotian couldn't help but exclaim. He's so bold. Either he has someone to lean on, or he's crazy. Whatever the case, let's hear what he's up to first. Su Chen shook his head and slowly walked to the edge of the wall, looking down at Chang Weijie outside. This was the first time the two had met. Boss Su is truly a young hero. Chang Weijie couldn't help but feel a little surprised. He hadn't expected the man who led the Watchers Alliance, defeated the Chiefs Alliance, captured the Mingyuan group, and annexed the Brotherhood to be so young. Looking at Chang Weijie, whose face was resolute and whose eyes occasionally gleamed with brilliance, Su Chen felt a little surprised. His spiritual sense could sense that Chang Weijie was quite powerful. Master Chang, you led the members of Lingshu Cave to Longcheng. You didn't come here to praise me, did you? Su Chen said calmly. Alright, then I be frank. Chang Weijie pointed at the walls of Longcheng and chuckled softly. With the defenses of Longcheng, there's no way they can stop us. I suggest you, Boss Su, open the gates and let us in to avoid unnecessary casualties. Su Chen couldn't help but laugh. If I'm not mistaken, Master Chang, you're relying on the 10,000 yuan Guiling formation, right? Zhou Ming fell into Su Chen's hands. Su Chen knew from him that the 10,000 yuan Guiling formation was a natural fit. So Chang Weijie wasn't surprised, but laughed. That's right. Since you already know, I have nothing to hide. The 10,000 yuan soul returning formation is more than you can withstand. Once the formation is activated, I can wipe out the entire city, including its inhabitants. But I truly cannot bear it, so I give you, your people, and this city a chance. It must be said that Chang Weijie's words were extremely arrogant, but from his confident expression and tone, Su Chen believed he wasn't bragging. Sorry, I'd rather not take this opportunity. Su Chen flatly rejected Chang Weijie. Very well, but I hope you won't kneel down and beg for mercy. Chang Weijie's expression turned cold. Pretending. Ding Di, beside Su Chen, was instantly enraged. He frowned, and an invisible spiritual force instantly shot towards Chang Weijie. Chang Weijie had already evolved to the sea level and possessed spiritual awareness. Sensing Ding Di's spiritual power, Chang Weijie frowned slightly and snorted. A sizzling, shimmering lightning energy instantly blocked him. Not only did it intercept Ding Di's psychic power, it even sent several bolts of electricity towards him. Ding Di, startled, quickly used his psychic powers to form a barrier, hoping to block Chang Weijie's counterattack. However, he had underestimated Chang Weijie's strength. When struck by the current, his psychic barrier collapsed. The current continued unabated, reaching Ding Di in the blink of an eye. Ding Di's face was horrified, and he was about to be electrocuted to charcoal. Thankfully, Su Chen intervened in time, summoning his own lightning power to envelop the bolts of electricity. Sizzle. The two collided, emitting a violent electrical sound. After a moment, it dissipated into nothingness. Still in shock, Ding Di finally came to his senses. Brother Chen, stop talking nonsense with him. Get started. Chapter 923. Seeing the two sides already at loggerheads, Su Chen naturally showed no mercy. Attack! His eyes narrowed, his lightning glare blazing with surging force as he charged forward. At the same time, Su Wenwei, Jiang Yu, and other psychics on the wall also launched their attacks. Colorful psychic powers soared from the wall, rapidly descending upon Chang Weijia's car. Faced with the overwhelming blow, Chang Weijia remained unfazed. He gently raised his hand, and a surge of lightning energy erupted from his palm. At the same time, Yi Jiaowei, another C-rank fire psychic in the car, also summoned fire energy. The two energies intertwined, forming a massive red and white shield. The psychic spells cast by the Watchers collided with the shield, unleashing an earth-shattering roar. Despite its wobbling movements, the shield ultimately remained intact. Su Chen immediately recognized this as the combined attack power Zhou Ming and Lu Chao had previously used. At that time, Zhou Ming and Lu Chao were only D-rank transcendents. Together, they could withstand Su Chen's attack. Now, the ones using this technique are Chang Weijia and Yi Jiaowei, the masters of Lingshu Cave. Thus, its strength is beyond imagination. As the Watchers were astonished, the driver stepped on the accelerator, spun the steering wheel, and headed back. "Don't let them escape," Zhao Man growled. Seeing they couldn't break through Chang Weijia's massive shield anytime soon, several nimble Earth-type psychics quickly used spells to alter the terrain, attempting to prevent Chang Weijia and his companions from escaping. However, inside the car, Ji Jiqing raised his hand and summoned a gust of wind. The fierce wind swept through, carrying both people and vehicles into the air. Just like that, Chang Weijia and the others successfully traversed the unfavorable terrain and returned to the Lingshu Cave community. Alas, what a shame! Wang Yan stamped his feet in anger. But Su Chen remained calm. Chang Weijia had dared to approach so closely for negotiations, so he must have been prepared. It was understandable that he hadn't been apprehended. But the initial confrontation had also shown Su Chen just how powerful Chang Weijia was. Next, the Watchers' alliance would likely face Chang Weijia's relentless assault. Chang Weijia, safely back in his formation, said with a cold expression, "Old Nine, get your men ready." Old Nine was slightly startled, then nodded quickly. "Yes, Chief Cave Master." As mentioned before, Lingshu Cave is divided into 5 levels: Spiritual Master, Spirit Guard, Spirit Envoy, Cave Master, and Chief Cave Master. Spiritual Masters, belonging to the lowest rank in Lingshu Cave, wear black robes. Spirit Guards are mid-level members, typically team leaders, and wear cyan robes. Higher-level Spirit Envoys wear pink robes and must possess D+ strength or higher to qualify. As for Cave Masters, these are typically people like Lao Jiao, Ji Jiqing, Ma Ming, and Yi Jiaowei, all former powerful figures. They all wear red robes. Chang Weijia, the head Cave Master, wears a purple robe. At Chang Weijia's command, the psychics of Lingshu Cave gradually stepped forward. With the exception of Ji Jiqing, Yi Jiaowei, and others, who wore red robes, almost all the other psychics wore pink robes. This clearly shows that these are Lingshu Cave's high-level psychics. With Chang Weijia at the center, they each took their positions. When everyone was in position, looking from above, it was clear that their positions formed a mysterious 9-pointed star pattern. 10,000 yuan soul returning formation, activate. With a low roar, Chang Weijia's purple robe fluttered in the wind, and he was enveloped in a dazzling purple light. At the same time, Ji Jiqing, Yi Jiaowei, Ding Bin, and others also emitted cyan, red, and green lights representing their various supernatural powers. These lights followed the outline of the 9-pointed star pattern, and finally converged on Chang Weijia. The light around Chang Weijia transformed from its initial purple hue into a rainbow of colors. As the rainbow colors grew, they became increasingly dazzling and brilliant. From Chang Weijia's center, an extremely powerful aura swept out in all directions. Not only did Lao Jiao and the others closest to him, but even Su Chen, Zhao Man, and the others far away on the Dragon City walls sensed this compelling aura. Chang Weijia soared slowly into the air, as if bearing invisible wings. The pupils in his eyes had vanished. In their place, a 7-colored energy emanated. Chang Weijia raised his head, his eyes fixed on Dragon City. Even from a distance of several hundred meters, Su Chen could sense Chang Weijia's gaze fixed on him. With a slight wave of his hand, the once clear sky instantly turned to rolling dark clouds. The sky darkened, as if night had descended in an instant. Amid the rolling clouds, accompanied by deafening thunder, lightning snakes danced intermittently. "Listen, everyone in Dragon City. If you capture Su Chen and surrender to me, I will spare your life. Otherwise, everyone in Dragon City will be buried with Su Chen." Chang Weijia's deep voice, like a rumbling thunder from the sky, echoed across Dragon City. Everyone's expressions changed slightly. Before, they would have thought Chang Weijia was bragging. But when the 10,000 yuan soul returning formation was deployed, The terrifying scene was enough to prove Chang Weijia's ability. I only give you 3 minutes. After 3 minutes, I act? Chang Weijia finished his words, and gently raised his hand again. 2 bolts of lightning, like gigantic snakes, darted back and forth in the dark clouds. It seemed as if they would strike Dragon City at any moment. No one doubted that these 2 bolts of lightning had the power to destroy Dragon City. Boss Su, what should we do? At this moment, Zhao Man could no longer maintain his composure, his mouth dry. The others remained silent, not because they were still calm, but because they were panicking. No one had ever witnessed such a powerful supernatural spell. Is this something humans can control? Don't be afraid, just wait for him to attack. Su Chen's words made everyone want to laugh and cry at the same time. If these 2 lightning bolts fell, how could anyone in Dragon City survive? But out of all for Su Chen, no one said anything. But at that moment, a piercing voice suddenly rang out. If he attacks, we all be buried with you. The words rang out, and the walls trembled in shock. Everyone's eyes turned to Xiao Song, the one who spoke. Being stared at by so many people, Xiao Song was visibly nervous. But he didn't care. Pointing at Su Chen, he shouted, "Brothers, we can't just sit there and wait for death. Follow me, capture Su Chen, and hand him over to the enemy outside." Chapter 924. Xiao Song, are you crazy? Peng Jing's face darkened, and he shouted sternly. I'm not crazy, I just want to survive. Xiao Song's face was full of rage, and he looked at the people around him. Don't you want to live? In the final analysis, whether he joined the Brotherhood or the Watchers, Xiao Song wanted to live a better life while still being alive. Xiao Song had previously maintained his willpower in the face of Zhou Meng's temptation. Firstly, the Watcher's strength was indeed not to be underestimated. Secondly, he had been poisoned by Su Chen's slow-acting poison. Perhaps, as Zhou Meng said, there was no such thing as a slow-acting poison. But Xiao Song was unwilling to risk his life, so he refused Zhou Meng's offer. But when Chang Weijia arrived at the gates with unmatched momentum, Xiao Song, facing the threat to his life, was instantly terrified. He didn't want to be buried with Su Chen, which was why he acted now. Xiao Song, if you lay down your weapons now, Boss Su might spare you, Chu Fanbin said coldly. But Xiao Song acted as if he hadn't heard him. Pointing at Chang Weijia, floating in midair not far away, he said fiercely, you saw it all. That guy out there is no human being. If he attacks with all his might, we all be dead. In that case, why should we capture Su Chen and hand him over? That way, we can not only save our reputations, but also our status. Under Xiao Song's persuasion, many people were clearly tempted. Most of these people were veterans of the Brotherhood, and did not have a particularly strong loyalty to Su Chen. Xiao Song, I thought you were smart, but you're so stupid. Su Chen sneered. Shut up. Xiao Song turned around, raised his arms, and shouted, brothers, what are we waiting for? Capture Su Chen. At his instigation, some of the Brotherhood members gathered around Su Chen. Get out of here. Are you looking for death? Xiao Man, Luo Xiaotian, and the others' faces darkened as they drew their weapons. The two sides reached a standoff on the city wall, and the atmosphere became tense. Hey, think carefully. If Lingshu Cave launches its attack, we're all doomed. Zhao Song tried his best to persuade Su Chen's men. Unfortunately, Zhao Man, Luo Xiaotian, and the others had followed Su Chen through thick and thin. How could they choose to betray him just because of a few words from Zhao Song? Su Chen ignored Zhao Song and looked at Peng Jing, Chu Fanmin, Zhang San, and the others present. Are there any of you who want to join Zhao Song in rebellion? Don't worry, Boss Su. We're always on your side. That's right. Peng Jing and the others immediately stated their stance without hesitation. You idiots. Zhao Song was furious. Attack! Su Chen's eyes narrowed, and his lightning glare shot out. The first few transcendents to bear the brunt of the attack were instantly vaporized. Zhao Man, Luo Xiaotian, and the others rushed forward, engaging the rebels. Su Chen didn't advance, but instead drew his golden bow and silver bullets. Swish, swish, swish. His hands flew up and down, unleashing a dozen bullets in rapid succession. Over 20 people were instantly killed by the golden bow and silver bullets. Those who joined Zhao Song in the rebellion were generally not members of the Watchers Alliance or high-ranking members of the Brotherhood. Their strength was naturally far inferior to Su Chen's. Add to that Su Chen's distant deception, and the rebellion was suppressed in just a few minutes. Zhao Song's original plan was to incite the people of Longcheng to join in the siege of Su Chen. But he never imagined that people like Xiao Man and Peng Jing would be so loyal to Su Chen. Were these people not afraid of death? Watching the transcendence he had incited die one by one on the wall, Zhao Song immediately became timid. While no one around him was paying attention, he turned around and planned to jump off the wall to escape. However, as he reached the wall, he heard a whoosh. Before he could react, a sharp pain shot through his leg. Ah! Zhao Song screamed and fell to the ground. His right leg had vanished without a trace, blood gushing out. "Bring him here." Su Chen sheathed his golden bow and silver bullets and gave a calm command. With Zhao Song captured alive, most of those who had joined him in the rebellion were killed, with only a few also captured. "I had planned to promote you after we'd taken care of Lingshu Cave. Zhao Song, you disappointed me a little." Su Chen looked down at Zhao Song, his eyes icy. Su Chen, stop pretending." Zhao Song clutched his broken leg, his face pale, beads of sweat covering his forehead. "I'm defeated, but when Chang Weijia launches his attack, you won't survive." "Really? In that case, I let you live until then." Su Chen stopped talking to Zhao Song and looked up at Chang Weijia, who was not far away. Chang Weijia had already noticed the commotion on the wall, so he waited a little longer after the 5 minutes were up. The final result, however, left him somewhat disappointed. "This is your own choice. Be prepared for destruction." Chang Weijia waved his hands. Two incredibly thick lightning snakes tore through the dark clouds above. With devastating force, they plummeted towards Dragon City. At that moment, the entire world seemed to be filled with thunder and lightning. "I really don't know what resistance there is against the 10,000 yuan Geiling formation." Old Nine shrugged. "Who says not? After destroying Dragon City, we still have to deal with the aftermath." Ma Ming nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, in Dragon City, faced with such a terrifying attack, despite knowing it was futile, the psychics in Dragon City involuntarily activated their defensive abilities. Some timid residents huddled together, their hands covering their heads. "Ha ha, Su Chen, let's die together." Looking at the monstrous lightning bolt roaring down, Zhao Song seemed to have forgotten the pain and shouted like a madman. Zhao Man, Luo Xiaotian, and the others instinctively turned their gazes to Su Chen. Su Chen stood proudly by the wall, his figure already stained a bluish-purple hue. Compared to the descending lightning, he seemed so tiny. Just as the massive lightning bolt was about to strike Dragon City, Su Chen suddenly moved. He raised his hand slightly and snapped his fingers. With a hum, an iron pillar on the wall suddenly lit up with a white light. Everyone was stunned, confused as to what had happened. Chu Fanbin and Zhang San, however, realized that when they had come to the wall looking for Su Chen 2 days ago, Su Chen seemed to be directing the workers in installing this iron pillar. At the same time, countless similar iron pillars on the wall surrounding Dragon City lit up with white light. Chapter 925. In the blink of an eye, these white lights were connected by a mysterious force. They formed a massive spherical barrier, shimmering with a faint white glow, enveloping Dragon City. As soon as the spherical barrier formed, 2 giant lightning snakes crashed into it. Everyone expected a deafening explosion or an earth-shaking shockwave, but the next moment, everyone was stunned, for at the moment of impact, the giant lightning snakes vanished into thin air. That's right, they vanished into thin air. The parts of the 2 giant lightning snakes that had impacted the spherical barrier vanished inch by inch. It was as if the spherical barrier were a vast abyss, completely devouring them. What's going on? Old Nine's eyes widened as he looked at the unharmed Dragon City. Ma Ming, standing beside him, also had a look of bewilderment on his face. Not to mention the two of them, even the high-level psychics, who formed the 10,000 yuan soul-returning formation were filled with disbelief. We survived? Zhao Man, Luo Xiaotian, and the others on the wall, after a moment of stunned silence, erupted in ecstasy. Only Zhao Song, bound and tied up, sat there blankly, looking unhappy. Yes. The formation protecting Dragon City was none other than the one Su Chen had previously acquired from Atlantis, the Demon Sealing Formation. The Demon Sealing Formation could block all magical powers, making it the perfect countermeasure against the spiritual pivot cave, which was primarily populated by psychics. However, Dragon City was simply too vast for Su Chen to handle alone. So, a few days ago, he had Zhao Man assign him personnel to help him set up the Demon Sealing Formation. The day Chu Fanbin and Zhang San came to report to Su Chen was busy setting up the Demon Sealing Array. Now that the Demon Sealing Array was complete, there were only 3 possibilities for breaking it. Either the enemy was too powerful, overwhelming the Demon Sealing Array, and overwhelming it with their own strength. However, according to Su Chen's assessment, to directly break the Demon Sealing Array, one would need at least B+ combat power. Although Chang Weijia was very powerful, It was clear that he did not have B+ combat power, or the demon sealing array's energy was exhausted, and it could no longer function. Alas, Suchin had prepared a large amount of raw stones. Let alone 10 days, or half a month. Even a month or two would be enough to sustain it. The final possibility was that Lingshu Cave would directly attack Dragon City, and destroy the core of the demon sealing array. But the problem was that Lingshu Cave's main force consisted of psychics, and they did not have many powerful transcendents. How easy would it be to attack the Watchers head-on? Suchin stretched out his hand, aimed at Chang Weijia, not far away, and made a shooting gesture. Bang! Seeing Suchin's provocation, Chang Weijia, his face sullen, was instantly furious, but he quickly calmed down. For him, the most important thing was to break through Dragon City's defenses. Chang Weijia had no idea what this suddenly appeared spherical barrier was. But one thing was certain, it could block supernatural spells. No wonder Suchin was so confident he had a trump card like this. In that case, let me see if your trump card really works. Chang Weijia took a deep breath and once again used his spiritual sense to control the energy of heaven and earth. The dark clouds in the sky quickly dissipated, followed by a blazing, blinding light. These rays of light quickly converged in the air, forming a massive sword that towered to the heavens. Fall? Chang Weijia growled, his right hand pointing towards Longcheng. The massive lightsaber, as if held by someone, descended heavily at an angle. Suchin remained standing by the wall, silently watching the giant lightsaber strike down, but the giant lightsaber was almost identical to the giant lightning dragon before him. After landing behind the spherical barrier, they instantly vanished without a trace. Yeah! Boss Su is awesome. Haha, can't the people from Lingshu Cave be so arrogant? Seeing Chang Weijia fail again, the people of Longcheng cheered again. On the other side, the faces of the Lingshu Cave members were rather grim. Chang Weijia frowned. It wasn't that he couldn't accept the spherical barrier blocking his attack, but he couldn't accept that his attack had been like a stone sinking into the sea, not even causing a ripple. Keep your spirits up! Keep attacking! Chang Weijia waved his hands, forming a series of seals. The essence of the 10,000 yuan soul returning formation is to simultaneously connect the consciousness, mental power, and energy of dozens of psychics into a single person. This way, this person becomes exceptionally powerful and can wield a wide range of psychic spells. First, countless massive fireballs plummeted from the sky toward Dragon City, followed by this, like an earthquake, the earth trembled violently, opening countless deep ravines. Countless fierce hurricanes ravaged Dragon City, but whether it was wind, fire, thunder, ice, or other psychic powers, such as water and plant-based, despite their overwhelming power, they were powerless to harm Dragon City. Enveloped by the spherical barrier. How is this possible? Chang Weijia couldn't keep his composure anymore. This was truly beyond his comprehension. With all the superpowers he had just used, not just one Dragon City, but even 10 Dragon Cities would be reduced to ruins by now. No, I don't believe it. Chang Weijia raised his hand, preparing to continue attacking Dragon City. At that moment, one of the Lingshu Cave's superpowers who formed the 10,000 spirit returning formation swayed a few times before suddenly collapsing headfirst to the ground. He was the weakest of the superpowers. Unable to withstand the immense pressure, he fainted. His fainting spell wasn't a big deal. The 10,000 spirit returning formation, which was in operation, immediately stopped. Chang Weijia's eyes returned to normal. He plummeted downwards. Thankfully, Ji Jiqing reacted quickly, summoning a gust of wind that engulfed Chang Weijia and gently landed him on the ground. Master Cave Master, I'm sorry. The unconscious psychic forced his eyes open and apologized to Chang Weijia. Looking at his bloodshot eyes and blood oozing from his nose, Chang Weijia couldn't blame him. Take him down and let him rest. Today, let's withdraw. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. The previous series of attacks had depleted their mental strength. If they had continued fighting, they might have fainted. Watching Lingshu Cave withdraw, the people on the Dragon City walls cheered again as if victorious. Run! How dare you attack Dragon City, where Boss Su reigns? Everyone's face was filled with joy. Except Xiao Song. He sat dazed on the ground, his face ashen and his eyes glazed over. Just then, a figure approached Xiao Song. Chapter 926. Xiao Song looked up and saw Suchin standing before him. He froze for a moment, then quickly begged for mercy. Boss Su, it's me, possessed. I'm just afraid of death. Please spare me. Xiao Song had never expected Suchin to possess such a method as the demon sealing array. Faced with the demon sealing array, Chang Weijia was completely helpless. Had Zhao Song known this, how could he have betrayed Su Chen? You choose your own path, you can't blame others. Su Chen simply shook his head. He had never been in the habit of revealing all his hidden cards. Doing so not only increased his chances of survival, but also allowed him to discern the true character of those around him when a crisis struck. So, Zhao Song's selfish, cowardly nature was exposed. Before Zhao Song could react, Su Chen swung his sword. Crack! Zhao Song's massive head flew up and landed heavily on the ground. Su Chen brushed the blood off his knife and said calmly, "Clean up this place." "Yes, Boss Su." Zhao Man nodded slightly and immediately called over several of his men. They had them drag the bodies from the wall and clean up the blood. Watching the bodies of Zhao Song and the others being dragged past, the others weren't frightened, but rather relieved. Luckily, they hadn't chosen to follow Zhao Song, otherwise, they would have been corpses themselves. Su Chen raised his hand and snapped his fingers again. The iron pillars dotting the wall instantly returned to normal. The demon ceiling formation shrouding Dragon City also slowly dissipated. Every moment the demon ceiling formation maintained consumed a large amount of raw stone. Although Su Chen had prepared sufficient raw stone, he still preferred to conserve as much as possible. "Captain Zhao, Lingshu Cave won't be sending any attacks for a while. But we can't be careless. Arrange for someone to guard here. If there's anything unusual happening in Lingshu Cave, notify me immediately," Su Chen instructed. "Yes, boss." Zhao Man nodded heavily. Elsewhere, after halting the attack on Longcheng, Chang Weijia led the Lingshu Cave convoy and retreated more than 10 kilometers. They found a safe spot and parked their vehicles together, forming a temporary camp. Chang Weijia summoned all the cave masters and spirit masters to discuss matters. "Do you have any good ideas?" Chang Weijia took a deep breath and asked softly. Everyone looked at each other, no one speaking. Everyone thought that as long as they cast the 10,000 yuan spirit returning formation, even if the people of Dragon City refused to surrender, they could easily be destroyed. But no one had expected that Su Chen had the means to completely suppress the 10,000 yuan Gailing formation. Seeing no one say anything, Chang Weijia couldn't help but feel a little regretful. If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have blown up the Lingshu Cave base. Now, they can't take Dragon City, and they lost their base. But even if the Lingshu Cave base still existed, it wouldn't mean much to them. After all, the environment around the western volcano is completely unsuitable for Transcendence to live in. However, how about we bypass Dragon City and attack other places directly? Mom Ming suggested. That won't do. Old Nine immediately rejected his proposal. This time, Lingshu Cave is sending out all its forces, including not only combatants, but also a large number of non-combatants. With their supplies, they can only hold out for 2 months at most. If they bypass Longcheng, they don't know what the situation is like in eastern Xishan province. What if Su Chen sets an ambush there? That would be trouble. Then let's storm Longcheng? Ma Ming offered a new suggestion. That would be courting death, Old Nine said coldly. Lingshu Cave's greatest pride is their research into supernatural powers and magic. Now that Longcheng is under the demon ceiling formation set up by Su Chen, attacking it forcefully would be tantamount to giving up their advantage. This won't work, that won't work. What do you say we should do? Yi Jiahui said angrily, if that Zhou Ming hadn't alerted Su Chen, alerting him. I'm afraid we would have already destroyed Longcheng and even held a celebration. His words were echoed by Ma Ming. Who says it's not true? The chief cave master kindly took you in, and this is how you repay him? Or were you sent by Su Chen? Ji Jiqing's face darkened, and he snapped, bullshit. What are you talking about? I'm talking about you. What? Come on if you have the guts. Having failed to capture Longcheng today, everyone in Lingshu Cave was filled with suppressed anxiety, frustration, and fear. Under the influence of these various emotions, the once fragile alliance suddenly began to fracture. I'm not dead yet, everyone shut up. Chang Weijia suddenly slammed the table and said in a deep voice. As soon as he opened his mouth, everyone fell silent. Master, you tell us what to do, and we do it. Ma Ming and Yi Jiahui looked at Chang Weijia. Chang Weijia was silent for a moment, then said calmly, send people to Longcheng to negotiate with Su Chen. Everyone present was stunned by these words. They hadn't expected Chang Weijia to even consider negotiating with Su Chen. That's impossible. We just defeated him. Will he negotiate with us? Ma Ming couldn't help but ask. He probably will, unless he wants to face our endless sneak attacks next. Chang Weijia whispered. Master, are you trying to kill us? Old Nine stood up, opposing Chang Weijia for the first time. Pointing at himself, Ji Jiqing, and Ding Bin, he said coldly, "If you negotiate with Su Chen, what will we do?" Those of them in the Brotherhood had a deep grudge against Su Chen. Ding Bin, in particular, had the blood of many members of the Tiger Gang and the Watcher Alliance on his hands. Bai Qianqing, one of Su Chen's women, had her father murdered by Ding Bin. There was no way they would negotiate with Su Chen. "Don't worry, I make your safety one of the conditions for this peace negotiation." Chang Weijia's expression softened, and he sued, "If Su Chen doesn't agree, we can just continue fighting him." But Ji Jiqing was about to say something, but was interrupted by Chang Weijia. "Master Ji, if you disagree, you can come up with a better plan." Ji Jiqing was speechless. He didn't really have a better plan. "All right, then, let's do as the Chief Master wishes." Old Nine winked at Ji Jiqing, Ding Bin, and the others. After much discussion, Ma Ming led a group to Longcheng to negotiate with Su Chen. "Ninette brother, that Chang Weijia wants to kill us." After returning to his car, Ji Jiqing spoke anxiously. Chapter 927. "Master Ji is right, Brother Jiu, we need to think of a solution." Ding Bin nodded in agreement. Compared to the other two, he was the most afraid of negotiating with Su Chen. "I know you two are anxious, but wait." Old Jiu waved his hand, signaling them to calm down. "Chang Weijia wants to negotiate with the Watcher Alliance, and we can't stop him. It's better to prepare first, so that if anything unexpected happens, we can respond promptly." Ji Jiqing and Ding Bin exchanged a glance, neither of them having a good idea, so they nodded in agreement. Ma Ming, Yi Jiahui, and 3 other followers drove towards Dragon City. As they approached Dragon City, they hurriedly took out a white flag and hung it on the car. Seeing the white flag, Zhao Man, who had been looking serious, breathed a sigh of relief. He picked up the communicator. "Boss, there's a car outside the city. It looks like Ling Shu Cave wants to negotiate with us." Su Chen was initially surprised by this news, but then he felt relieved. Who can rise to the top of a faction in troubled times without being a ruthless and adaptable leader? Let them in. As the city gates opened, Ma Ming and his companion's car slowly drove into the city. As soon as they exited the car, they were surrounded by Zhao Man and his men. Looking at the aggressive watchers, Ma Ming became nervous and shouted, "Don't be impulsive, don't be impulsive. We're here to negotiate. Behave." Wang Yan and his men approached, roughly grabbing Ma Ming and his companion's wrists, and applying energy suppressors. The moment they donned the energy suppressors, Ma Ming and the others felt a sudden hollowness within them. They could only suppress their fear and follow Wang Yan and the others. Not long after, Wang Yan brought Ma Ming and the others to City Hall. Inside the office, Su Chen crossed his legs and looked at Ma Ming and the others. "You are Ma Ming from Yuandong Heavy Industry, and Yi Jiahui from Deep Sea Pearl, right?" Yuandong Heavy Industry and Deep Sea Pearl were the names of Ma Ming and Yi Jiahui's previous factions, respectively. Ma Ming and Yi Jiahui were shocked by Su Chen's revelation of their identities. They hadn't expected Su Chen to know so much about their background. "Yes, Boss Su is right." Ma Ming calmed himself and said slowly, "We come here on the orders of the Chief Cave Master to negotiate with Boss Su." Su Chen couldn't help but laugh at this. "If I remember correctly, your former Chief Cave Master was quite the pretentious one, wasn't he? But I really can't bear it, so I give you, your people, and this city a chance." Listening to Su Chen's imitation of Chang Weijia's earlier words, Ma Ming and Yi Jiahui couldn't help but feel awkward. "Okay, let's stop beating around the bush. Since this is a peace negotiation, you must have conditions. State them." Ma Ming breathed a sigh of relief and quickly said, "Our Chief Cave Master said Lingshu Cave is willing to submit to the Watcher Alliance, but there are a few additional conditions." Su Chen remained unmoved and nodded slightly. "Tell us." "First, we at Lingshu Cave must maintain our autonomy and independence. Boss Su, you must designate a certain sphere of influence for us, and you must not interfere in Lingshu Cave's internal affairs. Second, Boss Su, you must promise not to hold any member of Lingshu Cave responsible. Third, we will follow your orders, Boss Su, but we will refuse any unreasonable orders. Fourth." Ma Ming wanted to continue, but Su Chen stopped him. Stop. Even Li Hongzong wouldn't dare sign the terms you put forward." Su Chen frowned, impatiently saying, "And you don't seem to understand that I'm the one in control, not you. You guys, go back and tell Chang Weijia. You can negotiate, but you have to agree to my terms. First, Lingshu Cave will unconditionally join the Watcher Alliance. You must surrender everything, including the Heaven and Earth Soul Seizing Formation, and the 10,000 yuan soul returning formation. Second, you must hand over all the former Brotherhood members, including Lao Jiao, Ji Jiqing, and Deng Bin. This? I'm afraid we can't agree to it. Ma Ming knew full well that Chang Weijie wouldn't agree to such terms. Stop talking nonsense. If you don't agree, then let's continue fighting. Su Chen waved his hand, signaling Wang Yan to take Ma Ming and the others away. Boss Su, Boss Su. No matter how Ma Ming called out, Su Chen ignored him. Wang Yan and his men forcibly escorted Ma Ming and his men from the city hall and drove them out of Longcheng. Desperately, Ma Ming and Yi Jiahui drove back to the camp. Chang Weijie was visibly surprised by their quick return. Didn't Su Chen see you? Yes, he did, but we didn't talk for long. Ma Ming carefully informed Chang Weijie of Su Chen's attitude. Master Cave Master, this Su Chen has gone too far, Yi Jiahui said angrily. Chang Weijie said nothing, simply stroking his chin, lost in thought. Master Cave Master, how about we go talk to Su Chen again? Ma Ming asked softly. Chang Weijie shook his head and sighed. If we can't win on the battlefield, the outcome will be the same no matter how we negotiate at the negotiating table. Wait a minute, I think about what to do. Seeing this, Ma Ming and Yi Jiahui said nothing more and simply retreated. Old Yi, do you have any ideas? Seeing that no one was around, Ma Ming pulled Yi Jiahui over and asked softly. What ideas can I have? Yi Jiahui shrugged. We just have to wait for the Chief Cave Master to make his decision. I do have an idea, you might want to hear it. Oh! Let's take action first, eliminate Lao Jiao, Ji Jiqing, Deng Bin, and the others, and then join Su Chen. What do you think? Ma Ming's words made Yi Jiahui's heart skip a beat. Old Ma, are you crazy? I'm not crazy, but we want to survive, and this is the only way. Ma Ming's face was serious, staring at Yi Jiahui. Do you think Chang Weijie would agree to Su Chen's terms? Yi Jiahui shook his head without even thinking. Agreeing to Su Chen's terms would mean handing over his life and property to Su Chen. Chang Weijie would never agree. He had a rather arrogant temperament. Otherwise, after his defeat by the Brotherhood, he could have simply surrendered instead of heading to the harsh environment of the western volcanoes and patiently developing his forces. If he doesn't agree, then we have to continue fighting the Watcher Alliance. But the Watcher Alliance can afford it, but can we? Ma Ming sighed. Yi Jiahui was speechless. The Watcher Alliance occupied most of Xishan Province and Zhongqi Province. If a protracted war truly dragged on, Lingshu Cave would be exhausted. Chapter 928. After all, we don't have a very deep friendship with Lao Jiao, Ji Jiqing, and the others. Not only that, we actually have a deep hatred for each other. Ma Ming's words reminded Yi Jiahui of a previous incident. He and Ma Ming's two organizations, Yuandong Heavy Industry and Deep Sea Pearl, were hunted by the Brotherhood. Members were killed or injured. They were forced to flee westward, eventually joining Lingshu Cave and becoming Chang Weijie's subordinates. When they first met Lao Jiao, Ji Jiqing, and Zhou Ming, Ma Ming and Yi Jiahui wanted to kill them. It was only because of Chang Weijie that they endured this. Though they later became colleagues, they remained polite on the surface. But Ma Ming and Yi Jiahui still harbored some resentment towards the members of the Brotherhood. But the Chief Cave Master. The Chief Cave Master has been good to us, but don't you want to stay alive? Ma Ming said coldly. Yi Jiahui was speechless. He wanted to stay alive, but he also didn't want to confront Chang Weijie, Lao Jiao, and the others head-on. Don't worry, we're not going to start right now, Ma Ming soothed. Let's see if the Chief Cave Master has any good ideas. If not, we consider taking action later. Yi Jiahui nodded heavily. Okay, then do as you say. The two men were conferring, completely unaware that their conversation was being eavesdropped. Across the camp in an SUV, Lao Jiao, Ji Jiqing, and Deng Bin were staring intently at a psychic. Are you sure that's what they said? Lao Jiao asked in a deep voice. Yes, Cave Master. The psychic nodded quickly. Okay, I understand. You can go down first, but remember not to tell anyone about what happened today. If you dare to leak it, I kill you. Lao Jiao threatened coldly. I understand, Cave Master. The psychic assured him again and again, then opened the car door and stepped out. After he left, Ji Jiqing's expression darkened. Brother Jiao, these two bastards, Ma Ming and Yi Jiahui, actually want to plot against us? Ever since Chang Weijie wanted to negotiate peace with Su Chen, Lao Jiao and his companions had become more vigilant. After all, they had a deep hatred for Su Chen. If Lingshu Cave joined the Watcher Alliance, their lives would be in jeopardy. However, Ma Ming and Yi Jiahui, the people Chang Weijie had sent, were his trusted confidants. It was nearly impossible to learn the specific details of the negotiations from them. Fortunately, Lao Jiao had a psychic under his command. But Chang Weijie was a C-class fighter, the strongest in Lingshu Cave, and his psychic awareness was extremely sharp. Eavesdropping directly on their conversation was far too dangerous. So Lao Jiao had the psychic eavesdrop on Ma Ming and Yi Jiahui instead. Eventually, they learned of Su Chen's conditions, and the fact that Ma Ming and Yi Jiahui were intent on falling out. "Brother Jiao, why don't we just fight them?" Dangbin said viciously. "Fight? How?" Lao Jiao glared at him. The entire Lingshu Cave numbered 2,000 to 3,000 people. The most combat-capable B+ and C- Transcendents combined only numbered a little over 1,000. Lao Jiao and Ji Jiqing's men comprised only 1/3 of the force. The remaining 2/3 belonged to Chang Weijie, Ma Ming, and the others. If a real attack were to take place, Lao Jiao and his men would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage. Then what should we do? Should we just wait for Ma Ming and his men to strike first? Ji Jiqing asked unwillingly. Lao Jiao didn't answer immediately. His brow furrowed, lost in thought. The situation was now quite clear. If the 10,000 yuan dialing formation was ineffective, they would be no match for Su Chen. If they wanted to survive, they needed to avoid the Watcher Alliance. To the north of Xishan Province lay Beitou Province, and to the south lay Nanshui Province. Separating them from Xishan Province were endless mountains. Reaching those places would be quite challenging. Furthermore, Lao Jiao and his men were unaware of the specific conditions in either province. However dire the situation, it's still far better than staying in Xishan Province and facing the Watcher Alliance's attack. But would Chang Weijie agree? Even if he did, I'm afraid Ma Ming and Yi Jiahui wouldn't. Compared to braving the hardships of crossing the mountains to reach 2 other provinces and facing unknown dangers, it's better to offer Lao Jiao and the others as tokens of allegiance to Su Chen, thereby joining the Watcher Alliance. Huh? Lao Jiao let out a long breath and whispered, "We're not strong enough to strike first. We must wait for Ma Ming and the others to make the first move. Brothers, prepare yourselves. If Ma Ming and Yi Jiahui dare to attack, we will show no mercy." "Okay, Brother Jiao." Ji Jiqing and Dangbin nodded. Through the car window, Lao Jiao looked toward Dragon City. In the vast darkness, he couldn't see anything clearly. It was Su Chen who had brought him and his group to this state. Thinking back to his first meeting with Su Chen, Lao Jiao felt a wave of regret. If he had foreseen the situation today, he would have contacted Wang Zhan, Zhou Ming, and the others to attack and eliminate Su Chen. But now, it was too late. Whatever. If he could escape to Beitou and Nanshui provinces, he would never return to Xishan or Zhongqi again, and would stay away from Su Chen. This man is truly terrifying. For the next few days, the people in Lingshu Cave remained where they were. During this time, Chang Weijie deployed the 10,000 yuan soul returning formation twice more, attempting to break through Dragon City. Unfortunately, each time he attacked, Su Chen raised the demon sealing formation. In the face of the demon sealing formation, the 10,000 yuan guiling formation held its own. Helplessly, Chang Weijie abandoned the idea of attacking and gathered everyone again to discuss their next move. Su Chen, that bastard, only dares to hide in the city. "Come out if you dare," Ma Ming said angrily. The others couldn't help but roll their eyes. "Do you think I'm stupid?" There's no point in saying these angry words. It's better to think about what to do next. Compared to before, Chang Weijie looked noticeably more haggard. There was nothing he could do. After all, Lingshu Cave was facing a critical moment of life and death. Seeing Chang Weijie like this, Lao Jiao sighed silently. He remembered the saying, "Genius is just the threshold to my presence." Chang Weijie had been a man of many adventures and a gifted mind. In the end, they were still no match for that freak Su Chen. Seeing the meeting in deep silence, Lao Jiao pondered for a moment and said slowly, "Master, I have a suggestion. Why must we persist in holding on to Xishan Province? We could just go to Beitou or Nanshui." Chapter 929. If it had been earlier, Chang Weijie would have certainly dismissed Lao Jiao's proposal. But with the war going so poorly, he didn't object directly. Instead, he rested his chin in his hand, lost in thought. Seeing this, Ma Ming and Yi Jiahui grew anxious. They had actually sent people to survey the area when the western volcanoes were developing. The roads leading to Beitou and Nanshui were already destroyed before the apocalypse. To get through, they would have to carve out a new path through the vast mountains. How easy would that be in the apocalypse? No one knew what dangers lay in the mountains, or what the situation in the 2 provinces was like. In any case, they were unwilling to leave Xishan Province. "I object." Ma Ming immediately spoke up, earnestly. Master Cave Master, I think we should go and discuss this with Su Chen again. There's no deep hatred between us. If this can be resolved peacefully, everyone will be happy. Old Nine frowned. I object too. Master Cave Master, why should we bow to Su Chen? Old Nine, are you thinking about the team, or yourself? Ma Ming was anxious. That's what I wanted to ask you. Old Nine said coldly. What's your attitude, Ma Ming? Ji Zhiqing's face darkened, and he shouted in a low voice. What? You want to fight? Ma Ming suddenly stood up, glaring at Old Nine fiercely. Am I afraid of you? Yi Jiahui also stood up, a ball of wind energy swirling rapidly in his palm. The atmosphere suddenly became tense, and both sides could erupt in battle at any moment. Do you really think I'm dead? Chang Weijie growled and activated his spiritual sense. Instantly, an invisible pressure enveloped everyone. Everyone calmed down, as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over them. Master Cave Master, you have to think of a solution, right? Ma Ming sat back down, his voice discontented. Just wasting time here isn't a solution. Yes, supplies will eventually run out. It's better to make a decision soon. Old Nine nodded. In 3 days, I figure it out. Chang Weijie said coldly. Hearing his words, the others were speechless. After the meeting ended, everyone stood up and headed towards their tents. Just then, Chang Weijie suddenly spoke, Old Nine, please stay a moment. Ma Ming and Yi Jiahui exchanged glances, their hearts skipping a beat. But they couldn't say anything, so they stood up and left. Do you have any good ideas about leaving Xishan Province and heading for Beitou Province and Nanshui Province? Chang Weijie asked slowly. Having become the leader of a faction, he was no fool. He naturally knew what the consequences would be if he continued to stay in Xishan Province. It would be better to head north or south while supplies were still plentiful. Old Nine was also delighted, knowing that Chang Weijie intended to leave Xishan Province. He hurriedly said, Master Cave Master, I considered this a long time ago. Although the mountain roads are difficult to navigate, we still have many earth-based psychics. We can easily have them build roads and bridges across rivers. This might take a little longer, but we'd definitely be able to leave here. As for the other forces we might encounter, they can't be as powerful as Su Chen, right? After hearing this, Chang Weijie's face shifted into a thoughtful expression. It was just as Lao Jiu had said. With the 10,000 yuan soul returning formation in hand, he possessed a powerful force. Aside from Su Chen's Watcher Alliance, no other force could possibly rival him. Why would he even bother to fight Su Chen to the death in Xishan Province? You make a lot of sense, but I'm afraid many within our organization disagree. Chief Cave Master, you're our leader. We should all obey you. Lao Jiu whispered. Anyone who disagrees is betraying the organization. Chang Weijie's expression shifted, and after a moment, he nodded slightly. I know. Don't tell anyone about this. I make the decision in 3 days. Yes, Chief Cave Master. Lao Jiu breathed a sigh of relief and briskly left Chang Weijie's tent. This scene was witnessed by Ma Ming and Yi Jiahui, who were not far away. Old Yi, you seen it too. I'm afraid the Chief Cave Master wants to follow Old Nine's suggestion and leave Xishan Province. Ma Ming snuffed out his cigarette and said coldly, If that's the case, then we can't wait any longer. Yi Jiahui was a little anxious. Don't worry, I actually made preparations. Ma Ming sneered. I sent someone to Longcheng to meet with Su Chen last night. Oh! What did Su Chen say? Yi Jiahui was slightly taken aback and said impatiently. He asked us to meet tonight to discuss it in detail. Okay. Yi Jiahui readily agreed. Time passed, and soon it was late at night. Everyone in Lingshu Cave had fallen asleep. Seeing that no one was around, Ma Ming and Yi Jiahui took 2 or 3 of their men with them. Taking advantage of the night watch's inattention, they quietly left the camp. The meeting place Su Chen had agreed on wasn't far away, an abandoned gas station on the side of the highway. As soon as Ma Ming and the others arrived, they heard a cold shout, Don't move. Startled, several of them quickly raised their hands. Are you Boss Su's men? We're here to negotiate. 20 or 30 figures emerged from the darkened gas station. The leader looked Ma Ming up and down and said calmly, Ma Ming, I heard they said you wanted to betray Chang Weijie and come to me? Su. Boss Su? Recognizing Su Chen, Ma Ming was startled at first, then said eagerly, Yes, Boss Su, Yi Jiahui and I are truly committed to you. Su Chen had already learned the details from Ma Ming's men. He smiled faintly. So how do you need me to cooperate with you? It's simple. We hope that Boss Su can send a team to join us in dealing with Chang Weijie, Lao Jiu, and the others. Ma Ming made his request. The power of Lingshu Cave can be roughly divided into 3 parts. Ma Ming and Yi Jiahui, Lao Jiao and Ji Jiqing, and Chang Weijie each account for 1/3. If a war were to truly begin with Chang Weijie and Lao Jiao, Ma Ming and Yi Jiahui's forces would still be inferior to theirs. That's why Ma Ming approached Su Qian, hoping for his assistance. As long as Chang Weijie, Lao Jiao, and the others are defeated, we take Lingshu Cave and pledge our loyalty to Boss Su. Not only that, we also hand over all of Chang Weijie's treasures to you, Boss Su. Faced with Ma Ming's offer, Su Qian pondered for a moment, chuckled, and shook his head. Sorry, I refuse. Huh? Ma Ming and Yi Jiahui were stunned. They didn't expect that Su Qian would refuse such a tempting proposal. Chapter 930. Boss Su Yu. We are sincere. Ma Ming was stunned for a moment, then hurriedly said. Su Qian waved his hand and said slowly, sincerity isn't something you can prove with words, but something you can show with actions. Yi Jiahui was slightly taken aback. Boss Su, what do you mean? I can send a team of transcendents to help you, but only if you first fight Chang Weijie's men. Su Qian said slowly. No, Boss Su, the power of the 2 of us is far less than that of Chang Weijie, Lao Jiao, and the others. Ma Ming explained anxiously. I don't care. If you can't prove your sincerity, how can I help you? Su Qian asked back. He often schemed against others, so he naturally worried that Ma Ming and Yi Jiahui might join forces with Chang Weijie to scheme against him. Ma Ming and Yi Jiahui were speechless. The 2 exchanged glances, hesitating for a moment. Ma Ming gritted his teeth and said, all right, then, let's do as you say, Boss Su. But Boss Su, you must act promptly. Don't worry about that. I have people keeping a close eye on your camp. If a fight breaks out, I have my men back you up. Su Qian chuckled and nodded. That's good. Ma Ming and Yi Jiahui breathed a sigh of relief. To avoid being discovered by Chang Weijie, the 2 sides discussed the details and then, with their men, returned to the camp. Watching their figures disappear into the night, Su Qian narrowed his eyes, the smile gradually fading. 3 days passed in a flash, and it was the time Chang Weijie had agreed upon. The Lingshu Cave senior leaders gathered once again in Chang Weijie's tent. Everyone. Chang Weijie glanced around at the group and said in a deep voice, after discussing this with Lao Jiao and Ji Jiqing, I decided to lead everyone to Nanshui province. At these words, a commotion erupted within the tent. Most of the Lingshu Cave staff genuinely didn't want to leave Xishan province. But since this was Chang Weijie's order, they couldn't say anything. If you have no objections, go down and make preparations. After lunch, we set off. Chang Weijie ordered. As soon as he finished speaking, Ma Ming slowly said, Master, isn't this too hasty? Shouldn't we discuss such an important matter? Chang Weijie frowned slightly and said coldly, I'm the master. Shouldn't I have the final say on matters within the organization? That's right, Ma Ming. You're being a bit disrespectful to me. Lao Jiao, standing nearby, chimed in. Master, we used to obey you in everything, and that's how we ended up like this. In the past, Yi Jiahui wouldn't have dared to say such words. But with Su Qian's support, he felt much more confident today. Chang Weijie's eyes gleamed. He could sense that Ma Ming and Yi Jiahui were different from before. They had become more assertive. Where did these 2 get the confidence? How dare you? Ji Jiqing slammed the table and shouted, Yi Jiahui, are you planning a rebellion? Who do you think you are? When I joined Lingshu Cave, you were still a member of the Brotherhood. Yi Jiahui retorted bluntly. As the 2 exchanged insults, their subordinates glared at each other. The tent was filled with the smell of gunpowder. Enough! Chang Weijie shouted, glaring at Ma Ming and Yi Jiahui. Are you 2 planning to betray the organization? Not really betrayal. We just think the Chief Cave Master's decision was too hasty. Ma Ming met Chang Weijie's gaze, fearlessly speaking. I still say what I mean. I'm the Chief Cave Master. I have the final say. Anyone who disobeys my orders will be treated as a traitor. Chang Weijie didn't intend to waste any more time on Ma Ming and Yi Jiahui and simply unleashed his spiritual awareness. A powerful pressure instantly enveloped everyone in the tent. Master, you misunderstood. How dare we disobey your orders? Ma Ming's expression suddenly changed, a smile breaking. Since you insist, we have no choice but to comply. Chang Weijie's expression softened. That's good. Everyone, go down and prepare. Everyone in the tent breathed a sigh of relief, stood up, and headed outside. After the others had left, Lao Jiao, accompanied by Ji Jiqing and Ding Bin, approached Chang Weijie. Master, I think Ma Ming and Yi Jiahui seem a little off. I know. We just need to keep a close eye on them, Chang Weijie said softly. He didn't want to quarrel with Ma Ming and Yi Jiahui. After all, they didn't know the situation in Nanshui province. If they were pushed too far and left Lingshu Cave, it would only weaken the organization. Alright, then, let's go down and prepare. Lao Jiao said nothing more, taking Ji Jiqing and Dang Bin with him and leaving. The members of Lingshu Cave quickly packed their belongings and, after lunch, set off for Nanshui province. Chang Weijie sat quietly in the tent, studying the map, pondering which route to take. Just then, Yi Jiahui pulled aside the curtain and walked in with a smile. Chief Cave Master. What's the matter? Chang Weijie glanced at him, his gaze still fixed on the map. Well, we were wrong about this morning's meeting. After returning, we thought about it, and felt that our attitude toward you was a bit disrespectful. So, Ma Ming had a banquet prepared to apologize to the Chief Cave Master. Yi Jiahui said with a smile. No need for an apology. Just follow your orders from now on. Chang Weijie waved his hand. How can that be? The banquet is already prepared. If the Chief Cave Master doesn't attend, we'd both be extremely worried. Yi Jiahui said cautiously. Well, alright. Ma Ming and Yi Jiahui had joined Lingshu Cave much earlier than Lao Jiao and Ji Jiqing. They were closer to Chang Weijie. They had often drunk together before, so Chang Weijie didn't think much of it. He simply assumed they were truly apologizing. If they didn't go, they inevitably have second thoughts. That's great, Chief Cave Master. Shall we go? Yi Jiahui said with a friendly smile. Chang Weijie nodded, stood up, and walked outside. But he didn't notice the sinister smile on Yi Jiahui's face. Meanwhile, on the other side of the camp, Lao Jiao was sitting cross-legged in his tent, munching on a dry steamed bun and drinking plain water. Brother Jiao, something's wrong. Just then, a hurried voice rang out from outside the tent, and Ji Jiqing hurried in. What happened? Why are you so flustered? Lao Jiao frowned. Chapter 931. Brother Jiao, our men just saw Ma Ming's men gathering. It seems they're planning something big. Ji Jiqing asked anxiously. Hearing this, Lao Jiao was stunned for a moment, then dropped the steamed bun in his hand and asked seriously, Are you sure? I'm sure. After several arguments, Lingshu Cave had quietly split into 3 factions. Chang Weijie, Lao Jiao, and Ma Ming each occupied a different part of the camp, and generally didn't interact much. Have our men get ready. I'm going to see the Chief Cave Master. Lao Jiao immediately stood up and headed outside. But when he arrived at Chang Weijie's tent, it was empty. Where's the Chief Cave Master? Lao Jiao asked the guard at the door in a deep voice. Just now, Cave Master Yi came over and said he invited the Chief Cave Master to a banquet. Hearing this, and thinking back to what happened this morning, Lao Jiao's heart skipped a beat. Oh no! Ma Ming and the others might be rebelling. Not wanting to be careless, he ran towards Ma Ming's tent, pulling out his communicator. Old Ji quickly called him over. Ma Ming and the others are mutinying. As a C-rank evolver, Old Nine was incredibly swift. In a matter of moments, he caught up with Chang Weijie, Yi Jiahui, and several of their followers, who were about to enter Ma Ming's territory. Chief Cave Master. Hearing the shouts from behind, Chang Weijie stopped and turned. Old Nine, what's wrong? Chang Weijie asked curiously. Chief Cave Master, Ma Ming, and the others are mutinying. After catching up, Old Nine immediately drew his weapon and pointed it at Yi Jiahui. Yi Jiahui's expression changed. Old Nine, stop slandering me. Chang Weijie glanced at Yi Jiahui and frowned. Old Nine, are you serious about what you said about Master Ma and the others rebelling? Of course it's true. I just came from their camp. Old Nine snapped. Ma Ming has already led his men and set up a tight net. He was clearly trying to trick Yi Jiahui. Unexpectedly, Yi Jiahui was so naive. Upon hearing this, he instantly panicked. With a wave of his hands, dozens of fireballs rained down on Chang Weijie and Old Nine. Thankfully, thanks to Old Nine's warning, Chang Weijie was prepared. With a flick of his spiritual consciousness, a shimmering lightning shield appeared before him, blocking all of Yi Jiahui's fireballs. Old Ma! Attack! Yi Jiahui roared as he sprinted towards the camp. Ma Ming, hiding in the shadows, saw this and no longer concealed himself. He immediately emerged, pointed at Chang Weijie and Lao Jiao, and roared, Kill them both! The psychics lurking around also emerged. Colorful psychic spells flew towards Chang Weijie, Lao Jiao, and the others. Chang Weijie didn't dare to be careless, and thrust his hands forward. A massive lightning barrier protected him and Lao Jiao. The psychic spells struck the lightning barrier, sending forth brilliant sparks. Chang Weijie held his ground while retreating rapidly with Lao Jiao. But Ma Ming wouldn't let them escape. He immediately ordered a pursuit. Chang Weijie and Lao Jiao were about to be surrounded. At this critical moment, Ji Ziqing and Ding Bin arrived with their men. Chief Cave Master, Brother Jiao. You arrived just in time. Chang Weijie breathed a sigh of relief and sternly declared, Hurry, join me in dealing with those two bastards, Ma Ming and Yi Jiaowei. With the support of Ji Ziqing and Ding Bin, the two sides became evenly matched in numbers and strength. The not-so-spacious camp was in chaos. Martial arts and supernatural powers flew back and forth. Calls of killing, curses, and screams echoed over the camp. At the same time, on a small hill not far away, Wang Yin was watching the battle at the Lingshu Cave camp through a high-powered telescope, exclaiming, Wow, this fire magic is truly powerful. Those two evolvers should be C-rank, right? Why are they still using the monkey-stealing peaches tactic? Listening to his explanation, Luo Xiaoyan looked at Su Chen. Boss Su, judging by the situation, Ma Ming and the others must have completely fallen out with Chang Weijie and Old Nine, right? When will we support them? Su Chen lay on the grass, legs crossed, and said lazily, No rush, let them fight a little longer. If we wait any longer, I'm afraid they won't be a match for Chang Weijie, Luo Xiaoyan said worriedly. If they're no match, that's even better. Su Chen sneered. I wish they'd be wiped out by Chang Weijie. Luo Xiaoyan was stunned at first, then understood Su Chen's intention. Ma Ming and Yi Jiaowei chose to betray Chang Weijie to survive, but who knew they wouldn't betray Su Chen in the future? Xiao Song was a vivid example. Su Chen's delayed attack would not only deplete the strength of Chang Weijie and Ma Ming, but also reduce casualties among the Watcher Alliance. Why not? At this moment, the battle inside the Lingshu Cave camp had reached a fever pitch. Ma Ming hadn't been able to kill Chang Weijie immediately, and subsequent actions were unlikely. Especially after Chang Weijie's men received the news and rushed over, Ma Ming and Yi Jiaowei were at a disadvantage. They arranged their cars in a circle to resist the attacks of Chang Weijie and Lao Jiao. Swish, swish, swish. Countless supernatural spells flew in from outside, colliding with the defensive supernatural powers with a deafening sound. Yi Jiaowei struggled to maintain his own defensive spells and shouted to Ma Ming, Old Ma, where are the Watchers? I urged them a long time ago, but they haven't arrived yet. Ma Ming was sweating profusely with anxiety. Early when they were about to attack, they had notified Su Chen by phone. Logically, with the fighting in the camp at this point, Su Chen's men should have arrived long ago. But unfortunately, there was still no movement. Could Su Chen be plotting against him? Ma Ming's heart sank, a sense of foreboding rising within him. At that moment, a ball of lightning suddenly appeared in midair. It wasn't a large ball, but the ferocious energy within it could be felt even from a few meters away. Yes, it was the ball of lightning summoned by Chang Weijie. Seeing that he was unable to capture Ma Ming and the others, Chang Weijie decided to take action. His eyes focused, and the ball of lightning in midair suddenly began to vibrate with a buzzing sound. One after another, powerful lightning bolts struck Ma Ming and the others. Chang Weijie's strength was the strongest in Lingshu Cave. Yi Jiaowei and the others were completely unable to withstand his attack. After a few lightning bolts, their defensive abilities were completely shattered. Boom! Subsequent lightning struck the fenced-off vehicles, creating a massive hole and sending Ma Ming and several other evolvers hiding behind them flying. Old Ma! Yi Jiaowei was horrified. Chapter 932. As Ma Ming and his men's defenses were breached, Chang Weijie and Lao Jiao immediately commanded their evolvers to charge toward the breach. Enhanced by the psychic spells, the evolvers, carrying the enemy's psychic powers, quickly rushed to Yi Jiaowei and his men. In the narrow space, a fierce battle ensued between the two sides. Ma Ming and Yi Jiaowei were already outnumbered. When the two sides engaged in close combat, their disadvantage was magnified immeasurably. Soon, they suffered heavy casualties and were squeezed into a corner. Just when everyone thought that Ma Ming, Yi Jiaowei, and their rebellion were about to be suppressed, something unexpected happened. Who's that? Ah! A sudden commotion erupted behind the crowd in Lingshu Cave. Chang Weijie, observing the battlefield situation, was startled. He quickly turned and looked behind him. At some point, a group of transcendents appeared behind Lingshu Cave. Chang Weijie and Lao Jiao's men were caught off guard, unable to resist, and were rapidly losing ground. It's the Watchers! Lao Jiao merely glanced at them, and Chang Weijie's expression suddenly changed. He immediately understood why Ma Ming and Yi Jiaowei had dared to rebel. It turned out they were colluding with Su Chen. This was a serious problem. The overall strength of Lingshu Cave was actually greater than that of the Watchers. But this was based on a head-on confrontation. After all, Lingshu Cave's members were primarily psychics. If a melee ensued, Lingshu Cave would be at a disadvantage. Chief Cave Master, how? Are we going to be defeated now? The usually composed Old Nine's expression grew tense. Ma Ming, Yi Jiaowei, and the others before him hadn't been dealt with yet. The Beast King Alliance, Lingshu Cave's formidable enemy, launched another surprise attack from the side. Were they destined to die here today? What else can we do? Fight them. Chang Weijie flashed a sinister smile. Ignore Ma Ming and the others for now. Focus all our efforts on dealing with the Watcher Alliance. Ma Ming and Yi Jiaohui's forces had already suffered heavy losses. By comparison, the Watcher Alliance was the true threat. Yes, Chief Cave Master. Old Nine didn't hesitate and immediately summoned his men to withdraw and deal with the Watcher Alliance. However, Su Chun, determined to capture Lingshu Cave in one fell swoop, had dispatched his elite troops. Zhao Man and Luo Xiaotian, two fierce generals, fought fiercely in the crowd, one on each side. The two, on the verge of breaking through to sea-level combat power, equipped with blood-steel blades, were practically unstoppable. Under the protection of the Evolvers, the Psychics, led by Su Wenwei, unleashed their magic with abandon. It wasn't long before Lingshu Cave was being beaten back. At this critical moment, Chang Weijie could no longer sit still. Ji Zhiqing, get all the high-level psychics to come together. I need to activate the 10,000 yuan spirit returning formation. Huh? Ji Zhiqing was stunned. Chief Cave Master, using the 10,000 yuan spirit returning formation in this situation could accidentally injure our people. No need to worry about that. Let's take down Su Chen first. Chang Weijie said coldly. Ji Zhiqing hesitated for a moment, then followed Chang Weijie's instructions, and summoned the high-level psychics within the organization. Soon, they gathered around Chang Weijie. Just as Chang Weijie was directing their positions, preparing to set up the 10,000 spirit returning formation once again, a figure suddenly descended from the sky. Before the psychics in Lingshu Cave could react, the figure, like a whirlwind, burst into the crowd. The two sharp blades in his hands mercilessly harvested the lives of those around him. In the blink of an eye, 7 or 8 high-level psychics were dead at his hands. It was only then that Chang Weijie recognized the man. Su Chen. Yes, it's your grandfather. Su Chen sneered and swung the black gold long sword in his hand. Kill him, Chang Weijie commanded, launching several lightning bolts at Su Chen. Su Chen quickly raised a lightning and ice shield, and even mobilized his fighting spirit to protect himself. He braved the countless incoming psychic powers, and charged into the midst of the psychics again. Although psychics are proficient in a variety of powerful spells. But if the evolved ones got close, they would be at a disadvantage. Not to mention that the one charging them was a monster like Su Chen. Su Chen didn't even need to use his infinite steel flash. Simply wrapping his Do Chi around his black golden long sword, he could easily pierce their protective abilities and forcibly slay them. The high-level psychics of Lingshu Cave were quite helpless. They wanted to fight back, but the distance was too close, making it easy to injure their allies. Hesitant to act rashly, they were utterly routed by Su Chen. Just as Su Chen approached a psychic, blocking their attack, he struck with his sword. The psychic was split in two, his body falling heavily to the ground. Boom! A thick and powerful bolt of lightning suddenly shot towards them. Su Chen, along with several nearby Lingshu Cave psychics, were enveloped by the lightning. Su Chen's protective powers were instantly shattered by the lightning. He himself was also sent flying by the lightning. Even Su Chen couldn't withstand the lightning, let alone the other psychics nearby, who were reduced to charcoal by the lightning. Everyone instinctively looked at Chang Weijie, the one emitting the lightning. None of them had expected Chang Weijie to disregard his own lives in order to kill Su Chen. Why are you looking at me? Kill Su Chen now. Chang Weijie lowered his hand and shouted viciously. Everyone was startled and quickly turned their attention to Su Chen. Chang Weijie's previous attack had been incredibly powerful. Not to mention psychics, even other sea-level evolvers would be severely injured if struck by the lightning. But Su Chen, after all, was not one of the other evolvers. He had been injected with dragon blood reagent, making his physique far stronger than his peers, not to mention the dragon scale armor he wore. After Chang Weijie's lightning shattered Su Chen's protective abilities, its power had been significantly weakened. For this reason, Su Chen was not seriously injured. With a somersault, he leaped from the ground. The scrapes on his body, thanks to his natural regeneration, had healed quickly. Facing the surprised looks of Chang Weijie and the others, Su Chen dusted himself off. Just a few scratches. With his words, he transformed into a flash of lightning again and rushed towards Chang Weijie. Seeing that Su Chen's target was Chang Weijie, the other psychics retreated. They didn't want to be dragged into the fight while Chang Weijie was dealing with him. Faced with Su Chen charging at him with such force, Chang Weijie remained calm. With a sudden wave of his hand, a small yellow bell appeared out of thin air, floating in front of him. Chapter 933. Under Chang Weijie's control, the yellow bell cast a massive shadow, enveloping him. Su Chen frowned, but his movements didn't cease. 2 black gold swords landed on the yellow bell one after another. Ding ding. 2 crisp chimes echoed, and a visible shockwave spread in all directions. Su Chen, fortunately, withstood the shockwave, but the surrounding Lingshu cave members were in dire straits. Caught by the shockwave, they felt as if struck hard, their entire body bleeding. This is... Su Chen frowned, staring at the yellow bell floating in front of Chang Weijie. Hee, this is my C-rank body armor spiritual weapon. Chang Weijie smiled with a hint of smugness. Su Chen, you want to kill me, but it won't be that easy. This guy even has a C-rank spiritual weapon. His luck is almost as bad as mine. Su Chen thought to himself. But then again, to establish a power and become a powerful figure in the apocalypse requires not only strength, but also luck. Su Chen sheathed his black gold sword and quickly drew his golden bow and silver bullets. He aimed at Chang Weijie and fired several bullets in quick succession. But even the black gold sword couldn't break Huang Zhong's defense, and the bullets were simply deflected. I told you, you're wasting your energy. Chang Weijie laughed heartily, raised his hand, and unleashed his supernatural power. Another ball of lightning flew out of his palm, floating in midair. As the ball vibrated, bolts of lightning shot out continuously towards Su Chen and the nearby watchers. It must be said that Chang Weijie's attainments in supernatural powers were not much inferior to Su Chen's. The supernatural spells he wielded were extremely powerful. Even Su Chen had to avoid their brunt. As for the other members of the Watcher Alliance, they dodged repeatedly. Several failed to dodge, and were instantly severely injured by the electric shock. The Lingshu cave, originally at a disadvantage, suddenly regained their morale. They quickly rallied towards Chang Weijie, intending to use him as a core force to fight against the Watcher Alliance. Su Chen, why don't you surrender now? I can appoint you as the deputy chief of Lingshu Cave. What do you think? Chang Weijie sneered. Su Chen swung his sword, shattering the lightning that was striking him. No, Chang Weijie, do you really think I can't kill you? Su Chen held back because he had been studying how to kill Chang Weijie without destroying the small yellow bell. Come on if you dare. Stop talking nonsense. Chang Weijie challenged. Since you said so, don't blame me for being rude. Su Chen's eyes narrowed, and his aura suddenly became as heavy as a mountain. Sensing this change, Chang Weijie's heart skipped a beat. He gave up on recruiting Su Chen and, through his spiritual consciousness, channeled his energy back into the Thunder Ball. As more and more energy flowed in, the Thunder Ball grew in size, and the lightning it emitted grew more powerful. Su Chen gripped his black gold longsword tightly and, like a ghost, charged at Chang Weijie again. He dodged all the lightning that struck him, or blocked it with his protective spells. In the blink of an eye, Su Chen was already in front of Chang Weijie. 2 black golden long swords, one after the other, landed on the phantom of the yellow bell. Unlimited slashing steel flashed. First strike, second strike. Dang dang. 2 consecutive strikes landed on the yellow bell, each easily blocked. The yellow bell once again emitted a white shockwave. Su Chen retracted the black golden long sword and swung it again. Third strike, fourth strike. The power of these 2 strikes was several times greater than the previous 2. When they landed on the phantom of the yellow bell, the vibrations were noticeably stronger. The shockwaves bounced off the yellow bell in all directions, becoming increasingly powerful. Su Chen saw it. The spiritual weapon in Chang Weijie's hand not only had defensive capabilities, but also could reflect incoming damage in the form of shockwaves. It was truly a treasure. What a pity. Though Su Chen felt regretful, his movements didn't cease. After officially becoming a C-rank transcendent, and still possessing spiritual awareness, Su Chen now wielded the infinite steel flash with remarkable ease. He could even swing his 5th and 6th slashes simultaneously. These 2 reckless blows, landing consecutively on the Huangzhong Phantom, created a shockwave so powerful it could shake the earth. The several men closest to Chang Weijie were instantly killed by the rebounding shockwave. Even Su Chen, after enduring the shockwave, had traces of blood oozing from the corners of his mouth. As for Chang Weijie, although he had escaped serious injury thanks to the protection of the small Huangzhong A crack had already appeared on the small Huangjong. The Huangjong phantom surrounding him grew even dimmer, like a candle in the wind, poised to go out at any moment. Chang Weijie was horrified. He hadn't expected Su Qin's power to be so terrifying. No wonder his brothers had perished at his hands. But the next moment, his expression suddenly changed dramatically. Because Su Qin had already raised his 7th blade. Unlike the previous 6, the moment this blade was raised, Chang Weijie sensed a devastating aura. Instinct told him that if this blade fell, he would be dead. But Chang Weijie had already been locked onto the infinite slashing steel flash, especially given the blade's immense range. There was no way he could escape. Chang Weijie's spiritual awareness surged frantically, channeling all his energy into the yellow bell in his hand. The yellow bell erupted with a dazzling yellow light, as if Chang Weijie were holding the sun in his hands. The phantom of the yellow bell, enveloping him, grew clearer, seemingly tangible. Amidst everyone's astonishment, Su Qin's 7th blade landed on the phantom of the yellow bell. Crack! With a resounding sound, the yellow bell was unable to withstand Su Qin's attack. As the phantom of the yellow bell shattered, the small yellow bell in Chang Weijie's hand also exploded, shattering into countless fragments. But he couldn't care less. The golden aura of the 7th sword had already enveloped him. Without a sound, as the golden aura faded, Chang Weijie vanished as well. The Lingshu cave member standing dozens of meters behind him also vanished without a trace. A deep ravine appeared where he stood. Only a single energy crystal in the ravine proved Chang Weijie's presence. The surrounding Lingshu cave members were already stunned by Su Qin's might. They stood there motionless, their faces filled with fear. "If you don't want to die, surrender now," Su Qin said coldly. The Lingshu cave members seemed to have just woken up. If even their own chief cave master couldn't match Su Qin, how could they possibly have a chance of victory? Chapter 934. Surrender? We surrender. Most of the Lingshu cave members immediately gave up resistance. They knelt on the ground, surrendering to the Watcher Alliance. Seeing this, Su Qin breathed a sigh of relief. Although the consequences of using the 7th strike of the Wuji/Steel Flash this time weren't as severe as last time, Su Qin was exhausted, and his body ached. If these Lingshu cave members still refused to repent, it would be quite troublesome. However, those who surrendered did not include Lao Jiao, Ji Jiqing, and Ding Bin. They knew very well. If the other Lingshu cave members surrendered, they might still have a chance of survival. But for those who already had a grudge against the Watcher Alliance, there was no way they would survive. Lao Ji, Ding Bin, you two, quickly use your combined powers and fight your way through. Lao Jiao roared, brandishing his blood-steel blade and repelling an enemy. Okay, Brother 9. Ji Jiqing turned and was about to call Ding Bin to join him in using his combined attack ability. Just then, he heard a whoosh. Before Ji Jiqing could react, his vision went black, and there was no sound anymore. Captain Ji. Ji Jiqing's head exploded like a watermelon. Ding Bin was stunned for a moment, then shuddered. Old Nine's face was also filled with grief. He raised his head and looked not far away. He saw Su Qin holding a golden bow and silver bullets high, aiming at him. At the critical moment, Ding Bin quickly summoned a barrier of light to block Old Nine's attack. The incoming bullet hit the barrier squarely. The barrier of light shattered with a clang. Firing 2 consecutive rounds of projectiles completely drained Su Qin of his strength. But with Ji Jiqing dead, there was no need to worry about him, and Ding Bin combining their powers. Su Qin sheathed his golden bow and silver bullets, recovering his strength while observing the battlefield. After most of the Lingshu cave members surrendered, only Lao Jiao's group remained, struggling to hold on. Facing the Watchers Alliance, whose numbers outnumbered them several times, they were no match. Watching his men fall to the ground one after another, Lao Jiao's heart bled. Soon, only Ding Bin and 7 or 8 of his men remained by his side. Although Lao Jiao and Ding Bin were both searing transcendents, they were also exhausted. At this point, the Watchers Alliance didn't rush forward, simply surrounding them in the center. Old Nine, it's already this late. Why don't you surrender? As Su Qin's voice rang out, a path parted through the crowd of Watchers. Su Qin slowly stepped out and stood before Old Nine. You want me to surrender? Dream on. Old Nine stared at Su Qin intently, his eyes filled with deep hatred. Su Qin had first killed Wang Zhan and annexed the Brotherhood. Now he had defeated Lingshu Cave and slain almost all of Old Nine's men. If possible, Old Nine would have eaten Su Qin alive. Stubborn. Su Qin sneered. Boss Su, I surrender. Ding Bin, standing nearby, shouted. Su Qin glanced at him, pretending he hadn't heard. Captain Zhao, proceed. Anyone who refuses to surrender will be killed. Except Ding Bin, I spare his life. Hearing this, Ding Bin's heart sank, as if he were falling into an icy cave. Su Chen had refused to surrender, and instead asked Zhao Man to spare his life. There was only one possibility. Su Chen was planning to torture him. Had he known this would happen, he wouldn't have come to Xishan province. Ding Bin was filled with regret. When the Watchers Alliance attacked the worship cult, seeing they were no match for Su Chen, Ding Bin fled with a few of his men. Remembering his past friendship with the Brotherhood, Ding Bin chose to come to Xishan province and join the Brotherhood. But he never imagined that Su Chen would linger like a dogskin plaster. Not only had he pursued him to Xishan province, killed Wang Zhan, and annexed the Brotherhood, but now even Lingshu Cave was on the verge of being destroyed by Su Chen. While Ding Bin was daydreaming, several other transcendents were killed by Zhao Man, Luo Xiaotian, and their men. Even Lao Jiao, the strongest among them, was no match for 4. Besieged by the Watchers, he was covered in wounds, a bloody sight. After fighting for over 10 minutes, Lao Jiao's body finally swayed from excessive blood loss, and collapsed to the ground. Ding Bin hadn't been unwilling to help during this process. It was just that his mental strength had long since been exhausted. Now, apart from those who had surrendered, Ding Bin was the only one left in the entire camp. Facing the advancing Watchers, Ding Bin gritted his teeth, pulled a dagger from his bosom, and plunged it into his heart. Unfortunately, Su Chen had already given the order, and everyone was wary of Ding Bin's suicide. Wang Yan swiftly stepped forward, knocking Ding Bin's dagger away and then delivering several powerful blows. Ding Bin was blinded by the blows. Before he could recover, several members of the Watchers Alliance swarmed over, pinning him to the ground and placing an energy suppressor on him. With this, the battle was declared over. Looking at the messy camp, Su Chen nodded slightly to Zhao Man send someone to escort the prisoners back first, then arrange for someone to clean up this place. Yes, boss. Zhao Man immediately took his orders and left. Su Chen then walked towards Yi Jiahui, who was not far away. Yi Jiahui was still immersed in Ma Ming's sacrifice. Old Ma. The dead cannot be resurrected, Mr. Yi, don't be too sad. Su Chen said calmly. Yi Jiahui raised his head and looked at Su Chen with a complicated expression. He knew full well that Ma Ming's death was inextricably linked to Su Chen. The two sides had clearly agreed that if Ma Ming turned against Yi Jiahui and Chen Weijie, Su Chen would send reinforcements. But Su Chen simply delayed for nearly an hour. Not only was Ma Ming killed by Chen Weijie, but he and Yi Jiahui's men were also nearly wiped out. But even if he knew, what could he do? Now Lingshu Cave was a thing of the past. To survive the apocalypse, he had to cling to Su Chen's support. Thank you so much, Boss Su, for your timely intervention. Otherwise, I'm afraid Chen Weijie and his men would have killed me too. Yi Jiahui's expression was filled with gratitude. According to our previous agreement, from now on, you are a member of the Watcher Alliance. Su Chen paused, then added, you should also hand over all of Chen Weijie's treasures. Yi Jiahui hesitated, then pulled out a notebook from his bosom and handed it to Su Chen. Su Chen took the notes and flipped through them casually. Chapter 935. Chen Weijie made his fortune through supernatural power research, so naturally, this notebook contains information related to supernatural powers. As a fire-based supernatural power user, Yi Jiahui learned fire-based spells from Chen Weijie. For example, the Red Lotus of Destruction, used by Zhou Ming in his final counterattack, is recorded in the notebook. According to the description in the notebook, the Red Lotus of Destruction has extremely high requirements for the user's spiritual awareness, mental strength, and physical strength. If one forcibly uses it without meeting these requirements, one will overdraw their vitality. No wonder Zhou Ming died the last time he used it. Additionally, what attracted Su Chen even more was the combined attack supernatural power called the Thunder and Fire Heavenly Shield, and Chen Weijie's research on supernatural powers. The Thunder and Fire Heavenly Shield was the defensive combined attack supernatural power that Zhou Ming and Lu Chao had previously used together. Later, when the negotiations broke down, Chen Weijie also used it with Yi Jiahui. This defensive supernatural power can be described as insurmountable. At that time, Su Chen, Su Wenwei, and other psychics bombarded the area with repeated attacks, but were unable to break through the Thunder and Fire Heavenly Shield. Su Chen continued reading. Here was Chen Weijie's research on psychic abilities. According to Chen Weijie, when a transcendental evolves to sea level and possesses spiritual awareness, they can unleash even more powerful psychic abilities. These techniques are no longer suitable to be called psychic abilities. In Chen Weijie's opinion, they should be called spells. Things like the world-destroying Red Lotus and the Thunder Ball Chen Weijie had summoned earlier could be considered spells. Su Chen finished reading the notes, closed them, and let out a long breath. This Changweijie was truly a genius. Regardless of his unique experiences, his research on psychic abilities alone was unmatched. But such a genius couldn't be used for his own benefit. Thinking of this, Su Chen couldn't help but feel a little regretful. "Boss Su, are you satisfied with this?" Yi Jiahui asked cautiously. "Satisfied, quite satisfied." Su Chen chuckled and waved at Wang Yan. "Captain Zhao, please take Mr. Yi and the others down and take good care of them." "No problem, Brother Su." Wang Yan readily agreed, smiling broadly at Yi Jiahui. "Mr. Yi, shall we go?" "Boss Su, I go down and rest first." Yi Jiahui finally breathed a sigh of relief, gathered the remaining 7 or 8 men, and followed Wang Yan out. However, he didn't notice that before leaving, Su Chen gestured to Wang Yan, wiping his neck. Watching Yi Jiahui and the others depart, Su Chen let out a cold smile. Yi Jiahui would surely feel resentful that the Watcher Alliance hadn't provided timely support. Unfortunately, with Zhao Song's experience as a warning, Su Chen had no intention of recruiting Ma Ming, Yi Jiahui, and the others from the outset. "Boss Su." Luo Xiaoyan trotted over from a distance, a bag in his hand. "This is what I just looted from Changweijie's luggage." Su Chen took the bag and carefully looked through it. This trip wasn't a big deal. It had yielded unexpected gains. Among them was Changweijie's diary, which not only recorded his daily life, but also contained many of his insights. It was far more detailed than the insights recorded in Yi Jiahui's notebook. It turned out that Changweijie, like Su Chen, Deng Bin, and the others, had made his fortune by discovering a secret realm. However, the secret realm he had discovered was far more advanced than the one Su Chen and the others had experienced. Changweijie acquired many treasures in the secret realm. These included combined attack abilities, the Heaven and Earth Soul Seizing Formation, and more. It was thanks to these, along with his understanding of these abilities, that Changweijie was able to rapidly evolve, establish the Lingshu Cave, and become a powerful figure. Unfortunately, he eventually met Su Chen. If Su Chen hadn't happened to obtain the Demon Sealing Formation in the underwater secret realm, Changweijie might have had the last laugh. In the back of his notebook, Changweijie also recorded several spells he had researched. Among them was the 10,000 Thunders Heavenly Attraction, which he had previously used. 10,000 Thunders Heavenly Attraction. Summoning a floating thunder ball, it draws thunder from heaven and earth, continuously bombarding enemies. Not only did it contain these spells, but it also recorded the Heaven and Earth Soul Seizing Formation. Su Chen put away Changweijie's notes, feeling both satisfied and a little regretful. If we could get Changweijie's small yellow bell, and the 10,000 yuan Gailing Formation, everything would be perfect, but one shouldn't be too greedy. These are almost enough. At this time, Zhao Men had already led the team to nearly complete the cleanup of the battlefield. The remaining supplies in the camp were dispensable to Su Chen, and it wouldn't be possible to move them all in a short time. Su Chen would take his men and leave first, then have the Longcheng army come and move the supplies. As soon as Su Chen returned to Longcheng, Wang Yan came to visit excitedly. "Hee, Brother Su, thank you for your mission." He handed over a few energy crystals, still stained with blood. Su Chen instantly realized that Wang Yan had already eliminated Yi Jiahui. He took the 2 largest energy crystals and returned the rest to Wang Yan. "Okay, thank you for your hard work." "It's not hard, it's not hard." Wang Yan's face lit up. With his level and relationship with Su Chen, he could normally enjoy almost unlimited access to raw stones. But the energy contained in these energy crystals far surpassed that of raw stones. After Wang Yan left, Su Chen sat down cross-legged, ready to cultivate. During this time, he had been focused on dealing with Lingshu Cave, temporarily putting cultivation aside. With the destruction of Lingshu Cave and the deaths of Changweijie, Ma Ming, Lao Jiao, and others, Su Chen had resolved a major concern. While many survivor organizations still existed in Xishan province, they posed no threat to the Watcher Alliance. Su Chen could now rest easy and devote himself to cultivation. After all, in the apocalypse, nothing was more important than evolution. But before cultivating, Su Chen took out Changweijie's diary and Yi Jiahui's notes. Formation detected, Heaven and Earth Soul Seizing Array. Host, are you ready to learn it? Spell detected, 10,000 Thunders attracted. Host, are you ready to learn it? Spell detected, Thunderbird spell. Host, are you ready to learn it? Su Chen naturally chose to learn all of them without hesitation. Ding, host has mastered the formation, Heaven and Earth Soul Seizing Array. Ding, host has mastered the spell, 10,000 Thunders attracted. Ding, host has mastered the spell, Thunderbird spell. Heaven and Earth Soul Seizing Array. Once the formation is deployed and activated, it can, depending on the size of the formation, plunder energy within a certain range and gather it at the center. It plunders not only energy and spiritual energy, but also the vitality of all things and the dragon energy of the Earth's veins. This formation is so powerful that it's no wonder Chanweijia had to abandon the western volcano area after using it. After mastering everything, Su Chen took out a large pile of raw stones, placed them in front of him, and officially began his cultivation. Chapter 936. In the wilderness of Xishan Province. Parked in this remote area, a massive RV sat cross-legged. On the roof of the RV sat a handsome young man. Yes, it was Su Chen and his Normadison. In the days since the Lingshu Cave was resolved, the Watcher Alliance has seen an increasing number of C-rank transcendents. Those with exceptional talent, like Xiao Man and Luo Xiaohian, have even evolved to C-rank combat power. This gave Su Chen a sense of urgency. Although, with his strength, even a C-rank, let alone a C+, might not be his match, he was unwilling to fall too far behind, lest he be outmatched. It had to be said. The spirit-gathering array carried by Normadison was surprisingly effective. It could directly absorb external energy, removing impurities within, allowing Su Chen to absorb it directly. Although its absorption rate could not keep up with Su Chen's. But Su Chen could easily use this time to absorb the raw stones he possessed. In just a few days, Su Chen had absorbed enough energy for his next strengthening. Strengthen the body. Su Chen muttered to himself. The familiar warm current appeared again at the top of his head. But this time, it not only flowed through his limbs and bones, but also branched out and poured into his consciousness. Sensing this warmth, Su Chen's spiritual consciousness involuntarily approached it, enveloping it and absorbing it. After completely absorbing it, Su Chen clearly felt his spiritual consciousness grow stronger. However, compared to the blue light left behind after Qi's death, it was still much weaker. By now, Su Chen had absorbed almost all of the blue light in his consciousness. His spiritual consciousness had grown to the size of a basketball. It floated quietly within his consciousness, slowly rotating. The interweaving of blue and silver was exceptionally beautiful. Su Chen exited his consciousness, slowly opened his eyes, and exhaled. He had already absorbed the maximum amount of raw stones for the day. Adding to the fact that he had just strengthened his body, he didn't plan to continue practicing. Su Chen leaped from the roof of the car, entered the car, and grabbed a bottle of iced Coke, guzzling it down. Although drinking too much Coke wasn't good for the body, with a transcendence physique, even subsisting on Coke wouldn't be a big deal. Ding ding ding. The communicator on the table suddenly began to buzz rapidly. Su Chen picked it up. Hello? Boss Su, the sisters-in-law have arrived in Dragon City. Hearing this, Su Chen was startled, then smiled. I see. I'll be right back. After hanging up, Su Chen took the driver's seat. He stepped on the accelerator, and the Normadison roared towards Dragon City. Su Chen soon arrived back in Dragon City. As soon as the car parked, he saw an orange figure rushing towards him. Boss! Meng Qi! Su Chen hugged Meng Qi and rubbed her head. Meng Qi unceremoniously extended her tongue and licked Su Chen's face. Boss! Following a few sweet cries, Lu Linger, Lin Yingying, Zhao Yu, and the other women came forward and embraced Su Chen one by one. Seeing this, Wang Yan sighed. I wish I had half the ability of Boss Su. You? Forget it. Ding Di poured cold water on him. After a brief flirtation with the women, Su Chen glanced over, a hint of surprise in his eyes. Where's Lu Guang? The women exchanged glances, and Lu Linger explained, Boss, Lu Guang has gone to reunite with her tribe. Hearing this, Su Chen was startled. Aren't Lu Guang's tribe the mermaids of Atlantis? Hasn't the portal to the underwater kingdom disappeared? How did Lu Guang reunite with her tribe? Seeing Su Chen's surprised expression, Lu Linger hurriedly explained. Lu Guang had been living on land for a while, and was having trouble adapting. Su Chen had Lu Linger and the others accompany her to Mingyuan base, allowing her to spend some time in the ocean. During this time, Lu Guang learned about the existence of the Mariana Trench. On a whim, she swam southeast, reaching the world's deepest trench. Not only that, Lu Guang also swam to the very bottom of the Mariana Trench. As a mermaid, she was naturally not afraid of the ocean's pressure. At the deepest part of the trench, Lu Guang discovered a passage. Intrigued, she traversed this passage and unexpectedly returned to Atlantis. It turns out that if you swim upward from Atlantis, you find rocks above you. Throughout these rocks lies a passage that leads to the Mariana Trench. This was the passage Lu Guang had discovered. Not only that, she also discovered another shocking fact. that Atlantean creatures could swim freely upward, even passing through that passage and reaching the Pacific Ocean. You should know that Atlantis before was like being enveloped by a barrier. Any creature attempting to swim upwards would encounter immense resistance. The further from the seabed one ventured, the greater the resistance. Not to mention the undersea kingdom's most powerful warriors. Even the most terrifying creature, the black shark whale, couldn't swim very high. However, just as Su Chen and his companions slew the undersea kingdom's guardian spirit, the Chi, and passed through the portal, leaving Atlantis, the resistance vanished without a trace. It was as if with the Chi's death, the barrier vanished as well. After discovering this, Yin Yu dispatched his men to swim upwards and explore the area above. They quickly discovered the passage. Concerned about what lay beyond the passage, Yin Yu didn't immediately send anyone in. Instead, he summoned the three princes, Yi Chen, and the others for a discussion. Before they could reach a conclusion, Lu Guang swam out of the passage. After a long separation, Lu Guang and Yan Yu and the others were overjoyed to reunite. The residents of the Undersea Kingdom, including Yan Yu and Yi Chen, were also quite curious about the world inhabited by Su Chen and his companions. So, under Lu Guang's persuasion, they swam through the passage, through the Mariana Trench, and into the Blue Planet. So that's how it is. After listening to Lu Linger's story, Su Chen suddenly understood. But he wasn't overly surprised. After all, he had already learned from Chi that Atlantis was originally a continent on the Blue Planet. It had only sunk to the bottom of the sea and been inexplicably sealed. It seemed that after he killed Chi and left the Undersea Kingdom, the seal had been lifted. Then the question arose. Why was this so? Su Chen suddenly remembered Chi's last sigh. I don't accept it. Why were you the chosen one, and not me? Chi's words implied that Su Chen was the chosen one. Chapter 937. Su Chen was extremely shocked at the time, and wanted to learn more from Chi. However, Chi became insane and refused to say more, so he chose to self-destruct. Thinking about it now, there was something truly bizarre about this. Combining all the information, Su Chen made a bold guess. After Atlantis sank to the bottom of the ocean, it was sealed by an unknown figure, or force. Atlantis was then transformed into a secret realm, with Chi acting as its final boss. Any human who entered the underwater kingdom could only leave Atlantis and break the seal by killing Chi. This situation was similar to the Silver Guardian Su Chen encountered during the chess game during his second entry into the secret realm. Not only that, Chi's words reminded Su Chen of the dying words of the green-eyed zombie. Let them know you're not worthy of being your stepping stone. Could it be true, as Chi said, that he was like the chosen children in Digimon, chosen by the power behind the apocalypse? But what was the purpose of the power behind the apocalypse, and of choosing him? Su Chen pondered for a long time, then shook his head. Although he had been reborn before the apocalypse and possessed the RV system, he didn't feel that he was the chosen protagonist. The reason was simple. Even after being reborn with memories of his past life and possessing the system, Su Chen had faced death on several occasions. In the end, he had either relied on good luck or ingenuity to successfully escape danger. So Su Chen made a bold guess. Although she was a reborn being with a system, she was essentially a chosen one, just like all other humans. The forces behind the scenes launched the apocalyptic disaster to force humanity to evolve and select the strongest. As for the purpose of this selection, Su Chen had no idea for the time being. Boss, what's wrong with you? Su Chen's timid voice suddenly reached his ears. He looked up and saw everyone staring at him with worry. Su Chen then realized that he had been in a daze for a while. I'm fine. I was just thinking about something. Su Chen smiled, suppressing the turbulent thoughts in his heart and feigning indifference. All of this was, in the end, just his own conjecture. Without concrete evidence, speaking out would only cause panic. The forces behind the scenes had orchestrated such a massive scheme, there couldn't be any flaws. All he needed to do was encounter creatures like the Chi and the little green-eyed zombie again, and gather information from them. Su Chen breathed a sigh of relief, greeted everyone, and headed towards his room. After settling down, he asked the women about the situation at the Yucheng and Mingyuan bases. In the time without Su Chen, both bases had been peaceful. Not only that, the base members had also discovered several large quarry mines in Zhongqi Province and Dongpan Province. Adding to the quarry discovered previously, the total volume was sufficient to sustain the members of the Watcher Alliance for several years. Su Chen smiled with satisfaction upon hearing this. He had previously worried about a shortage of quarry mines, but he hadn't expected that this problem would be quickly resolved. After chatting for a while, considering that Lu Linger and the other women had been traveling all the way, they tactfully got up and left, leaving the time for Su Chen and the other women. After the others left, Suchin rubbed his hands and smiled wickedly. Ladies, it's getting late. Let's hurry up, shall we? Amid the women's complaints and exclamations, Suchin picked them up one by one and threw them onto the spacious bed. Soon, the room was filled with spring. After the clouds cleared and the rain subsided, the other women fell asleep one after another. Only Bai Qianqing came to Suchin's side, resting on his chest, whispering, "Boss, after you destroyed Lingshu Cave, did you find Dingbin?" "Of course I did, and I even spared his life, awaiting your disposal." "Really? Thank you so much, boss." Bai Qianqing's pretty face was filled with excitement, and she embraced Suchin and kissed him passionately. "With our relationship, there's no need for thanks," Suchin said softly, hugging her. "Then, boss, can you take me there now?" Bai Qianqing looked at Suchin expectantly. Suchin hadn't expected Bai Qianqing to be so anxious. He pondered for a moment, then nodded in agreement. "Okay, we go right away." Suchin told the other women to rest well, while he and Bai Qianqing dressed and headed for Longcheng Prison, the deepest part of Longcheng Prison. This is where the captured Dingbin was held. As a prisoner named by Suchin, Dingbin's treatment was much better than that of the other prisoners. Not only did he live in a single cell, but he also enjoyed the best food and drink. He was even under guard 24 hours a day, fearing anything might happen to him. However, everyone in the prison knew full well that Dingbin's current enjoyment was exchanged for future suffering. Dingbin himself was fully aware of this. So, upon entering prison, he attempted suicide by starving himself. Alas, the prison had a medical team, who immediately administered nutrient solution. Dingbin also considered biting his tongue, but there were also healing psychics watching him. After several days of struggling, Dingbin still couldn't commit suicide. Desperately, he could only accept his fate. Dingbin finished his meal with a numb expression, placed his plate outside the iron gate, and then knocked on it. As usual, a guard would come and take his plate. This time, however, two figures arrived outside Dingbin's cell. They didn't leave immediately, but stood outside, staring intently at Dingbin. Dingbin looked up listlessly, and when he saw the newcomers, his eyes widened. Suchin. "Oh no, boss Su, Miss Bai?" Yes, it was Suchin and Bai Qianqing. Suchin waved to the nearby jailer, signaling for them to bring over 2 chairs. When the chairs arrived, he and Bai Qianqing sat down. "Master Ding, it seems you've been doing well lately. You even gained a lot of weight. That's all thanks to Boss Su's care." Dingbin, feeling a little frightened, feigned composure and spoke respectfully. "Boss Su, I did a lot of bad things in the past. But that's all in the past. I'm willing to turn over a new leaf and make good on my mistakes. Whatever you ask me to do, I do it, as long as you spare my life." Suchin sighed and shook his head slightly. "Master Ding, it's not that I don't want to, it's that Qianqing doesn't want to spare your life." Dingbin immediately looked at Bai Qianqing and dropped to his knees with a plop. Chapter 938. "Qianqing, I really had no choice. Your father betrayed the organization. If I don't punish him, what will my subordinates think of me? I know. I let you down, and your father down. I deserve to die." Dingbin said this as he stretched out his hand and slapped himself in the face. "Pa pa pa." The former leader of the worshipping god cult now knelt humbly before the aloof young woman, Bai Qianqing, attempting to save his life by begging for mercy. Unfortunately, no matter how much he pleaded, Bai Qianqing's pretty face remained unchanged. Seeing this, Dingbin began to play the emotional card again. "Qianqing, even though I killed your father, I was still good to you, wasn't I? I made you a saint of the god worship cult, and even helped you reach your rank. I gave you that shadow stealth technique. For all my care for you, can you spare my life? If you're worried about my revenge, you can just remove my energy crystal and turn me back into an ordinary person." For a normal C-rank transcendent, having their energy crystal removed and becoming an ordinary person is more painful than killing them. But Dingbin would rather become an ordinary person than live. After all, nothing is more important than survival. "Dingbin, you're absolutely right." Bai Qianqing suddenly spoke, her voice as cold as ever. "Since my father joined the Leader Alliance, he should abide by the organization's rules. He let Gao Fei and the others go without permission, and he should be punished. And after my father's death, you treated me very well. I should have spared you." Hearing this, Dingbin's face lit up with joy. But Bai Qianqing changed the subject, her pretty face growing even colder. "You were only being nice to me because you were lusting after my body. I can tolerate that. But how did you treat the members of my Bai family after they joined the worship god cult?" Dingbin's smile froze. In order to better control Bai Qianqing and quell any unrest, Dingbin had eliminated all the Bai family members, who had joined the worship god cult with Bai Qianxing through various means. By the time Bai Qianxing defected from the worship god cult, only 4 or 5 members of the Bai family remained, including Uncle Yao. I may not avenge my father, but I must avenge the vengeance of so many members of my Bai family. Bai Qianxing's resolute voice echoed through the cell. Su Chen waved to the nearby jailer, signaling him to bring some instruments of torture. A moment later, the jailer returned, pushing a small cart. Following him was a therapist specially assigned by Su Chen. The cart held a dazzling array of torture instruments, pliers, scissors, all sorts, gleaming with a chilling light. After just one glance, Dingbin's body went limp, collapsing to the ground. Qianxing, he's your toy now. Su Chen walked over to Bai Qianxing and whispered in her ear. Thank you, boss. Bai Qianxing nodded slightly, walked over to the cart, and picked up a pair of giant scissors. She slowly walked toward the cell, a cruel smile plastered across her fair face. Ah. Just kill me. Fuck you, you bastard. I was wrong, give me a quick death. For the next period of time, Dingbin's screams echoed throughout Longcheng prison. The sound was so miserable that the other prisoners' faces paled. They secretly vowed to turn over a new leaf and become a new man. Bai Qianxing's torture of Dingbin lasted for a full 3 hours. Whether it was a broken limb or other painful condition, the therapists nearby were able to heal Dingbin instantly. Throughout the process, Dingbin was first tortured, then healed, a state of being unable to live or die. In the end, he was crying and laughing, incontinent, and clearly insane. Only then did Bai Qianxing let Dingbin go, stabbing him in the heart. As he lay dying, a smile played across Dingbin's lips, as if he were celebrating his own death. Bai Qianxing followed Su Chen back to Normathison. Entering her room, she washed herself from head to toe. Then she came to the table and knelt before her father, by Jianghua's spirit tablet. Dad, I avenged you. Bai Qianxing's beautiful eyes flushed red, and her voice choked with sobs. Just then, the door behind her gently opened, and Su Chen walked in. Seeing this, Su Chen came to Bai Qianxing's side and gently lifted her up. Qianxing, don't be sad. Boss, I'm not sad. Bai Qianxing leaned into Su Chen's arms, looking up at him. Although I lost my father, I'm glad I met you, boss. With you, boss, I am the happiest woman in the world. She paused, then looked at Bai Jianghua's memorial tablet. Dad, rest in peace in heaven. The two hugged each other tightly, saying nothing more. After Dingbin's death, the affairs of Xishan province were largely resolved. Su Chen planned to return to the Watcher Alliance with everyone. In Xishan province, Su Chen assigned Peng Jing, Chu Fanmin, Zhang San, and others to continue to command Longcheng. As for Zhao Man, Luo Xiaotian, and others, they were transferred back to the base in Yuqing. After all, after the destruction of Lingshu Cave, Xishan province no longer had any forces capable of threatening the Brotherhood. A few days later, Su Chen returned to Yuqing with a large force. Boss Su! Boss! Seeing Su Chen and his companions return, Tong Fei, Chu Mengyao, He Wang, Sun Yuan, and others, who had been waiting outside the base, came forward to greet them. Congratulations, Brother Su, for easily destroying Lingshu Cave and eliminating our biggest threat, He Wang said with a smile. This is all thanks to the concerted efforts of our brothers. Su Chen smiled slightly and asked, has anything major happened in Yuqing recently? Nothing major. He Wang shook his head slightly. But there was one small incident. Oh! Tell me about it. Su Chen asked casually, as he greeted He Wang and the others towards the base. A few days ago, several transcendents drove over from Beitu province, saying they wanted to meet you, Boss Su. Beitu province? Su Chen's eyes fixed, a thoughtful expression on his face. Beitu province is located north of Zhongqi province and originally bordered Xishan province and Dongpan province. But with the advent of the apocalypse, the environment changed dramatically. Large tracts of Dongpan province were submerged by the sea, and mountains in Xishan province collapsed, damaging roads. Therefore, the two provinces severed ties with Beitu province. As for Zhongqi province, the situation wasn't much better. Chapter 939. There's only one main road leading from Zhongqi province to Beitu province, but after the apocalypse, many people sought to escape north. As a result, thousands of cars were stuck on the highway. When Su Chen was searching for a way to break through to Stage D, he had considered Beitu province. But when he launched his drone, he discovered the traffic jam stretched for dozens of kilometers, with no end in sight. Finally, Su Chen gave up the idea of going to Beitu province, and headed for Xishan province instead. Unexpectedly, some transcendents from Beitou province had crossed the highway and arrived in Zhongji province. Okay, then I go meet them first. Su Chen's expression grew solemn. In the apocalypse, people's hearts are unpredictable. They wouldn't just come to visit him out of boredom. Led by He Wang, Su Chen arrived at a reception room. 3 transcendents from Beitou province had already been stationed there. Mr. He. Seeing Su Chen and He Wang arrive, the 3 quickly stood up. This is Su Chen, the leader of our Watcher Alliance, He Wang introduced solemnly. Hearing this, the 3 men quickly extended their hands and greeted respectfully, Hello Chief Su. Su Chen shook hands with each of them and sat down. May I know your names? My name is Shen Ri, and these 2 are my brothers, Shen Yu and Shen Xing. The leading man introduced himself. We are from the Yu family army in Beitou province. We've been ordered by our leader to establish ties with the forces in Zhongji province. In the apocalyptic world, most means of communication are unusable. The only remaining method is radio. However, radio communication is limited by the equipment it uses, and its range is extremely limited. Coupled with a harsh living environment and ferocious monsters, this made it difficult for human survivors in different provinces to communicate. According to Shen Ri, the Yu family army was similar to the Watcher Alliance and the Brotherhood, all relying on a long struggle to ultimately unify Beitou province. The Yu family army was led by a married couple, the husband, Kuai Hui, and his wife, Chang Dayu. But unlike a typical couple, Chang Dayu was responsible for external campaigns, while Kuai Hui stayed behind, managing the Yu family army. After the Yu family army completely occupied Beitou province, the couple was unwilling to remain in Beitou and sit back and watch the world unfold. So, they sent the 3 Shen brothers south to open a route to Zhongji province and establish ties with local forces. Women outside, men inside? Interesting. Su Chen smiled. If you're here as guests, I welcome you. Sister Yu has prepared some gifts for us to bring to you, Boss Su. Shen Ri winked at his 2 younger brothers. The 2 nodded in understanding, placed the boxes on the table, and opened them. The boxes contained quite a bit of stuff, but mostly cigarettes and fine wine. Only a small portion consisted of exotic crystals and raw stones. Seeing this, Luo Xiaotian, He Wang, and the others nearby turned peculiar. Wang Yan even managed a low chuckle. Su Chen glanced at them, and nodded slightly at Luo Xiaotian. Xiao Luo, help me put these away. Luo Xiaotian stepped forward and put both boxes away. Sister Yu sent you here because she thinks highly of our Overwatch Alliance. How about this? You stay for 2 more days. I have brother He treat you well. When you leave, bring me a return gift. Su Chen glanced at his watch. It's getting late, and I have things to do, so I won't be welcoming you. With that, he left with Luo Xiaotian and the others. The 3 Shen brothers were left staring at each other in bewilderment. Mr. He, have we offended Boss Su in some way? Shen Ri looked at He Wang in confusion. He Wang sighed. No, buddy, are you guys from the Yu family army so poor? For ordinary people, cigarettes and fine wine are luxuries. But for Su Chen, they're nothing. As for exotic crystals and rough stones, the Watcher Alliance has no shortage of them. Sorry, it's us, Meng Lang. Shen Ri quickly apologized to He Wang. I tell Sister Yu about this when I get back. Alright, don't take it too personally. As long as you're honest in your friendship, Boss Su won't be angry. He Wang consoled Shen Ri and had the 3 brothers escorted away. He then left the reception room and hurried to Su Chen's office. Already settled? Su Chen looked up at He Wang. Yes, He Wang said with a smile. Brother Su, I don't think the gifts the Yu family army brought were malicious. It's probably just that their Gada is too poor and hasn't seen much of the world. Su Chen said calmly, I don't care about that. Didn't you hear the 3 Shen brothers say that the Yu family army unified Beitou province through violence? Sister Yu sent them to Zhongji province. How could they possibly be making friends? He Wang was stunned. You mean, they're like the Mingyuan group, pursuing external expansion? What else? Su Chen sneered. You should know the Dark Forest Law, right? He Wang, having naturally read the 3-body problem, nodded. Of course I do. The Dark Forest Law also applies to the apocalypse. We must be extremely vigilant of any survivors outside, Su Chen said softly. He Wang paused for a moment, then said seriously, I was careless, Brother Su. I finally understand. I'm not fit to be a leader. You still have to lead, Brother Su. Su Chen couldn't help but laugh. Alright, Brother He, the base is up to you from now on. I want to go to Mingyuan base with Linger and the others. No problem. He Wang agreed without further questioning. Su Chen didn't stay long at Yuqing base. The next day, he drove his Nomatheson and took the women on the road to Mingyuan Base. After a day of traveling, Su Chen and his group arrived safely at Mingyuan Base. After exchanging pleasantries with Gao Fei, Yao Yuan, and the others, he drove to the beach. The sea stretched as far as the eye could see, completely empty, not even a ghost in sight. Where are Lu Guang and the others? Su Chen turned to look at Lu Linger. Boss, this is what Sister Lu Guang asked me to give you. Lu Linger took out a conch horn and explained, just blow it, and Sister Lu Guang and the others will appear. Su Chen took the conch horn and blew it vigorously. A deep, deep sound instantly echoed along the shore. Although the sound of the conch horn didn't carry far from shore, Su Chen could sense that the conch horn, like the horn of the deep sea, could carry its sound far into the sea. Less than 5 minutes after the conch horn was blown, the seawater in front of Su Chen and the others began to boil violently, as if boiling water. Followed by this, countless figures emerged from the water. Chapter 940. The mermaids, with their human heads and fish tails. The ferocious, sinister-looking nagas. And the burly, muscular sharks, their razor-sharp fangs bared. Countless creatures from the underwater kingdom floated silently on the surface. Until Lu Guang, Yin Yu, Yi Chen, and the others emerged from the sea. Greetings, Your Majesty. Lu Guang exclaimed tenderly, bowing towards Su Chen. We greet Your Majesty. The other creatures of Atlantis also saluted in unison, although they already knew that Su Chen was now the king of Atlantis. Bai Qianqing, Zhou Rong, Zhou Qing, and the other women couldn't help but gape in surprise at the shocking scene before them. My dear ministers, please stand. Su Chen replied in a deep voice. Thank you, Your Majesty. The Atlanteans finally straightened up. Lu Guang, Yin Yu, and Yi Chen waded through the water and reached the shore. Your Majesty, we meet again. Yin Yu laughed heartily. During your absence, Atlantis remained peaceful under my care. Now that Your Majesty has returned, you should continue to lead us. Su Chen chuckled softly. Uncle, you're too polite. I have other things to attend to ashore. I'm confident in leaving Atlantis in your care. Seeing Yin Yu about to speak, Su Chen frowned and waved his hand. This is my order. Regent, obey. Your Majesty. Obey. Su Chen, assuming his status as emperor, made it difficult for Yin Yu to refuse, so he obediently accepted. Let everyone leave. Such a large Atlantean army, arrayed on the sea, was quite conspicuous. If possible, Su Chen didn't want to expose them too early. That way, he have an extra trump card. It might prove effective at a crucial moment. Like Lu Guang, Yin Yu and Yi Chen were visibly uneasy upon arriving on land. But after a while, they adjusted to life on land. Su Chen drove with Yin Yu and Yi Chen to Mingyuan Group. Along the way, Lu Guang explained the land to Yin Yu and Yi Chen. Looking at the land so different from the underwater world, their faces were filled with surprise. The group quickly returned to Mingyuan Base. Su Chen had Gao Fei and Yao Yuan prepare a special banquet. Tasting the fine wines and delicacies of the human world, Yin Yu and Yi Chen were once again astonished. I never thought the food and wine of the human world would be so much better than those under the sea. Yin Yu couldn't help but exclaim. Yes, thanks to His Majesty the King. Otherwise, how would the regent and I have been able to eat? Yi Chen nodded in agreement. You're both so polite. If you like to eat, you can come directly to Mingyuan Base. If that's not possible, I can send someone to bring it to you. Gao Fei said with a smile. How could I possibly do that? Yin Yu feigned reserve and declined. Uncle, you're welcome. We're family after all. Su Chen chuckled. Okay, then I won't bother with Your Majesty's politeness. Yin Yu nodded with a smile. After all, everyone exchanged pleasantries. Su Chen got down to business. Uncle, I wonder if the people of our kingdom can adapt to the seawater here? That's absolutely no problem. Not only can we adapt, but we can adapt very well. Yin Yu explained with a smile. The location where Atlantis was sealed is deeper than the Mariana Trench. You know, the deeper you dive, the stronger the ocean pressure. The ocean pressure Yin Yu and his companions experienced in the undersea kingdom was infinitely greater than that in the Pacific Ocean. So, after passing through the passage and leaving Atlantis, Yin Yu and his companions instantly felt much more relaxed. Even swimming in the sea became effortless. That's good. Su Chen nodded with satisfaction. I want you to allocate some of your residents and have them live here. What do you think? Yin Yu was slightly stunned, then thought for a moment and said, I think it should be a problem. Although Atlantis' resources are more abundant than Blue Planet's, it is, after all, a sealed world, and its resources are very limited. This is why, after all these years, the Undersea Kingdom's population has never exceeded 1 million. The oceans of Blue Star are incredibly vast, and teeming with countless marine life. If we could move here, the population of the Undersea Kingdom would be even greater. That's great. From now on, you try to migrate from the Undersea Kingdom. If you need any help during this time, you can always contact Governor Gao, Su Chen instructed. Governor Gao was referring to Gao Fei. As the head of a branch base, he was responsible for managing Mingyuan Base. To distinguish him from Su Chen referred to all branch base heads as governors. As Gao Fei's adjutants, Yao Yuan and Zheng Hui naturally became deputy governors. Similar situations also occurred with Longcheng Base's Governor Peng Jing, Deputy Governor Chu Fandan, and Zhang San. Su Chen looked at Gao Fei again. Brother Fei, starting tomorrow, you will set up a communication station on the coast. You must do your best to meet any needs of the regent and the others. If you can't, you can contact me. Gao Fei nodded quickly. Absolutely no problem. Su Chen thought for a moment and redeemed more than a dozen bottles of all things speech potion from the system store. Although he had no shortage of energy, he still felt a little bad about spending so much energy at once. However, this expense was necessary to facilitate communication between Yin Yu and Gao Fei. With the banquet over, the Atlantis immigration plan was officially finalized. Yin Yu quickly arranged for approximately 10,000 residents of the Undersea Kingdom to migrate to Blue Planet. The first group of underwater residents chose a settlement on the seabed, over 100 kilometers east of Dongpan Province. The terrain was flat, the seafood was abundant, and it wasn't far from Dongpan Province. If the Undersea Kingdom's immigrants encountered any problems, or if Mingyuan Base needed support, they could arrive promptly. The only problem was that the Pacific Ocean floor, unlike Atlantis, was not always illuminated. Thankfully, this didn't pose a problem for Yin Yu and his team. In addition to the special pearls that Atlantis already possessed, which provided light, Yin Yu also had the kingdom's talented individuals develop a special lighting lamp. This lamp used raw stones as energy, emitting a remarkably bright light. One raw stone was enough to last for over 6 months. This solved the problem of underwater darkness. With the combined efforts of the Undersea Kingdom and the Mingyuan group, the immigrants established a simple camp in just 2 or 3 days. To rapidly increase the population, Su Chen also instructed Yin Yu to encourage the residents of Atlantis to have children. Chapter 941. Anyone who has children will receive financial and salary subsidies. Upon learning of this policy, the residents of the Undersea Kingdom were overjoyed. Apart from essential work, when they had nothing else to do, they would retreat to their homes and breed. Everything was moving in a positive direction. While the Undersea Kingdom's immigration plan was in full swing, Su Chen was also busy. With governors in charge at all 3 bases, Su Chen became a hands-off manager. He spent most of his time driving the Nomadison to remote, desolate wildernesses. Relying on the Nomadison's built-in spirit-gathering array, Su Chen's cultivation soared. After a period of training, he would return to the base in Rain City to check on the progress of the Watcher Alliance. If nothing unexpected happened, Su Chen would stay briefly before leaving the base to continue his training. This left Zhou Qing, Zhou Rong, and the others quite resentful. But despite their resentment, Su Chen had to steel his heart. After all, compared to love affairs, personal evolution is the most important thing. Zhao Man has already reached C+ power, and the Watcher Alliance's C-level fighters are mushrooming like mushrooms after rain. As for C- fighters, they are countless. Although Su Chen's strength suggests that even a C+ power fighter is unlikely to be his opponent, the rapid evolution of others still gave Su Chen a sense of urgency. As the saying goes, evolution is like rowing against the current. If you don't advance, you retreat? Huh? Su Chen let out a long breath, glanced at the dimming sky, and decided to end his training for the day. He still needed nearly 1,000,000 energy points before his next physical strengthening. Although it looked enormous, a day of training with Nomadison, combined with absorbing the primordial stones, would be enough. Boss. Noticing Su Chen's training, Mengqi leaped up and landed on the car roof. She slid over to Su Chen and gently nudged him with her large head. Su Chen stroked her head and said with a smile, You've given me so many primordial stones. Why haven't you evolved to rank C yet? Coming to the point, zombie beasts like Mengqi seemed to have a much harder time evolving than humans. Su Chen had already fed her a considerable amount of primordial stones, combined with her own training. Yet, after all this time, she was still stuck at the peak of rank D+. Boss, I don't know. Mengqi shook her head. But I feel like I should be close to a breakthrough. That's fine. Don't be such a waste that you're wasting all my primordial stones. Su Chen scolded her with a smile and beckoned Mengqi back into the car. Just as he was about to cook, His communicator suddenly rang. Suchin frowned slightly. Before leaving, he had instructed his men not to disturb his training unless it was urgent. Now that the communicator was ringing, he feared something had happened. Hello? Suchin picked up the communicator. Boss Su, this is Gao Fei. Gao Fei's serious voice came from the other end. Brother Fei, what's wrong? Is there something wrong with the Undersea Kingdom? Suchin asked softly. No, it's not the Undersea Kingdom. It's the Regent's men. They discovered that the people of Ria are approaching the waters near Dongpan province. Hearing Gao Fei's words, Suchin's eyebrows furrowed into a Chuan shape. After eliminating the Mingyuan group, he learned a great deal about the Zhu's sanctuary from Zhang Jinghui. Among them was a considerable amount of information concerning the kingdom of Ria. To put it nicely, Ria was a staunch ally of the kingdom of Gale. To put it bluntly, it was a loyal lackey of the kingdom of Gale. For this reason, the kingdom of Gale's Zhu's sanctuary had long since established a branch base in Ria. Both before and after the apocalypse, Ria fully cooperated with the Zhu's sanctuary's operations. When the Zhu's sanctuary was conducting human experiments, Ria even dispatched a cargo ship, the Hope, to Yin to capture survivors. Suchin later encountered it and blew it up. In addition, the team of Zhu's sanctuary guards Suchin had previously eliminated came from Ria. Fan Debiao, Jack, and the others presumably fled to Ria as well. Decades ago, a protracted war erupted between Yin and Ria. With unyielding will, the Yin people ultimately defeated Ria. Although the war had long since ended, Suchin remained wary of Ria. After all, if Ria desired to develop, it would inevitably expand. Sooner or later, it would invade Yin. Together with the above considerations, and considering the Zhu's sanctuary in Fan Debiao, Suchin had specifically instructed Yin Yu to dispatch a patrol team to monitor the direction of Ria. If there was any movement there, he was to notify Gao Fei immediately, who would then report back to him. I understand. I go there immediately. Suchin hung up the phone and immediately started the nomadicin, heading for Mingyuan base. Unexpectedly, after just a few days of peace, he encountered a new crisis. But this is the end. If the Ria nation dares to invade, this is the perfect opportunity to teach them an unforgettable lesson. A cold glint flashed in Suchin's eyes. With Suchin running at full speed, the nomadicin appeared at Mingyuan base early the next morning. Without even a moment to rest, Suchin summoned Gao Fei and the others to inquire about news regarding the Ria nation. Look, Boss Su, didn't you have the regent send someone to keep an eye on Ria? Gao Fei explained to Suchin. Just yesterday morning, a warship sailed out of Ria's port. The warship headed southwest and eventually docked off the coast of Dongpan province, right above the Undersea Kingdom settlement. Then, they lowered a small boat and launched a drone to observe the situation in Dongpan province. Suchin nodded slightly and asked softly, apart from that, what else did they do? Not really. Gao Fei shook his head. The drone circled around and then flew back. The foreigners also boarded the small boat and returned to the warship. Then the warship returned to Ria. Suchin tapped his fingers lightly on the table, a thoughtful expression on his face. Boss Su, in my opinion, the people of Ria are intent on invading us. This warship is just leading the charge. Observing the situation here, Gao Fei whispered. Your opinion coincides with mine. With the apocalypse approaching, humanity across Earth has begun to evolve. There are probably very few zombies and monsters left now. To continue evolving, we must rely on the stones. But the problem is, stones aren't just weeds on the side of the road. Chapter 942. Although the formation mechanism of raw stone remains unclear, based on current research, Suchin feels it's somewhat similar to oil. The larger the area, the higher the probability of finding raw stone mines. As a tiny nation, Ria naturally doesn't possess many raw stone mines. Even without orders from the Sanctuary of Zeus, it would certainly attack Yin and plunder the raw stone mines, just as it did decades ago. Tell the regent to dispatch troops to monitor Ria day and night. If Ria is spotted sending troops again, notify us immediately. Also, Mingyuan base must maintain a tight control and be prepared for battle. Understand? Suchin said seriously. Understood. Gao Fei nodded solemnly. If any foreigners dare to come, they will never return. That's good. Suchin smiled with satisfaction. After a brief one-day stay at Mingyuan base, Suchin immediately returned to the main base in Yuqing. He Wang, Sun Yuan, Zhao Man, and others, who had already received the order, were waiting in the conference room. Even Peng Jing, Chu Fanbin, Zhang San, and others, who were far away, had rushed over. Hello, Chief. Suchin entered the conference room, and everyone immediately stood up and said in unison, Everyone, please take a seat. Su Chen waved his hand. After they were seated, he looked around at everyone present and said in a deep voice, "I'm sure you're all curious why I called you all here?" Though no one spoke, their expressions were clearly puzzled. Su Chen summoned all the senior executives from Yuqing Base and Longcheng Base. This was a first for such a high-profile event. It would be impossible not to be curious. Just yesterday, I received news. Ria sent warships to conduct reconnaissance operations outside Dongtan Province. As soon as Su Chen finished speaking, everyone's expressions changed. The mention of Ria was enough to make almost every Yin Nation member grit their teeth. Especially veterans like He Wang and Sun Yuan, who were eager to engage Ria in direct combat. I wonder if Ria did this on their own initiative, or if it was directed by the Zoo's sanctuary. Zhao Man pondered. Regardless of whose idea it was, since they did it, they definitely have bad intentions. Let's just do it. Ren Kong narrowed his eyes, a chilling glint in his gaze. Captain Ren is absolutely right. He Wang said fiercely, in a word, do it. Hey, calm down, brothers. We can't rush things. Su and Wes sued from the side. No, old Su, we know you're into the anime and love Ria anime. But this is a matter of national honor and disgrace. Wang Yin said angrily. Yes, you need to distinguish the priorities. Old Su, you disappointed us. The others also began to criticize Su Wenyu. Su Wenyu's face flushed, and he said, You, don't talk nonsense. I have a sworn enemy with foreigners, who live comfortably. Although I like the anime, I also have Yin Chinese blood in my veins. What I'm saying is, don't be so quick to get angry. Listen to what Brother Su has to say. Su Chen nodded slightly and chuckled. I still trust old Su. Everyone, stop talking. Everyone fell silent. Actually, we can see this from the Zhu Sanctuary's previous intervention in the Mingyuan group. Whether it's the fierce Wen Nation or the Ria Nation, they both have wicked ambitions against the Yin Nation. If they don't take action, fine. But if they dare to invade our Yin Nation, we will absolutely make them realize our power. Su Chen said solemnly. The leader is absolutely right. Everyone nodded in unison. The purpose of summoning everyone here today isn't just to inform you of the situation. It's also to prepare for the upcoming attack. The Watcher Alliance, located north of the Yuqing Base, is the Yu family army of Beitou Province. Although Sister Yu and Old Kuai had sent people to show their goodwill, how could Su Chen, who had suffered so many losses, trust them so easily? Therefore, a large number of personnel must be stockpiled at the main base to deal with any potential crisis. As for Xishan Province, it was relatively safe. Therefore, Su Chen instructed Pang Jing to withdraw nearly half of the armed forces from Longcheng and transfer them to Mingyuan Base. If the well-off foreigners truly invaded, Mingyuan Base would not be completely defenseless. After Su Chen gave his orders, everyone followed his instructions and made arrangements according to his instructions. Su Chen opened his eyes and concluded his cultivation once again. The energy bar was now full. Strengthen the body. As Su Chen silently chanted, a familiar warmth surged through him again. After the warmth faded, his body, mental strength, and spiritual awareness were all strengthened. However, Su Chen remained quite dissatisfied. Although he possessed the qi gathering technique and possessed a powerful spiritual awareness, and the Normedicine also had the effect of a spirit gathering array, his evolutionary pace was still somewhat slow. After all, Su Chen needed to strengthen his body 3 times to complete a small stage of evolution. And the energy required for each strengthening was as vast as the ocean. However, could he consider using the Heaven and Earth Soul Seizing Array left behind by Chang Weijie? Su Chen stroked his chin, pondered for a moment, and ultimately discarded the idea. The Heaven and Earth Soul Seizing Array was quite troublesome to set up. That was a minor issue. The most troublesome thing was the materials required. After becoming the king of Atlantis, Su Chen obtained a great deal of rare treasures from the national treasury. But even so, he had never heard of several of the materials required for the Heaven and Earth Soul Seizing Array. In particular, the core material of the array, which attracted the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, was actually dragon bone. This was a true dragon bone. It can't be replaced by the bones of sub-dragon creatures like earth dragons, dragon turtles, or flood dragons. At this moment, the communicator on Su Chen's waist chimed again. Boss Su, there's movement from the Ria Kingdom again. Gao Fei's voice was nervous. This time, they sent 2 warships. I see. I'd be there. Su Chen's eyes turned cold and ruthless. Since you're seeking your own death, there's nothing more to say. Su Chen's location wasn't far from Mingyuan Base. In less than half a day, he arrived at Mingyuan Base. As soon as they met, Gao Fei hurriedly said, Without even a moment's greeting, Boss Su, the Rya Kingdom warship has launched a small boat and is heading this way. Oh! Su Chen took the tablet from Gao Fei's hand. Chapter 943. The tablet screen clearly showed a speedboat carrying several foreigners, speeding along at high speed. A white flag hung on their bow. Judging from their stance, they want to negotiate with us first, Wang Yan interjected. What's there to talk about? Let's just get down to business, Ding Di said coldly. Many of his grandfather's generation had died at the hands of those less fortunate foreigners. He also had no good feelings towards foreigners. When two armies are engaged in battle, envoys should not be killed. Why not let them come and hear what nonsense they have to say? Su Chen said calmly. Okay, Boss Su. Gao Fei nodded and gave a few instructions to his men. The men immediately took their orders and left. By the time Su Chen and his men reached the beach, the 5 foreigners had already been apprehended by Gao Fei's men. However, they didn't resist. Instead, they raised their hands and shouted in fluent Yin dialect, "Don't do anything. We mean no harm." Su Chen led the way out of the car, followed by the others. The group arrived before the foreigners. Su Chen looked up and down at the foreigner, who appeared to be the leader. What's your name? My name is Meichuan Kuzi, and I'm an envoy from the Black Mountain Society. Meichuan Kuzi was short, with a small mustache. Although his appearance was ordinary, a cunning glint shone in his eyes. It was obvious at first glance that he was a treacherous and cunning individual. Su Chen smiled and changed the subject. Mr. Meichuan Kuzi, right? I heard that the origins of surnames in the Rya nation are well known. For example, your father and mother had sex at the foot of a mountain, giving birth to you, so your last name would be Yamamoto. If it was in the middle of a field, your last name would be Tanaka. By analogy, Kobayashi is a small forest, and Kawashita is the lower reaches of a river. Before Su Chen could finish his words, Wang Yan couldn't help but interrupt. What about Inagami? Could he be? Hey, don't say it, don't say it. It's really possible. Ding Di said sarcastically. After all, everyone has seen a lot of Tokyo hot movies. The two of them, in unison, successfully angered several of Yumekawa Kuko's followers. Calm down. Yumekawa Kuko glared at his followers fiercely. The hierarchy in the kingdom of Rya was extremely strict. Despite their rage, the followers dared not disobey Yumekawa Kuko, and could only swallow their anger. Mr. Su, you're joking. That's not the origin of our surname. Meichuan Kuzi wanted to explain to Su Chen, but Su Chen showed no interest and interrupted him. Do you know me? Although I never met Mr. Su, Mr. Fandebu has mentioned him to me many times. Meichuan Kuzi chuckled. So Mr. Su's reputation is well known to me. Faced with his flattery, Su Chen simply said, Oh, you said you were from the Black Mountain Society? Yes. Is your Black Mountain Society that powerful? You even have warships. Well, our Black Mountain Society's power is far beyond your imagination. Meichuan Kuzi remained vigilant. He smiled and brushed off Su Chen's probing words. Well then, tell me about your Black Mountain Society. What did they want to do by sending you here? Since the other party was such a veteran, Su Chen didn't bother beating around the bush. Well, the apocalypse is upon us, and the world is in danger. To survive in a post-apocalyptic world, relying on individual strength is far from enough. Our Black Mountain Society's goal is to unite organizations around the world. Let's form an alliance and better survive the apocalypse. That's why our leader sent me to contact Mr. Su, hoping to form an alliance with him. Meichuan Kuzi's words sounded legitimate and flawless. Su Chen's lips curled up slightly, revealing a sarcastic smile. As expected, he's still a foreigner. What was that theory of co-prosperity used decades ago, and now it's being rebranded and brought out again decades later? If I remember correctly, you, the Black Mountain Society, are just like Fandebu and the others, lackeys of the Zoo Sanctuary. The Watchers Alliance has already deeply offended the Zoo Sanctuary. If I truly ally with the Black Mountain Society, won't the Zoo Sanctuary cause trouble for you? Su Chen said slowly. Ah, it was all a misunderstanding. Meichuan Kuzi waved his hand dismissively. After witnessing Mr. Su's prowess, the Sanctuary has expressed its desire to work with him for development and evolution. Really? Su Chen smiled noncommittally. What benefits would I gain from an alliance? Seeing that Su Chen's reaction wasn't as intense, Meichuan Kuzi was delighted and quickly said, the benefits are enormous. I don't need to elaborate on the Sanctuary's strength. As long as we form an alliance, all the research results of the Sanctuary will be generously shared with you, Mr. Su. If Mr. Su needs any reagents, techniques, or materials, those are all negotiable. In addition, both the Sanctuary and the Black Mountain Society can help Mr. Su deal with your enemies. Su Chen nodded upon hearing this. It's quite generous. But there's no such thing as a free lunch. What else do I need to do? Meichuan Kuzi chuckled. Mr. Su will meet all the sanctuary's requests. Mr. Su will also lease a portion of Yin country to the Black Mountain Society. Mr. Su will also cooperate with any actions taken by the sanctuary and the Black Mountain Society. How's that? Not bad, right? Su Chen sighed. The terms are acceptable, but I really can't agree. Why? Meichuan Kuzi asked curiously. I'm not a hero, but I won't be a traitor. Hearing Su Chen's cold words, Meichuan Kuzi's face froze. He sneered, Mr. Su, you're too kind. How can I call you a traitor? This is the apocalypse. Where does a nation come from? Su Chen shook his head and sneered. The nation may no longer exist, but national integrity endures forever. Meichuan Kuzi's face shifted between gloom and brightness. After a moment's silence, he too let out a cold smile. Mr. Su's integrity is truly touching. But you should at least consider yourself, right? Su Chen stared at him intently. What do you mean by that? To tell you the truth, the Black Mountain Society not only unites the forces of the entire kingdom of Rhea, but also has the strong support of the sanctuary. Meichuan Kuzi chuckled coldly. Our goal this time is to crush the Watcher Alliance. Chapter 944. Su Chen didn't get angry at Meichuan Kuzi's arrogant words. He simply narrowed his eyes and listened quietly. But seeing Su Chen's attitude, Meichuan Kuzi thought he was afraid, and his arrogance only intensified. Mr. Su, you must understand that your previous actions have seriously offended our Black Mountain Society and the Sanctuary. Originally, we planned to raid the Watchers without warning. But considering you're a talented person, our president also admires you, so he specifically suggested to the Sanctuary that they give you another chance. Mr. Su, please don't be ungrateful. Su Chen raised an eyebrow, slightly surprised. Who is your president? Mr. Su, don't worry about that for now. If you're willing to cooperate with us, you naturally be able to meet our president. Meichuan Kuzi folded his arms across his chest, looking confident of victory. Su Chen was silent for a moment, then whispered, So, if I don't cooperate, you crush the Watchers? Indeed. Where do you get such confidence? Hee, Mr. Su, you don't know that our Black Mountain Society alone has over 10,000 C-rank transcendents, not to mention. Meichuan Kuzi was halfway through his sentence, when he suddenly realized he let something slip. He quickly changed the subject, chuckling dryly, Anyway, our strength is beyond your imagination. Su Chen was slightly startled. If Meichuan Kuzi wasn't acting, then the Black Mountain Society's strength was truly terrifying. After annexing the Mingyuan Group, the Brotherhood, and Lingshu Cave, the Watchers Alliance's C-rank transcendence still hadn't even surpassed 1,000. Yet, the Black Mountain Society actually possessed over 10,000 C-rank transcendents. But Su Chen soon felt relieved. The Black Mountain Society could even acquire warships, so they were essentially no different from the officials of the Kingdom of Rhea. With the combined efforts of the entire nation, possessing 10,000 C-rank transcendents wouldn't be surprising. Although they had no connection with the survivor organizations in other provinces, Su Chen estimated that if all the transcendents in Yin country were added together, the number could easily be 100,000, not 10,000, but right now, the Black Mountain Society was targeting the Watcher Alliance. If this situation isn't handled properly, the Watcher Alliance will face tens of thousands of C-rank transcendents. Seeing Su Chen remain silent, Meichuan Kuzi grinned. There's an old saying in Yin country, Wei Junjie is the master of all things. The current situation is extremely unfavorable to you. I hope you will cooperate with the Black Mountain Association. We will not treat you unfairly. The foreigners who had accompanied Meichuan Kuzi also laughed arrogantly. They pointed at Su Chen and whispered something. Even if I couldn't make out what they were saying, I could tell it wasn't anything good. I understand. Su Chen nodded, and with a flick of his wrist, a long, black gold sword fell into his hand. Before Meichuan Kuzi could react, Su Chen slashed at him with his sword. Ah! Meichuan Kuzi felt a sharp pain, his vision went black, and he instantly lost consciousness. Several followers were startled, then enraged. They immediately reached for their weapons, ready to attack, but Wang Yan, Ding Di, and the others reacted faster. They rushed forward and attacked the foreigners. All right, spare your life. Su Chen hurriedly called out to Wang Yan and the others. 3 of the 4 followers had already been hacked to pieces. The remaining man, though still alive, was also seriously injured. Take their bodies back to your leader, and give him a few words for me. Our great Yin nation is home to many talented individuals. You cannot covet them. If you dare come, you will pay a heavy price. Anyone who offends our Yen nation will be punished, no matter how far away. Su Chen's words were resounding, echoing on the seashore. The remaining foreigner clutched his wound. He didn't dare look up at Su Chen. With a face full of resentment, he carried the bodies of Mei Chuan Kuzi and the others towards the boat. After the boat started, he quickly disappeared from the seashore, carrying the bodies of his companions. Exciting, truly satisfying. Luo Xiaoyan couldn't help but clap his hands and burst into laughter. That Mei Chuan bastard. I wanted to beat him up for a long time. Boss Su, you're such a fool. How could you kill him so easily? He should have been tortured. Wang Yan nodded in agreement. Xiao Luo is right. Oh, by the way, Brother Su, didn't you say that when two armies clash, messengers shouldn't be killed? Su Chen glanced at him and said calmly, That's true, but I didn't kill messengers. I killed a few barking dogs. Everyone was slightly stunned, then burst into laughter. Boss Su is right. What kind of messengers are they? Just a few dogs. Su Chen smiled and looked out to the distant sea. His eyes grew deep and long. The small boat carrying the bodies of Yumeko Akuko and several others quickly returned to the two massive warships. The soldiers guarding the warships, upon seeing the small boat, immediately lowered the ropes. A short while later, the remaining attendant and several bodies were brought to the deck. At the same time, a group of Ria soldiers, accompanied by several impressive figures, also arrived on the deck. One of them was large and fierce-looking. It was Fan Debiao, who had disappeared for a long time. Standing beside him was Jack, the messenger from the sanctuary of Zeus. The other few people seemed to be high-ranking officers on the warship. When they saw the bodies on the deck, the foreigners' faces paled. Damn that man! When two armies clash, envoys should not be killed. Don't they understand? Unlike the high-ranking foreigners who were cursing, Fan Debiao and Jack, who knew Su Chen well, had already anticipated this happening. Mr. Kurikawa, I warned you repeatedly before you sent the envoy. Su Chen is cunning and dishonest. There's no need to persuade him to surrender. Just send troops and attack him. But you won't listen. Fan Debiao sighed. The middle-aged man known as Mr. Kurikawa was named Kurikawa Makoto. He was a high-ranking member of the Black Mountain Society and the leader of this operation. Upon hearing Fan Debiao's words, Kurikawa Makoto's face darkened. Mr. Fan, are you telling me how to do things? I wouldn't dare tell you how to do things, Mr. Kurikawa. I'm simply offering my opinions and suggestions. If it were any other time, Fan Debiao would have fallen out with Kurikawa Makoto long ago, but now, he's like a lost dog. Chapter 945. When Fan Debiao hurriedly fled the Mingyuan group, he had only 20 or 30 men with him. He wanted to counterattack the Watcher Alliance, return to Yen country, and restore his former glory. Fan Debiao could only rely on the Black Mountain Society and the Zeus Sanctuary. But the Zeus Sanctuary was thousands of miles away in the fierce wind country. Furthermore, the Sanctuary only treated Fan Debiao as a pawn. He could only rely on Jack and the Black Mountain Society. So, when facing Kurikawa Makoto, Fan Debiao could only swallow his anger. No wonder they say foreigners know how to show small courtesy, but not great integrity. Team leader, this Yin countryman must be an undercover agent sent by Su Chen. I think so too. He's clearly mocking us. If you ask me, just kill him. Maiko Akuzi was a cadre under Kurikawa Makoto. His murder would undoubtedly undermine Kurikawa Makoto's prestige. Several other cadres were extremely angry about this, and vented their anger on Fan Debiao. Fan Debiao's face changed slightly. Thankfully, Jack, standing by, said calmly, That's enough. His words silenced the Black Mountain Society officials. Foreigners have always feared the white people of Gale Country. Not just because, decades ago, the temperature in Ria reached an extremely high temperature, and familiar faces filled the land. It's also because of Gale Country's control over Ria around the apocalypse. This feeling of subjugation is deeply etched in every foreigner's bones. Mr. Jack, since Su Chen is so tactless, I intend to organize a force and attack them. What do you think? Kurikawa Makoto looked at Jack. Jack glanced at the two warships. My opinion is simple. You can attack Su Chen, but I'm afraid your limited manpower isn't enough. Hearing this, Kurikawa Makoto and the others from the Black Mountain Society couldn't help but laugh. The combined number of soldiers on these two warships reached several thousand. While most were D-rank transcendents, there were nearly 1,000 C-rank transcendents. In Kurikawa Makoto's opinion, let alone a single Watcher Alliance, even two would be no match for him. Faced with Kurikawa Makoto's ridicule, Jack remained unmoved. He simply said calmly, Mr. Kurikawa, this is your ship and your men. I'm merely offering advice as a consultant. If you disagree with me, I disembark and wish you good luck. But I must warn you, if you fail, upon your return, you be dealt with by President Takahashi. Kurikawa Makoto shuddered, as if remembering something horrible. But when he saw Jack and the subtle sneer on Fandabu's lips, he suddenly became angry. Of course I know. You don't need to remind me, Mr. Jack. That's good. Jack nodded, saying nothing more. He simply ordered, prepare a boat for me and Abiel. Kurikawa Makoto waved his hand, and soldiers nearby immediately lowered a lifeboat. Good luck, Mr. Kurikawa. With these words, Fandabu, Jack, and several of his men boarded the lifeboat. These foreigners are so foolish. We offer our kind advice, and they actually laugh at us. As soon as they left the warship, Fandabu burst into a tirade of curses. They haven't suffered at Su Chen's hands, so naturally they won't believe it. Jack leaned back in his chair and sneered, foreigners are servile. Once they hit a wall, they know they should listen to us. It's just a pity, just 2 warships and so many men. Fandabu turned his head, looking at the receding warships with some regret. Maybe they could still win. Jack shrugged. I think the possibility is not very high. Fandabu shook his head. They had fought Su Chen before, so they naturally knew what a formidable foe he was. To defeat Su Chen, they must exert their full strength and kill him with lightning speed. Otherwise, Su Chen will turn the tables and slowly destroy you. Then how should we report to Chairman Takahashi when we return? Fandabu said with a wry smile. Of course, I tell you the truth. Okay. On the other warship, watching the receding boat, Kurikawa Makoto's men also sneered. These 2 must have been frightened by Su Chen. I feel the same. No matter how powerful the Yin people are, they can't be stronger than us. That's right. If we start now, I feel like we could have dinner at the Watcher Alliance base. Although foreigners have always been shocked, awed, and terrified by the fierce Wind Nation, deep down, they harbor wicked ambitions. While the Rayan Nation submitted to the fierce Wind Nation, it was also secretly learning various advanced technologies, waiting for the day when it could supplant it. That's why Kurikawa Makoto was so resolute in the face of Jack's obstruction. Alright, everyone. Kurikawa Makoto clapped his hands, motioning for everyone to look over. From now on, we're officially on combat readiness. According to the previous battle plan, prepare to attack Dompan Province. At his command, the 2 warships immediately went on alert and, at full speed, headed towards Dompan Province. According to the information Kurikawa Makoto had sent his men to investigate a few days ago, the Yin people had no defensive measures along the coast. So, he planned to charge directly, first recapture the Mingyuan base, and then request assistance from the Black Mountain Association. This way, he could use the Mingyuan base as a springboard to gradually encroach on Dompan Province, Zhongqi Province, and even the entire Yin Kingdom. Kurikawa Makoto stood on the bow deck, his spirits rising. If his plan came to fruition, he would be a hero to the Black Mountain Association and even the entire Riyadh Kingdom. And then, perhaps, he could even marry the president and reach the pinnacle of his life. Thinking of this, Kurikawa Makoto couldn't help but smile infatuatedly, but just then, one of his officers hurried over. Team leader, Yin Kingdom ships have been spotted ahead. Kurikawa Makoto panicked and hurriedly asked, what kind of ships? How many are there? Approximately how many people are on board? Looks like a small speedboat, with only 1 person. Kurikawa Makoto was stunned for a moment, then cursed, are you a brainless idiot? Only 1 person in a small speedboat, what's there to be afraid of? The Black Mountain Society has 2 warships, if they were to approach, they could sink the speedboat. Despite being scolded profusely, the officer lowered his head and said respectfully, team leader, there's an old saying in Yin Kingdom, when something is out of the ordinary, there must be something wrong. I think we need to be more cautious. Kurikawa Makoto calmed down, thought for a moment, and nodded slightly. You make a lot of sense. Let's get closer and take a look. Chapter 946. From a distance, Kurikawa Makoto could see a small boat floating on the sea not far away. As the warship slowly approached, he discovered that his men's report was incorrect. On the boat, besides a young man, there was also a frighteningly large orange cat. The young man was handsome, gently stroking the cat beside him. He seemed completely oblivious to the approaching warships. This strange sight made Kurikawa Makoto frown slightly. Just as he was considering whether to let the warships ram them, the young man on the boat suddenly stood up. He stood with his hands behind his back, staring at Kurikawa Makoto from a distance of over 100 meters. Team leader, that's the bastard. He's Su Chen. The foreigner, released by Su Chen, recognized Su Chen instantly. He's Su Chen, the leader of the Overwatch Alliance? Kurikawa Makoto was startled. Su-chin, alone in a boat, accompanied by a cat, stood in front of the Black Mountain Society's warships. What was he trying to do? Listen up, foreigners out there. The land of Yin country is not for you, the lowly creatures. Go back now, and I spare your lives. Su-chin suddenly spoke, loud and clear. What is he saying? Kurikawa Makoto, not understanding Yin country, glanced at his subordinates. Su-chin is threatening us, Captain. The subordinates translated Su-chin's words to Kurikawa Makoto. Kurikawa Makoto almost laughed out loud after hearing this. I have 2 warships and thousands of men in total. No matter how powerful you, Su-chin, are, you only have 1 man, 1 cat, and 1 ship. Could it possibly reach the sky? Translate for me. Kurikawa Makoto glared at Su-chin, snarling, Su-chin, you're truly too arrogant. You have absolutely no idea how high the heavens are. Today, on behalf of the Black Mountain Society, I will teach you a lesson. Faced with Kurikawa Makoto's threat, Su-chin simply sneered, I already given you a chance. If you dare take another step forward, we fight immediately. Don't say I didn't warn you. You're still using classical Chinese, aren't you? Kurikawa Makoto flashed a sinister grin. Full throttle. Crash him to death. Yes. The 2 warships restarted and rammed Su-chin. Su-chin didn't panic, but stared at the 2 warships intently, as if petrified. But at that moment, a series of muffled noises suddenly erupted all around him. Bang, bang, bang. The foreigners on the warships were stunned. Kurikawa Makoto recognized the noise as coming from beneath the water. Could it be a submarine underwater, launching a torpedo? Impossible. Both of his warships were destroyers, natural submarine killers. If Su-chin truly had submarines, his soldiers would have spotted them long ago. Before Kurikawa Makoto could figure it out, the 2 warships began to shake violently, as if under fire. Several foreign soldiers standing on the deck lost their balance and fell directly into the water. Torpedoes, definitely torpedoes. Kurikawa Makoto grabbed the railing, steadying himself. He was about to curse his men for being useless, for not even noticing the submarine. Then a series of muffled noises echoed from underwater. This time, Kurikawa Makoto realized something was amiss. Even if there were indeed submarines in the sea, they couldn't possibly launch so many torpedoes simultaneously. Unless there were an alarming number of submarines. But if that were the case, the destroyers wouldn't have missed it. The 2 Real warships began to shake violently again. Captain, this is bad. The hull is damaged. A subordinate stumbled over. How is this possible? Kurikawa Makoto's eyes widened. Without even an explosion or a flash of fire, his destroyer was already damaged. Is it made of paper? Hurry, send someone to repair it. Before Kurikawa Makoto could finish his words, the series of muffled sounds echoed again. The 2 destroyers were shaking even more violently. Several large holes appeared in Kurikawa Makoto's warship. The fierce seawater poured into the hull through the holes. The warship had begun to sink, and it looked like it was about to sink. Not only that, the warship next to it also had a massive hole in its hull. Although it didn't sink immediately, further bombardment would have been inevitable. Team leader. We can't repair it. The drenched cadre, crying, found Kurikawa Makoto again. Kurikawa Makoto's heart sank, his entire body trembling as if he had fallen into an icy cave. His hands and feet were freezing cold. He had never expected that, without even seeing the enemy, both warships would sink. Abandon. Abandon ship. Kurikawa Makoto squeezed out a few words with all his might. These 2 destroyers were the valuable assets of the Montenegro society, and they had sunk for no apparent reason. How could President Takahashi possibly let him off when he returned, forget marrying the president and reaching the pinnacle of life? The best outcome for him was to save his life and not commit seppuku, and all this was Su-chin's fault. Kurikawa Makoto spun around, staring intently at Su-chin, who was not far away. At that moment, Su-chin was fiddling with his oars, trying to stay away from the 2 foreign warships and avoid being sucked into the vortex caused by their sinking. If he could capture or kill Su-chin, he still had a chance to salvage his position and his life. Thinking of this, Kurikawa Makoto immediately ordered, board the boats and attack Su-chin immediately. Try to capture him alive. If that's not possible, kill him. The muffled roars from the sea continued. Under the heavy load, the 2 warships had already half sunk. Thankfully, the lifeboats, loaded with crew members, were already on the surface. The crew rowed the lifeboats towards Su-chin. The psychics among them had already begun using their powers to attack Su-chin. Kurikawa Makoto had ordered that capture alive be the priority, so the psychics were using limited powers. Su-chin made no attempt to escape. He simply sat there, casually waving his hands, summoning defensive powers like ice shields and lightning shields to block the foreigners' attacks. Seeing this, Kurikawa Makoto grew increasingly confused. Where did Su Chen get his confidence from? The next moment, he understood where Su Chen's confidence came from. The surrounding sea suddenly erupted in a massive splash. Before the foreigners could react, countless figures emerged from beneath the surface and appeared around them. Most of these figures were bizarre in appearance, unremarkable to humans. Yes, these were the Atlantean army. After learning that the Kingdom of Rhea intended to attack, Su Chen had instructed Yen Yu to prepare an army in advance. When Kurikawa Makoto commanded the warships to attack, the army of the Underwater Kingdom came in handy. Chapter 947. The muffled sound from earlier was the result of the Undersea Kingdom's water cannon. A water cannon is, after all, a D-rank spiritual weapon. It could easily destroy a few warships. The foreigners were stunned by the ferocious, bizarre Atlantean creatures surrounding them. It wasn't until the Atlantean army launched an attack that they finally reacted. The frantic foreigners tried to strike back at the Atlanteans. Not to mention that the Atlanteans far outnumbered the foreigners. After all, they are aquatic creatures. The sea is their primary battlefield. Faced with the foreigners' counterattack, the Atlanteans didn't resist, but instead dived into the water. Either they were annoyed, or they simply destroyed the foreigners' lifeboats. Even the most powerful transcendents would be greatly diminished in combat after falling into the water. Ah! Save me! The foreigners' screams echoed incessantly. In a matter of moments, the surrounding sea surface was dyed red. Kurikawa Makoto's face drastically changed. At this moment, he finally realized the impending disaster. No wonder Su Chen was so confident. So he commanded such a large army. No, I have to hurry back to report to Chairman Takahashi. Thinking of this, he shouted at the top of his lungs, "Quick, turn around! Let's go back!" Unfortunately, Kurikawa Makoto, as the highest-ranking officer, had already been targeted by the Atlanteans. As Kurikawa Makoto's officers were turning the lifeboat around, a sudden, immense force erupted from below. The lifeboat was sent flying, and when it landed, it was upside down on the sea. Kurikawa Makoto and the others fell into the water. Fortunately, one of his ice-type espers summoned a large ice floe. With his help, Kurikawa Makoto finally managed to scramble atop the floe. When he regained composure and looked around, his face paled. The two warships had already sunk completely into the water. The foreigners scattered on the surface were practically all dead. Only a few espers skilled in ice, water, and wind were still struggling with their powers. But judging by the situation, their deaths were a matter of time. Just as Kurikawa Makoto was losing consciousness, a large number of Atlanteans suddenly appeared around the ice floe he was perched on. Team leader. The remaining 7 or 8 officers huddled together, their faces filled with fear. Thankfully, these Atlanteans didn't attack immediately, but waited quietly. Just then, Su Chen lurched closer in the small boat. Looking at the disheveled Kurikawa Makoto, he couldn't help but smile. "Look at you, I warned you. Why didn't you listen?" The officer fluent in Yen Gui had already died at the hands of the Atlanteans. So Kurikawa Makoto couldn't understand Su Chen's words at all. But from Su Chen's expression, he could tell they weren't words of comfort. "You bastard. Fight me one-on-one if you dare." Su Chen frowned. He couldn't understand Japanese, but he understood the meaning. "Kill him." "Yes, your majesty." Ichin nodded and gestured a decapitation gesture to the Atlantean soldier beside him. Upon receiving the order, the Atlantean soldiers immediately rushed forward. But it must be said, Kurikawa Makoto, having reached the top of the Black Mountain Society, must have some skills. With his C-rank combat power, he faced the densely packed Atlantean soldiers without fear. With just his fists, he severely injured more than a dozen. The several cadres nearby were equally formidable. Combined forces, they actually blocked the Atlantean attack. Useless. Ichin was instantly enraged. He felt a little embarrassed to have suffered such a heavy loss in front of Su Chen. "It's not their fault, it's just that these devils are quite powerful," Su Chen said calmly. The average Atlantean soldier was at most D+ combat power. It would be a struggle for them to deal with the Black Mountain Society's C-rank transcendence. "Use the exploding orbs." "Yes, your majesty." Ichin waved at the soldiers, signaling them to retreat. Watching the Atlanteans moving away from him and his companions, Kurikawa Makoto felt no joy, but instead a sense of foreboding. Then he saw the Atlantean soldiers pull out beads one by one. Countless exploding orbs rained down upon Kurikawa Makoto and his companions. Although the exploding orbs were only D-rank spiritual weapons, capable of damaging at most transcendents with D+ combat power, that was the power of a single one. If tens of thousands of exploding orbs were detonated simultaneously, Not to mention C rank minus. Even a C rank wouldn't be able to withstand it, as expected. The effect of a large number of exploding orbs simultaneously detonating was no less than a small nuclear explosion. Fortunately, Su Chen, Yi Chen, and the others had maintained a sufficient distance to avoid being affected. After the explosion subsided, everyone took a closer look. The original ice had vanished without a trace. The ordinary cadres were blown to pieces. Kurikawa Makoto was better off, but not much better. He was practically reduced to charcoal, floating on the surface, practically dead. Looking at Such and approaching him, Kurikawa Makoto struggled to raise his hand, as if trying to resist. Suchin raised his hand, and an ice arrow appeared in midair. Swoosh! The ice arrow flew straight out, piercing Kurikawa Makoto's heart. With that, this rather earth-shattering naval battle was finally over. Suchin glanced around. Various corpses floated on the surface. Ichin, clean up the battlefield. Do you want to properly dispose of their bodies? Ichin asked. No, remove the energy crystals from their bodies. As for their bodies, leave them to feed the fish and shrimp. Suchin said coldly. Yes, your majesty. Ichin obeyed and left. Riyao? Dongjing City. When the apocalypse arrived, Riyao was also plunged into chaos. Thankfully, with the help of the zoo sanctuary, they quickly ended the chaos and recaptured the palace from the zombies and monsters. Today, Dongjing City, while not as prosperous as it was before the apocalypse, has returned to peace. Fan Debut and Jack, now back on land, were heading towards the palace in the city center. They planned to meet with the president of the Black Mountain Society to report on Kurikawa Makoto's situation. Just then, the communicator on Jack's waist suddenly chimed. It's me. What? You bunch of losers. I'd be right there. After hanging up, Jack said apologetically, Biao, please go alone to see President Takahashi. Chapter 948. It's okay. What happened at the Research Institute? Fan Debut waved his hand, curious. Jack hesitated. Those two angels, something's wrong. Is that so? Then you go ahead and do your thing. I go myself. Fan Debut nodded without further comment. The car quickly arrived at the gates of the royal palace of the Kingdom of Riyao. After dropping Fan Debut off, Jack hurried away. Looking at the rather magnificent palace before him, Fan Debut gathered himself and walked inside. The guard at the gate seemed to recognize Fan Debut, and made no attempt to stop him. In this way, Fan Debut made his way unimpeded and soon arrived at the heart of the palace. This was the royal residence, and the environment was quite elegant. There were small bridges, flowing water, rockery, and several cherry trees in the courtyard. In a Japanese-style room facing the cherry trees, a slender figure could be vaguely seen, sitting cross-legged on the tatami. Who is it? Several guards outside the courtyard heard the commotion and looked over at Fan Debut. It's me. I have something important to discuss with President Takahashi, Fan Debut said hurriedly. After the guards looked Fan Debut up and down, they nodded. Fan Debut breathed a sigh of relief and quickly walked into the courtyard. President Takahashi. Before entering the Japanese-style room, Fan Debut said respectfully, Come in first. A gentle voice rang out from within. Fan Debut walked to the door, took off his shoes, and entered the room. There was no one else in the room except a woman, kneeling behind the coffee table. The woman was not very old, and wore a well-fitting kimono. Yet, it was still clear that she had an exceptionally slender figure. Her skin was so pale, it was almost translucent, and even faint red veins could be seen. Her hair, a cascading black waterfall, was tied back into a bun with a simple wooden hairpin. Unlike the average Asian, however, the woman's eyes were a deep blue. At that moment, those blue eyes were fixed on the flower arrangement before her, as if admiring her own work. Fan Debut knelt quietly, not daring to breathe. Don't be fooled by the woman before him. She might appear frail. Even her name, Takahashi Sakura, sounded gentle and kind. But Fan Debut knew all too well the terrifying power of Takahashi Sakura, the leader of the Black Mountain Society. Just after arriving in Ria, Fan Debut witnessed Takahashi Sakura personally beheading several of her subordinates for incompetence. Beneath Takahashi Sakura's elegant, calm, and beautiful exterior lay a cruel, cold heart. She was like a rose with thorns, to be admired from afar, but not to be touched. If I tried to reach out and pick her, I'd be pricked and bleed. After admiring her flower arrangement, Gao Xiaoying finally turned to Fan Debut. Mr. Biao, I heard the art of flower arrangement originated from the ancient Yin Kingdom. What do you think? Surprisingly, she spoke fluent Yin Kingdom. I really don't know. Fan Debut honestly didn't know, and secondly, he couldn't fathom Gao Xiaoying's thoughts. so he had to say he didn't know. Gao Xiaoying smiled indifferently and said to herself, not only flower arrangement, but also tea ceremony, fans, Buddhism, and even the kimono I'm wearing, all came from Yan Kingdom. The ancient culture of the Yan Kingdom is truly vast and profound. Vandebu remained silent, listening quietly. It's a pity that with such a splendid and glorious culture, Yan people don't know how to cherish it. Takahashi Sakura gazed toward the courtyard, her eyes filled with regret. After a long moment, she withdrew her gaze. Mr. Biao, you want to report on Kurikawa Makoto? Yes, President Takahashi. That's unnecessary. I already knew about Kurikawa Makoto. Takahashi Sakura said calmly. Vandebu looked at Takahashi Sakura with some surprise. Kurikawa Makoto, his 2 warships, and the crews on board have been completely destroyed. Takahashi Sakura told Vandebu about the recent naval battle. Her expression was impassive, as if she were discussing the weather. However, Vandebu's expression changed drastically. How is this possible? He had only been back from the sea for 3 or 4 hours at most. Those were 2 nearly fully loaded destroyers, carrying thousands of transcendents, and yet they were completely wiped out. How did Suchin do it? I don't know. Takahashi shook her head slightly, a look of interest on her pretty face. It seems that Suchin is as capable as you say. After calming down, Vandebu couldn't help but smile bitterly. With all due respect, President Takahashi, there's absolutely no need to send someone to recruit Suchin. He's like a stone in a toilet, stinky and hard. Recruiting him won't work, it will only alert the enemy. Takahashi Sakura smiled, her smile as bright as spring blossoms. Is that so? I actually think having such an opponent is quite interesting. President Takahashi, against Suchin, you must give it your all and knock him down. Otherwise, he just get back up and knock you down. It's true that the one who knows you best is often your enemy. Having fought Suchin so many times, Vandebu knew exactly what kind of person he was. So he offered Takahashi Sakura earnest advice. Unfortunately, Takahashi Sakura didn't listen. Instead, she called out to the guards outside, come in. 2 guards quickly approached the Japanese-style room and said respectfully, please, President. Kurikawa Makoto's family, all males, will be killed, and the females will be kept as rewards. Takahashi Sakura's ruddy lips parted, her cold words frightening Vandebu. Kurikawa Makoto had made numerous contributions to the Black Mountain Society. Although his poor command ultimately led to the annihilation of 2 warships and soldiers, he himself could be considered a hero. Logically, his merits should have balanced his demerits. I hadn't expected Takahashi Sakura to be so ruthless. No wonder a woman could become the leader of the Black Mountain clan, the leading gang in Ria. Vandebu suppressed his shock and spoke more respectfully. President Gao Shan, how will we counterattack Yan Kingdom? There's no rush. Takahashi Sakura fiddled with the flowers in front of her and whispered, with the Suzaka base in place, it won't be easy for us to counterattack Yan Kingdom. Otherwise, why do you think I tried to win over Suchin? Then, are we just going to have to wait? Vandebu said somewhat unwillingly. Don't worry, I have a backup plan. Takahashi Sakura sneered, when the time comes, we will definitely eliminate the Watcher Alliance and successfully land in Yan Kingdom. Chapter 949. After destroying Kurikawa Makoto's 2 warships, Suchin returned to shore in a small boat with Meng Qi. Gao Fei, Yao Yuan, Zheng Hui, and the others had been waiting for a long time. Seeing him safely return, they hurried forward to greet him. Boss Su, how are you? What about the foreign warships? Have they retreated? Faced with their questions, Suchin smiled faintly. Those 2 warships have been destroyed. Luo Xiaotian, Wang Yin, and Ding Di were fine. After all, they had been deep into the Undersea Kingdom, and witnessed the strength of the Atlanteans firsthand. But Gao Fei, Yao Yuan, and the others had only dealt with Yin Yu, Yichen, and a small number of Atlanteans. As for the Undersea Kingdom's strength, they knew nothing about it. So, upon hearing Suchin's words, they were stunned. What? You don't believe it? Seeing the surprised expressions of Gao Fei and the others, Suchin turned his head and said, General Yichen, call out the troops. The Undersea Kingdom originally had 4 princes, but 1 was killed by Qi, leaving only 3. Suchin appointed Yin Yu as regent, making him the head of the princes. As for his adjutant, Yichen, he was promoted to general. Yes, your majesty. Yichen blew his whistle. The surrounding seawater began to boil again. Countless Atlanteans emerged from the waters. Gao Fei, Yao Yuan, and the others were all seeing the Atlantean army for the first time. Seeing such a large force, equipped with water cannons, They were stunned. So that's how it is. Gao Fei came to his senses and sighed heartily. No wonder the two foreign warships couldn't do anything to Boss Su. With so many Atlanteans, wouldn't they be able to easily crush the kingdom of Rhea? Zheng Hui also exclaimed. Unfortunately, they can't. Su Chen shook his head and explained, except for members of the royal family, no one else can stay on land for long. The Atlantean army totaled over 300,000 men. And they were practically all soldiers. With such a massive force, if they could all reach shore, what would Su Chen have to fear? Unfortunately, Yin Yu had previously planned to send a team of elite soldiers to protect Su Chen. But within 10 to 20 minutes of leaving the water, these soldiers began experiencing difficulty breathing and dizziness. The symptoms only subsided after they returned to the sea. After repeated experiments, Su Chen and Yin Yu discovered that ordinary Atlanteans could only stay on land for short periods of time. After a while, they would become unwell. Only members of the royal family, like Yin Yu and Lu Guan, could stay on land for extended periods. But every 10 days or half a month, they also had to return to the sea for a few days. Otherwise, they would suffer from dehydration, difficulty breathing, and other symptoms. Su Chen speculated that the royal family's body structure must be different from that of ordinary Atlanteans. I see. Zheng Hui looked regretful. So many troops, what a waste. But even if we can't reach the shore, having them guarding the sea is enough. The ocean is Atlantis' home turf. As long as they hold the sea, foreigners who want to attack Yin Kingdom will undoubtedly face great difficulty. That being said, we can't be careless. Ultimately, we have to rely on ourselves. Su Chen wasn't trying to dissuade them. The Atlanteans were indeed numerous, but their quality was somewhat lacking. The majority were D-rank fighters, with only a few high-ranking members reaching C-rank. Of those at C-rank, the majority were C-. Forget C+, even C-rank was scarce. They might be able to protect Yin Nation for a while, but they certainly couldn't do it forever. To avoid being bullied, one must rely on one's own strength. Boss Su is absolutely right. Gao Fei's face darkened, and he nodded in agreement. After annihilating Kurikawa Makoto and his men, Su Chen didn't let down his guard. He had Ichin dispatched several scout teams to keep a close eye on the Rhea mainland. If the Black Mountain Society wanted to retaliate, Su Chen would receive the news immediately. However, contrary to his expectations, for several days, there was no movement from the Rhea mainland. The complete destruction of the two warships seemed to have caused no ripples. Su Chen speculated that the naval battle must have intimidated the Black Mountain Society. Before they knew Su Chen's true strength, they wondered if Black Mountain would rashly attack again. Su Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Even if Kurikawa Makoto's words were false, the Black Mountain Society possessed at least several thousand C-rank transcendents. If they launched an all-out attack, the Watcher Alliance would be in dire straits. The Black Mountain Society's refusal to attack gave the Watcher Alliance time to develop. Su Chen instructed the Atlantis army to continue observing the situation in the Kingdom of Rhea and assigned Luo Xiaotian and others to garrison at the Mingyuan base. He himself returned to the main base in Yuqing to continue his training. Su Chen concluded his training again and opened his eyes. After this period of continuous training, he had finally accumulated enough energy to strengthen his body. Strengthen my body. Su Chen muttered to himself. As the strengthening effect wore off, his combat power rating dropped from C to C. Su Chen clenched his fists, feeling his strengthened body and powerful mental strength. Not only that, his spiritual awareness had become increasingly sensitive. Before, he could only sense everything within a radius of 10 or so meters. But as his spiritual awareness grew stronger, his range expanded to over 50 meters. Su Chen could clearly sense Meng Qi sleeping soundly on the grass. With a thought, his spiritual awareness seemed to transform into a pair of large hands, gently caressing Meng Qi. Although there was no actual contact, Meng Qi was instantly awakened from her dream. Woo woo woo. The fur on Meng Qi's back stood on end, and the cat went into battle mode. Su Chen, seeing this, laughed heartily. Meng Qi, it's me. Boss. Boss? Meng Qi was stunned for a moment before regaining her composure. She leaped up, landed beside Su Chen, and nuzzled him. Boss, what was that just now? That was my spiritual consciousness. Su Chen smiled. Hasn't you evolved to C-rank and gained spiritual consciousness? Yes, but my spiritual consciousness isn't as powerful as yours. Meng Qi licked her paw, her expression filled with confusion. Really? Su Chen's heart skipped a beat. Meng Qi, let down your guard and let me see into your consciousness. Okay, boss. Meng Qi obediently laid down on the ground, resting her head on Su Chen's lap. Su Chen reached out and, imitating Qi's previous movements, stroked the back of Meng Qi's head. Then he activated his spiritual awareness. Chapter 950. A silver blue light emerged from Su Chen's palm, enveloping Meng Qi's head. Su Chen could clearly sense Meng Qi's consciousness right before him. He attempted to connect his own consciousness with Meng Qi's. The moment their consciousnesses touched, Su Chen's vision blurred. It seemed like a moment, yet it also seemed like eons. When he regained consciousness, he found himself in a boundless void. This void was very similar to Su Chen's spiritual realm. The difference was that it was orange, and the surrounding area was also shrouded in layers of orange mist. Meng Qi. Where are you? Su Chen called out to Meng Qi. Boss, I'm here. Hearing Su Chen's call, Meng Qi immediately responded. However, to Su Chen, its response seemed to be coming from all directions. Su Chen had no way of telling where Meng Qi's consciousness was. At that moment, a streak of yellow light streaked towards him from afar. Just as it was about to strike Su Chen, it abruptly stopped. Su Chen then realized that Meng Qi's figure had appeared before him. To his surprise, Meng Qi's projection within his mental space wasn't a ginger cat, but a beautiful young girl. She was wearing a JK outfit, with long, over-the-knee socks beneath her skirt. Below her fair calves were a pair of small leather shoes. What surprised Su Chen most was her face. The women around Su Chen were already considered stunning beauties. But compared to Meng Qi's projection, they were still far behind. The Lolita girl had a delicate face and fair skin. In her youthful appearance, she exuded a hint of allure. An image like her could only be found in anime. Unfortunately, her projection was only the size of a palm, making her look more like a delicate doll. Boss, what's wrong? Meng Qi circled Su Chen and asked with a sweet smile. No. Su Chen came to his senses and asked with some surprise, how did you become like this? Boss and the other sisters watch movies and TV shows all the time. I combined those beautiful actresses to create this image. What's wrong? Isn't it pretty, boss? Meng Qi jumped onto Su Chen's shoulder and licked his ear. If this were happening outside, Meng Qi's behavior wouldn't have mattered. But now that it had transformed into a Lolita girl, Su Chen was having a hard time adjusting. It's not that it doesn't look good, it just feels weird. Su Chen extended 2 fingers and touched Meng Qi's head. No wonder Meng Qi's projection is so beautiful. It turns out she combines the best qualities of many female celebrities. But your sisters will probably love it. Ever since Meng Qi learned to speak Zhou Qing, Zhou Rong, and the other girls stopped asking her to call them mistress and instead addressed them simply as sisters. Hee, that's great. Meng Qi excitedly flew around Su Chen again. Watching such an exquisite doll flying around him, Su Chen couldn't help but smile. If Meng Qi continued to evolve, perhaps she could actually become human. Su Chen played with Meng Qi for a while, before finding the location of her spiritual consciousness. Its spiritual consciousness was roughly the size of a fist. This surprised Su Chen. When he first evolved to sea level, his spiritual consciousness was only the size of a thumb. And that was with the help of Qi, who set up the spiritual awakening array. For other transcendents, after reaching sea level, their spiritual consciousness was even more like a diffuse mist. I hadn't expected Meng Qi to have such a large spiritual consciousness just after forming it. The offspring of the zombie beast were truly unique. After circling around Meng Qi's consciousness, Su Chen withdrew. Seeing that it was getting late, he decided to return to the Watcher Alliance. Having already evolved to sea-level combat power, further improvement in such a short period of time was unlikely. Su Chen quickly drove back to the main base in Yuqing. As soon as he parked his car, He Wang, who had received the news, hurried over. Brother He. Brother Su. After greeting Su Chen, He Wang said seriously, I just received word that Sister Yu from the Yu family army wants to meet you tomorrow. Sister Yu? Su Chen was slightly startled. He and Sister Yu had no personal acquaintance. She had simply sent the 3 Shen brothers to visit him last time. Why would Sister Yu suddenly want to meet him? Something unusual must be fishy. Have the Yu family army said anything else? No. He Wang shook his head and whispered, Brother Su, why don't we just turn her down? Su Chen closed the car door and pondered, don't turn it down just yet. Since she asked me out, I might as well go. Otherwise, we seem petty. But we don't have much of a relationship with them. I'm afraid the Yu family army. He Wang hesitated. I understand your concerns. Su Chen chuckled and patted He Wang's shoulder. We don't have any grudges against the Yu family army, so they wouldn't come after us right away. Even if Sister Yu wanted to deal with us, she wouldn't resort to such a simple and foolish method. And didn't you say she chose the location in Zhongji province? There's no need to worry. Well, I take your advice, Brother Su. Seeing Su Chen had made up his mind, He Wang said nothing more. Although he spoke lightly, Su Chen didn't let his guard down. After returning to his office, he summoned Zhao Man and Luo Xiaotian. After some discussion, the three of them finalized a detailed action plan. The next morning, before dawn, Luo Xiaotian, along with most of the elite transcendents from the main base, left the base early and headed for the location agreed upon with Sister Yu. He needed to lead a team to check the area to ensure there were no ambushes by the Yu family army. After ensuring safety, Luo Xiaotian and his men would hide in the surrounding area. If anything unexpected happened during the meeting, they would promptly support Su Chen. After breakfast, Su Chen, Zhao Man, Wang Yin, and the others left the base in their respective vehicles. Not long after, they arrived at the agreed location. There was a gas station right next to the only national highway leading to Beitou province. Even the highway had long been abandoned, let alone the gas station. All the fuel in the station had been looted. The nearby convenience store was a mess, littered with garbage. After parking the car, Su Chen and the others looked toward a nearby forest. According to their pre-planned plan, Luo Xiaotian and his men would hide there. "Xiao Luo, can you see us?" Su Chen asked, pulling out his communicator. "Of course, Boss Su." Chapter 951. As Luo Xiaotian answered, he seemed to wave the mirror in his hand. Su Chen could clearly see the reflection. "That's good. Follow my instructions. Unless I give the order, you won't come out." "Yes, Boss Su," Luo Xiaotian replied. After everything was ready, everyone stayed inside the gas station, waiting quietly. "Brother Su, what do you think Sister Yu wants to do with you?" He Wang pulled cigarettes from his pocket and passed them to Su Chen and the others nearby, lighting one for Su Chen as well. With Su Chen's strong support, He Wang's evolution was truly rapid. He now had AD plus combat power. So, He Wang also participated in this operation. Su Chen shielded the fire with his hand, took a deep drag, and then laughed. "She wants to do it, but I don't." He Wang and the others around him were stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. "Brother Su, how did you learn to drive now?" Wang Yin, who was smoking, choked and coughed violently, laughing. "Brother Chen has always been a skilled driver," Ding Di said with a grin. "Don't be fooled by what Brother Su says. If Sister Yu were a beautiful woman, he definitely wouldn't refuse," He Wang said with a smile. "That's for sure. Brother Su is a good person in every way, but he's just too attractive to women, especially beautiful women." Wang Yin sighed, his face full of jealousy. "Don't worry, Ah Yin. No matter how beautiful Sister Yu is, I won't compete with you for her. As long as you can deal with your Fong Fong, everything will be fine." Su Chen waved his hand and smiled. When he had previously led Wang Yin, Ding Di, and the others to the Dongjing base, they had clashed with a biker gang along the way. It was at that time that Su Chen met Zhou Rong and Wang Bingyin, mother and daughter. After defeating the biker gang, Su Chen rescued a large group of women from their base. Among them was a woman named Fong Fong, who eventually became Wang Yan's lover. Unfortunately, Wang Yan had never been in a relationship before, and was completely controlled by Fong Fong. "Okay, leave it to me. I definitely take down Sister Yu." Wang Yin rubbed his hands, his expression filled with confidence. "No, Ah Yin, Sister Yu is married," Luo Xiaotian reminded him. "So what? Football has a goalkeeper, and people score goals too, right?" Wang Yin smiled nonchalantly. "I learned all the skills of picking up girls from Brother Su, and I managed to snag her with ease." Okay. Then I see what you can do." Su Chen laughed. As they were talking, the communicator suddenly rang. Boss Su, there's a convoy coming up ahead. They must be the Yu family army." The spy on the perimeter responded. "How many cars are they?" "About 20. Su Chen exchanged a glance with He Wang and the others. Assuming 5 people per car, 20 cars would make 100 people. So, the Yu family army wasn't here to fight, so they could relax their guard a bit. "Okay, let's wait for them by the roadside." Su Chen stood up and led the others to the highway. Moments later, a convoy of 20 vehicles sped down the highway from afar. As they approached Su Chen and the others, the convoy slowed until they all came to a complete stop. As the doors of the convoy's vehicles opened, people gradually emerged. Su Chen narrowed his eyes, observing the members of the Yu family army. It must be said, although the Yu family army was not numerous, each one was an elite force. Su Chen's spiritual sense could clearly sense the exceptionally powerful aura emanating from several individuals, likely C+ combat power. Boss Su. The 3 Shinri brothers, who had previously visited Su Chen, hurried over and greeted him. Su Chen nodded slightly in response. Where's Sister Yu? Sister Yu will be right here. Shenri chuckled and looked toward the convoy. A tank 300 in the middle of the convoy slowly opened its doors, and a burly figure stepped out. As she walked out, the tank 300's body began to rise noticeably. She wore a red, blue, and green jacket and loose sweatpants. What caught her eye most were her feet, which were almost as big as elephants. As for her appearance, she was plain. But her stunning figure made her stand out among the Yu family army. Yes, she was Chang Da-yu, one of the leaders of the Yu family army. Chang Da-yu led the Yu family army towards Su Chen. You must be Su Chen, right? I heard a lot about you. Before she even got close, Sister Yu greeted Su Chen with a loud voice. Ah Yin, aren't you going to show off your flirting skills? Look, Sister Yu is here. Yeah, charge. Luo Xiaotian, Ding Di, and the others murmured, stifling laughter. Wang Yan's lips twitched, a smile uglier than tears. He could tolerate Sister Yu's plain looks, but he couldn't stand Sister Yu's size. Wang Yan's height was considered respectable for a man. But standing in front of Sister Yu, he looked like a child. And Sister Yu's personality was so rough and unrestrained that Wang Yan couldn't bring himself to talk to her. I don't know what kind of man could handle a woman like this, Wang Yan muttered. Su Chen glared at him, motioning for him to be quiet. Then he smiled and walked forward, shaking Sister Yu's hand. Hello, Sister Yu. We were originally planning to come together, but we have a lot of things to deal with at the base. Sister Yu explained cheerfully, so I'm here to see you alone today. I'm a straightforward person, so I won't beat around the bush. I asked you to come this time because I hope the Yu family army can form an alliance with the Watchers, so we could all work together. In fact, even before Sister Yu arrived, Su Chen had already guessed that the Yu family army wanted an alliance. So when Sister Yu spoke, he wasn't surprised. Instead, he chuckled and said, an alliance isn't impossible, but I have something I'd like to clarify. Brother Su, just ask directly. Why does the Yu family army want to form an alliance with us? It's simple. Because we have a common enemy. Sister Yu said seriously. Who? Su Chen asked curiously. Foreigners. Sister Yu pointed northeast, her face serious. My men reported a few days ago that 2 warships from the kingdom of Riyal were heading toward Dongban province. I suspected the foreigners were planning to attack you, and I had been planning to send support. But I'm afraid you misunderstand. Chapter 952. That's why I didn't rush here with my men right away. Looks like you guys managed to repel the foreigners, didn't you? Sister Yu asked with concern. Su Chen smiled. I'm sorry to have worried you, Sister Yu. We did repel them. That's good. Sister Yu breathed a sigh of relief, seeming to genuinely care about the Watcher Alliance. The foreigners are wickedly ambitious, and have an unwavering desire to destroy our Yin nation. They sent teams to invade Beitou province several times before, but fortunately, we repelled them each time. But the forces of the Riyan nation should be extremely powerful. It won't be long before they return and continue their attacks. Neither the Yu family army nor the Watcher Alliance can handle it alone. So, I hope to form an alliance with you, Brother Su, to jointly fight the foreigners. What do you think? Faced with Sister Yu's olive branch, Su Chen didn't rush into accepting. Instead, he pondered. I have to admit, Sister Yu's words make sense. Given the strength displayed by the Yilia Kingdom, the Watcher Alliance, and the Yu family army would have no chance of defeating them if they fought on their own. After all, the foreigners have the sanctuary of Zeus behind them. If it weren't for the vast ocean blocking their way, and Su Chen having the help of the Atlanteans, I'm afraid the last time Kurikawa Makoto arrived with 2 warships, he would have already set foot on Yin Kingdom territory. If the 2 sides could form an alliance, then dealing with the Yilia Kingdom would undoubtedly be much easier. But the problem is, Su Chen isn't familiar with Sister Yu. Although Sister Yu appears to be extremely enthusiastic, she can only look at a person's face, and not his heart. Su Chen hadn't suffered enough at the hands of his own kind. Sister Yu seemed to see through Su Chen's thoughts and laughed heartily. I know, this is the apocalypse. Trusting others is a dead end. Brother Su, there's no need to be so hasty to agree. Let's just get along with our 2 families first. If you think it's appropriate, then it's not too late to form an alliance later. Seeing her generosity and enthusiasm, Su Chen couldn't refuse, so he nodded slightly. Okay, everything is up to you, Sister Yu. That's good. Sister Yu smiled contentedly. This is our first meeting today, and I don't have anything to give you. Shenri, go get everything. Yes, Sister Yu. Shenri responded and quickly ran towards the convoy. A moment later, he arrived in front of the group in a small truck. Shenri jumped out of the car and opened the door. What greeted Su Chen was a box packed with supplies. Not only are there raw stones in here, but also all kinds of daily necessities. A gift from 1,000 miles away is a token of gratitude. Brother Su, please don't despise me, Sister Yu said with a smile. Hey Sister Yu, you're being too polite. Although the things Sister Yu gave him were insignificant to Su Chen, her enthusiasm still touched him. How about this? Let's not leave at noon today. Let's set up a stove here, and show you some of my cooking skills. Sister Yu grabbed Su Chen. Okay then. Su Chen, feeling both amused and helpless, had no choice but to comply with Sister Yu's offer. Brothers, open your arms. Sister Yu seemed well prepared. At her command, Shinri and the other members of the Yu family army set up a simple stove in the open space outside the gas station, setting up tables and chairs. Sister Yu, clutching a large spatula, stood before the stove and began to work. It must be said that she was quite skilled in the kitchen. In less than half an hour, Sister Yu had prepared a table full of dishes and invited Su Chen, Wang Yin, and the others to sit down. As for the ordinary members of the Yu family army and the members of the Watchers Alliance, separate cooks were assigned to prepare meals. This is how we usually live. A simple table full of dishes. Let's get started. Sister Yu sat down next to Wang Yin. Wang Yan's expression instantly became extremely strange. Come on, let's get a few glasses of baijiu. Sister Yu waved to Shinri. Shinri immediately came over to the group, carrying a huge bucket. When the bucket lid opened, a rich aroma of wine filled the air. It turned out to be filled with strong liquor. Sister Yu picked up a wash basin and filled it to the brim. Holding the basin, she grinned, I'm a real go-getter. I do whatever I say. Let me drink first, as a token of my respect. With that, Sister Yu emptied the basin of liquor in one gulp. Seeing this, Shinri and the others nearby applauded. Oh my goodness, Sister Yu is so open-minded. So cool, so cool. Sister Yu wiped her mouth and explained to Su Chen and the others, ordinary liquor isn't very potent for us transcendents. This liquor is specially brewed with a lot of magical herbs. That's how potent it is. She refilled the wash basin with wine and handed it to Wang Yin beside him. Brother, it's your turn. Looking at the huge wash basin before him, Wang Yan's face suddenly turned bitter. He wasn't a big drinker. If it were just ordinary baijiu, he could still manage a bit. But this specially brewed baijiu was intoxicating just by the smell. Add to that Sister Yu's aggression, and Wang Yin was genuinely frightened. What, brother? You won't give me face? Sister Yu's face darkened, and she said to Su Chen with some dissatisfaction, Brother Su, you're a bit of a jerk. Ah Yin, Sister Yu is so generous, you should at least give her some face, right? Su Chen said with a smile, or have you forgotten what you said just now? Hearing Su Chen alluding to his earlier boasts about seducing Sister Yu, Wang Yin quickly picked up the wash basin. No, I drink it. He took a deep breath and drained the wine in the basin as well. Well, this brother is so cool. Sister Yu laughed heartily, reaching out and wrapping her arm around Wang Yan's shoulders. Poor Wang Yan, a big, strong man, offered no resistance in front of Sister Yu. Smelling Sister Yu's rich body fragrance, Wang Yan, who had just finished a large bowl of baijiu, rolled his eyes and nearly choked. Su Chen, Wang, and the others followed suit, the members of the Yu family army, led by Sister Yu, all hail from Beitou province. People from Beitou province are generally forthright, naturally warm, and easygoing. Add to that the alcohol, and it wasn't long before the two sides were locked in a brawl. Su, brother Yu, you're a good person, I like you. Sister Yu, intoxicated, seemed to have a tongue-tied expression. If we get a chance, we must get to know each other more. Of course, no problem. Su Chen's face flushed, and he staggered as he spoke. Chapter 953. Ahaha, your brother. I like him very much. I'd let him come and interact with me more often in the future. Sister Yu said with a smile, hugging Wang Yin. Wang Yin had already drunkenly become drowsy and completely unconscious. He leaned on Sister Yu's shoulder and fell into a deep sleep. Seeing this, Ding Di, who was still somewhat sober, quickly took out his phone and secretly filmed the scene. After both parties had eaten and drunk their fill, and seeing that it was getting late, Sister Yu said goodbye. It's getting late, Brother Su. I take my people and leave. Sister Yu said drunkenly, I won't say more, and I won't say less. Anyway, from today on, we're allies. If the Yu family army needs your help in the future, you must not refuse. No problem, it's easy. Su Chen, seemingly drunk as well, patted his chest and promised. Then we're leaving. See you another day? Sister Yu patted Su Chen's shoulder and handed Wang Yin, who was in her arms, to the others. She then called her men back to their respective cars. Su Chen, along with He Wang and the others, watched the Yu family army's convoy return along the same route. After the convoy disappeared, Su Chen's expression suddenly changed. His flushed face returned to normal. His cloudy eyes cleared. His shaky body straightened again. Shall Luo come back? Su Chen called to Luo Xiaotian, who was not far away, over the intercom. Yes, Boss Su. Not long after receiving the order, Luo Xiaotian, along with his pre-ambush team, arrived at the gas station to reunite with Su Chen. He Wang was surprised to see Su Chen regain his composure. Brother Su, you didn't drink too much? Not bad. Su Chen smiled. His body had been strengthened by the system and injected with dragon blood reagent. His physical fitness was already superior to other evolvers, so that little bit of alcohol was no problem for him. He Wang smacked his lips, unsure whether to admire Su Chen's alcohol tolerance or his impressive acting skills. Boss Su, do you think Sister Yu came this time out of goodwill or with ulterior motives? Luo Xiaotian asked softly. That? I really can't say. Su Chen shook his head. He had dealt with people from Beitou province before. It's undeniable that most Beitou people are warm, hospitable, and cheerful. It's understandable that Sister Yu took the initiative to make friends with the Watcher Alliance. But I have a feeling that Sister Yu's rise to the top of Beitou province is more than meets the eye, Su Chen said slowly. If you ask me, she's probably sincere. Although Sister Yu was a bit careless and unkempt, He Wang still admired her approach. Brother Su, we need an ally like this to help us deal with the foreigners. He Wang advised, of course. If you're worried, we can have more contact with them. Su Chen pondered for a moment and nodded gently. Okay, I listen to you, brother He. I'm not drunk. Just then, Wang Yan, who had been lying on Ding Di's back, suddenly straightened up and shouted, attracting everyone's attention. Recovering from his daze, he looked blankly at the people staring at him. Ha ha ha. Everyone burst into laughter. After a moment, Wang Yan realized what had happened and jumped off Ding Di's back, somewhat embarrassed. Ah Yan, I underestimated you. I didn't expect you to win Sister Yu so easily. Ding Di gave Wang Yan a thumbs up. What are you talking about? Wang Yan asked, somewhat bewildered. But when he saw the photo Ding Di showed him, his expression suddenly changed, and he said in a trembling voice, no. How could this be? Brother Yin is truly amazing. He said he would pick up Sister Yu, and he did. He Wang suppressed a laugh. With such a skill in picking up girls, we're all in awe. Brother Yin, my admiration for you is like a torrent of water, endless, and like the yellow river overflowing, unstoppable. Amid the laughter, Wang Yan's face first turned blue, then green, and finally red. Luo Xiaotian poked his head out and saw a photo of Wang Yan and Sister Yu. He couldn't help but exclaim, Ah Yan, I didn't expect you were really hungry. This instantly ignited Wang Yan. He angrily shouted to Ding Di, delete this right now. Otherwise, I crush your lychees. Seeing Wang Yan about to go berserk, Ding Di quickly deleted the photo, finally calming Wang Yan's fury. If anyone brings this up again, I never let them go. Wang Yan, with a sullen face, returned to the car and sulked. After he left, everyone exchanged glances and burst into laughter again. Elsewhere, the Yu family army's convoy quickly left Zhongqi province and entered Beitou province. Inside the Tank 300, the communicator suddenly chimed. Sister Yu, it's safe back there. No one's following us. Hearing this, Sister Yu, who had been snoring soundly in the back seat, suddenly stopped snoring. She opened her eyes and sat up straight. Like Su Chen, Sister Yu's eyes were clear, not a trace of drunkenness at all. I understand. Let's meet up with old Kwai and the others first. Yes, Sister Yu. The convoy drove forward for a while, before seeing another convoy ahead. They parked where they were, and the occupants were waiting by the roadside. When the Tank 300 stopped, Sister Yu opened the door and walked toward the man at the head. The man had an ordinary appearance and wasn't particularly tall. But what caught her eye most was his small eyes. From time to time, they would flash a sharp glint, giving off a sly glint. Old Kwai. Hey, Sister Yu, you're finally back. The man strode over and embraced Sister Yu. Yes, he was Sister Yu's husband, Kwai Hui, another leader of the Yu family army. But the two of them standing together looked rather awkward. How was the meeting with Su Chen? Did it go well? It went quite well. Judging from Su Chen's expression, he seems to agree with our alliance. Sister Yu recounted the entire meeting in detail. That couldn't be better. Kwai Hui smiled with satisfaction. He glanced at the people around him and whispered, Since that's the case, we should proceed with our next plan. Old Kwai, what do you want to do? Sister Yu's voice was loud, and even though she lowered it, it still sounded like she was speaking normally. This isn't the place to talk. We plan this carefully after we get back. Kwai Hui said softly. Okay, let's talk about it when we get back. Sister Yu touched Kwai Hui's cheek and turned back to the Tank 300. Kwai Hui greeted the others and returned to their vehicles. The convoy quickly started again, heading towards the Yu family army base. Chapter 954. Although Su Chen hadn't formally agreed to an alliance with Sister Yu, after their last drink, relations between the Yu family army and the Watcher Alliance had noticeably warmed. Members of both sides had saved each other's contact information. The Watcher Alliance and the Yu family army had also set up simple outposts near the provincial border to facilitate communication. After drinking with Sister Yu, she patted her chest and promised Su Chen. Even if the two sides didn't form an alliance, if foreigners attacked Zhongji province or Dongpan province, Sister Yu's army would be dispatched. Although promises only count after they're fulfilled, Su Chen felt a little more at ease. What he needed to do next was to fully enhance his strength. Boom! On the national highway in Zhongji province, the Normadison roared past. Su Chen greeted everyone at the main base and drove away. His goal was simple: to absorb energy as quickly as possible and evolve to C+ combat power. After the apocalypse, the global population plummeted. Su Chen didn't know the exact number, but he was certain that at least 1/3 had been lost. Humanity suffered heavy losses, and with the onslaught of zombies and monsters, this also led to a significant reduction in human activity. Now, aside from human settlements, the wilderness was largely barren, covered in weeds and trees. Sighting the mountains not far ahead, Su Chen slowed down. He found a suitable spot and parked the car. After so much training, Su Chen had discovered that, generally speaking, places with lush vegetation, beautiful surroundings, and close proximity to mountains and waterways possess greater energy content. After parking the car, Su Chen greeted Meng Qi, then sat in the car and began his training. As the sun rose and set, the day slipped away quickly. Su Chen stretched, concluding his training for the day. It must be said that the energy in the wild is simply abundant. If this were the case in the city, the surrounding energy would be completely absorbed in even an hour, let alone a day. But here, the energy was flowing in endlessly. Su Chen felt that if he could stay here for half a month, it would be enough for his next physical strengthening. Su Chen was quite satisfied with this pace. As the sky grew darker, he returned to the car, cooked something, and filled his stomachs with Meng Qi. Leaning back on the sofa, Su Chen absorbed all of today's raw stones. After completing all this, he didn't rush to rest. In his consciousness, a trace of the Qi's spiritual consciousness remained after its self-destruction. Perfect time to absorb all the blue light. As the night deepened, Su Chen finally absorbed all the blue light left by the Qi. At this point, his spiritual consciousness had transformed into a blend of blue and silver, a size larger than a basketball. Not only that, the light it emitted was also much brighter than before. Although he didn't know what a B-level spiritual consciousness looked like, Su Chen made a bold guess. If it was just an ordinary B-level transcendent, their spiritual consciousness might even be comparable to his own. After finishing all this, Su Chen leaned back comfortably on the sofa, planning a late-night snack and a movie. But just as he turned on the TV, his brows suddenly furrowed, and he glanced out the window. "Boss, what happened?" Meng Qi, who was lying on the ground, straightened up upon seeing Su Chen's expression. "Nothing, I just feel something's a little off." Su Chen stood up and walked to the window. The sky tonight was cloudless. The bright moonlight streamed down, illuminating the world in a blanket of white. The chirping of insects could be heard all around, and the nearby mountains stood like silent giants. Just now, Su Chen's spiritual sense had sensed an unusually high level of energy very close to Normadison. That location had originally been outside Su Chen's range. But after absorbing Qi's spiritual sense, his awareness had grown a bit, allowing him to sense it. According to past experience, places with abundant energy are generally unique. It's very likely that some adventure is hidden there. Su Chen pondered for a moment, then recounted the general situation to Meng Qi. "I go over and take a look. Wait in the car." It was already late at night, and Su Chen only planned to take a quick look. If he discovered anything, he would wait until tomorrow. Leaving Meng Qi behind in the RV, Su Chen quickly arrived at the location he had sensed. To his surprise, there was nothing but surrounding bushes. Su Chen frowned slightly, and continued to sense his surroundings with his spiritual sense. He suddenly realized that this abundant energy seemed to be coming from the front. It was like a river, with Su Chen located downstream. Abundant energy, flowing down from upstream. Interesting. Su Chen didn't think much of it, and continued forward. This time, however, he hadn't gone far when the hairs on his back suddenly stood on end, and alarm bells rang in his heart. There's an enemy. Su Chen immediately stopped, adopting an air of facing a formidable enemy. Although she didn't know what was happening, seeing Su Chen like this, Ming-Chi hunched over, her green eyes fixed on the surrounding darkness. Strange, why can't I find the enemy? Su Chen used his spiritual sense and radar scans, trying to locate the enemy. Alas, there was no response. Could my premonition be wrong? It shouldn't be. My sixth sense has always been accurate. Su Chen rolled his eyes, and said in a deep voice, Brother, there's no need to hide any longer. Why don't you come out and meet me? A few seconds after he finished speaking, a rustling sound suddenly rang out. Immediately thereafter, 3 figures emerged from the bushes ahead. Seeing this, Su Chen couldn't help but be surprised. He just casually shouted, but he actually tricked someone out. The sudden appearance of 3 people in this desolate mountain area was truly bizarre. Even more bizarrely, they were hiding less than 20 meters from Su Chen. At such a close distance, Su Chen hadn't noticed their presence. It was truly incredible. Su Chen squinted his eyes and observed the 3 men. Although the night was dark, the bright moonlight still allowed him to make out their appearances. They were all young, around 30. They were well built, with sharp eyes. At least C- strength, Su Chen judged. Until he had a firm grasp on their strength and intentions, he didn't intend to use a scan, lest he provoke them. Chapter 955. The 3 men remained silent, each sizing up Su Chen. For a moment, a deathly silence descended upon the dense jungle. After a long stalemate, the other party muttered, Brother, this is our territory. If you have nothing else to do, please return. Yes, it's dangerous out here in the wilderness. Running here is truly foolish. The leading man remained silent. He wore a gray robe, his eyes fixed on Su Chen. As if he would attack immediately if Su Chen made any unusual movement, the other 2 men standing behind him tried to persuade Su Chen with kind words. A sneer played on Su Chen's lips. According to the normal logic of the apocalyptic world, upon seeing Su Chen alone, the 3 would undoubtedly resort to attack. Eliminate Su Chen and then rob him of his supplies. But they didn't. Instead, they urged Su Chen to leave. Something was 100% wrong. Thinking of that abundant energy, Su Chen realized these 3 men were probably trying to hide something. What if I don't leave? Brother, don't ask for trouble. One person said coldly. If you want me to leave, it's easy. Just tell me what you're trying to hide, and I leave. Su Chen smiled. If you don't leave, you'd be asking for trouble. The leader, who had remained silent, let out a sinister grin. Hearing this, the 2 henchmen behind him, one on each side, formed a tacit understanding and surrounded Su Chen. Since you're so ungrateful, don't blame us for being rude. Watching the 3 men approaching, Su Chen remained calm and used a scanning technique. Evolver. A human transcendent who evolved during the apocalypse. Combat power rating, C-. Fire type Esper. A human transcendent who evolved during the apocalypse. Combat power rating, C-. Su Chen's heart sank, and his eyes involuntarily fell on the leading man. You know, ever since he acquired the system and mastered the scanning technique, this function has never failed. Even when facing monsters several levels higher than him, at most he could not detect their strength or information. However, when he had just scanned them, several question marks popped up. What was going on? What did you do? The other 2 men, caught in Su Chen's scan, instantly flew into a rage, their hearts filled with inexplicable resentment towards Su Chen. Without hesitation, one of them immediately unleashed a powerful supernatural power on Su Chen. Blazing fire energy condensed in midair into a flaming flywheel, rapidly hurtling towards Su Chen. The other party actually possessed magic. After reading Chanweijia's notes, Su Chen already knew how to distinguish between ordinary supernatural powers and high-level spells. Just look at the opponent's supernatural moves. The more complex the moves, the more likely they are spells. Conversely, things like fireballs, ice blades, wind blades, and lightning are all ordinary supernatural powers. The flaming flywheel summoned by the opponent was clearly a high-level spell. Su Chen didn't dare to be careless, and activated his spiritual consciousness. A flash of lightning flashed between his fingers, and lightning energy gushed out, condensing in midair into a bird resembling a sparrow. It flapped its wings and, with unmatched momentum, slammed directly into the flaming flywheel. Boom! The 2 collided, exploding with a resounding roar. The massive shockwave blew the surrounding trees and plants backwards. The flames, like celestial flowers, fell to the ground, instantly igniting the grass and trees, and a raging fire ensued. You actually know magic? The fire-type Esper was equally astonished. Stop talking so much nonsense. Get close to him. The leading man shouted sternly. The easiest way for a transcendent to deal with an Esper is close combat. After all, an Esper's close combat ability is almost zero. Just get close enough to prevent him from using his powers, and he can be easily killed. If it had been any other Esper, these three might have succeeded. But unfortunately, they encountered Suchen. The Evolver rushed to Suchen at a breakneck speed. He raised his heavy sword and brought it down with the force of Mount Tai. Seeing Suchen didn't react, he felt a surge of joy, as if he could see Suchen being split in two. But the next second, his joy vanished. Out of thin air, a long sword appeared in Suchen's hand. Clang! The two weapons clashed fiercely. Suchen stood there motionless, his seemingly frail frame not a tremor. In contrast, the evolved person opposite him was knocked back several steps by the immense force of his weapon's rebound. His eyes widened in disbelief. You're an evolved person practicing both psychic and supernatural powers? The leader and the fire-type psychic nearby were equally shocked. The brief exchange had already shown this. Suchen possessed C-rank strength in both the evolver and psychic realms. This was no joke. Little brother, we were wrong today. I apologize. The leading man realized something was amiss. His hostility shifted, and his attitude instantly became respectful. Sorry, I still liked your rebellious side just now. As soon as Suchen finished speaking, he rushed out like lightning. Before the evolver could react, Suchen had already reached him, thrusting his black gold longsword fiercely. The opponent had no time to block before Suchen stabbed him in the chest. The flesh, so proud of the evolvers, was as fragile as white paper in front of Suchen. The remaining two men gasped in relief, their hearts filled with regret. If they had known Suchen was so formidable, how could they have attacked him? Brother, this is truly a misunderstanding. Please stop. We have something to discuss. The leader retreated rapidly, still apologizing to Suchen. The fire-type psychic nearby was also unleashing his powers, trying to delay Suchen. Alright, give up resistance first. Suchen's words startled the two men. They exchanged a glance and slowed their pace. The leader dropped the weapon at his waist to the ground. The fire-type psychic under his command also withdrew his spiritual power. Suchen also sheathed his weapon and slowly approached the two men. What's your name? My name is Bai Feng, and he's my brother He Jinqing. The leader, Bai Feng, introduced himself to Suchen. Why are you two here so late? Suchen asked bluntly. Chapter 956. The environment here is good. The air is rich in energy, perfect for cultivation. That's why we're staying here. Although he had chosen to give up resistance, Bai Feng still didn't tell the truth. Suchen's face darkened, and he sneered, You're really not going to give up until you see the Yellow River. As soon as he finished speaking, Suchen blew a whistle. Before Bai Feng and He Jinqing could react, a huge black shadow leaped out of the woods and appeared before them. Yes, it was Meng Qi. After evolving to sea level, except for its head, it was still recognizable as a ginger cat. Its entire body was almost like a tiger. No, it could be said to be even more powerful than a tiger, resembling the legendary tiger. In the darkness, Meng Qi's eyes shone with a green glow. As it stared at Bai Feng and He Jinqing, they felt the oppression of death coming upon them. At the same time, a large amount of lightning energy gathered in Suchen's palm. Feeling the violent aura, Bai Feng's expression changed drastically. No, I just tell the truth. Under Suchen's threat, Bai Feng finally chose to confess honestly. He Jinqing, and the deceased evolver were from a survivor organization in a nearby prefecture-level city. Bai Feng was the leader of the organization, and the other two were his loyal subordinates. But unlike the Watchers and the Brotherhood, which were organized, disciplined, and large in scale, Bai Feng's organization was loosely managed, small in number, and naturally weak in combat effectiveness. Not long ago, they had clashed with another survivor organization over resources. The end result was Bai Feng's defeat, with his men either dead or fleeing. To escape the enemy's pursuit, Bai Feng and the remaining two men entered the dense forest. They were pleasantly surprised to discover the unusually dense energy there. So, Bai Feng and the other two temporarily hid in the woods to cultivate. However, to discover the source of this abundant energy, Bai Feng ventured deeper into the forest. He soon discovered the cause. Deep within the woods lay a small, shallow lake, with a small island in its center. The dense energy emanated from the island. Bai Feng and the others believed the island must harbor some magical herb. Otherwise, it would be inexplicable. Bai Feng had intended to reach the island for a closer inspection. However, a lion-like monster lay crouching on it. As soon as he approached, Bai Feng could sense its powerful aura. He was not afraid of fighting. However, risking their lives to fight this lion, without even knowing what treasures lay on the island, was truly unwise. So Bai Feng and the other three remained nearby, hoping to find a chance for the monster to leave so they could reach the island and investigate. Unfortunately, after 2 or 3 days of waiting, the monster remained on the island, showing no sign of leaving. Just as Bai Feng was at his wit's end, Su Chen suddenly appeared in a car outside the woods. From Su Chen's actions, it was clear he was only here to train, not to hunt them. To avoid alerting the monsters in the forest, Bai Feng refrained from attacking Su Chen. He simply hoped that Su Chen would leave quickly after completing his training. Unexpectedly, after nightfall, Su Chen suddenly wandered into the woods. As a last resort, Bai Feng and 2 of his men planned to ambush Su Chen. However, the situation went against their will. Just as they were about to enter attack range, Su Chen suddenly stopped, having seen through their ambush. After listening to Feng's words, Su Chen suddenly realized. It seemed his suspicions were correct. This forest truly held a unique adventure. Brother, we all been honest. Can you let us go? Bai Feng asked tentatively. Don't leave just yet. I have another crucial question. Su Chen looked at Bai Feng with a half-smile. Bai Feng's gaze frightened him, and a sense of foreboding welled up in his heart. How did you manage to evade my spiritual sense? Su Chen's gaze was fixed on Bai Feng, ready to detect any sign of abnormality. After hearing Su Chen's question, Bai Feng's expression changed slightly. Brother, I really don't know what you're talking about. You better tell me the truth and don't force me to do anything. Su Chen threatened again coldly. Since reaching the C rank and developing spiritual consciousness, he had begun researching it. Su Chen discovered that while everyone can perceive their surroundings through spiritual consciousness, those with powerful spiritual consciousness not only have a wider range of perception, but can also remain undetected by those with weaker spiritual consciousness. After absorbing the spiritual energy left by the Qi, Su Chen's spiritual consciousness is now unprecedentedly powerful. Perhaps there are those in this world with even stronger spiritual consciousness than his. But that person could never be Bai Feng. Add to that the fact that Bai Feng can even evade system scans and detection. This made Su Chen suspect Bai Feng might have some trick up his sleeve. Su Chen naturally desired such a trick. Bai Feng's expression shifted, as if he were lost in thought. He glanced at Ming Qi, who looked like a tiger beside him, and finally sighed. It's this robe. Bai Feng removed his gray robe and handed it to Su Chen. As long as you wear it, you can conceal your aura and avoid spiritual perception. It was unknown what material this robe was made of. It felt incredibly smooth and cool to the touch. Su Chen scanned it. A stealth robe. A C-rank spiritual weapon. Once worn, it can contain Qi. Unless the opponent's strength far exceeds the user's. Otherwise, it can block most spiritual perceptions. No wonder I didn't notice Bai Feng. It turns out he had this valuable item. If I didn't have an extremely strong sixth sense, I have been ambushed by Bai Feng. It can even evade system scans. It's truly a must-have for stealth assassinations. Imagine if Bai Qianqing wore this stealth robe and used shadow stealth. Wouldn't that mean she could assassinate anyone she wanted? Bai Feng treated the stealth robe like a treasure. It had previously helped him evade enemy pursuit. Watching Su Chen put the stealth robe away, Bai Feng nearly cried out in pain. Where did you get this? Su Chen continued. I discovered a secret realm before. Bai Feng's heart seemed to bleed, but he still confessed honestly. A secret realm had appeared near the city where he had been. The leaders of several survivor organizations in the city discussed and decided to organize a group to explore the secret realm together. Chapter 957. This naturally included Bai Feng. But at the time, Bai Feng wasn't a leader, merely an ordinary member of the organization. After entering the secret realm, Bai Feng was surprised to discover it was a mountain floating in midair. The mountain was dotted with buildings of all sizes. From the architectural style, decorations, and remaining artifacts, it could be determined that this place was once home to a sect similar to those found in martial arts novels. For unknown reasons, the sect eventually deserted and fell into disrepair. Despite its desolation, the sect possessed a variety of defensive measures. Guardian mechanisms, defensive formations, and even guardian beasts gave Bai Feng and his companions a hard time. After enduring countless hardships, only Bai Feng and a few others finally reached the final treasure pavilion. Unfortunately, the pavilion was largely empty. Bai Feng and his companions searched several times, but only found a few cultivation pills, A magic flame flywheel, the same spell He Jincheng had just used, and this invisibility robe. Just as the remaining few were about to leave the secret realm through the treasure pavilion's teleportation array, something unexpected happened. To keep the treasures for themselves, Bai Feng dragged He Jincheng and the recently deceased evolver with him, and brazenly backstabbed his companions. After their success, the three quickly fled their original city. Thanks to the cultivation pills, their cultivation speed was far ahead of others. With his formidable strength, Bai Feng recruited troops in his new city and became the boss himself. However, his good fortune was short-lived. The survivors' organization he had backstabbed came to his door. Ultimately, Bai Feng was defeated and fled here, where he met Su Chen. "You're so lucky." Su Chen couldn't help but sigh. You know, secret realms are something you can only encounter by chance. It's been years since the apocalypse, and even Su Chen, the luckiest of all, has only entered 3 secret realms. Many survivors have never even heard of secret realms. Bai Feng actually explored a secret realm and took all the treasures inside. Without a second thought, Su Chen reached out to He Jincheng. "What's wrong?" He Jincheng still looked bewildered, confused as to what Su Chen was up to. But Bai Feng was the first to react, reminding him, "Hurry up and hand over the spell recording the flame flywheel to this brother." "Ah. Oh. He Jincheng finally understood, and pulled out a small booklet from his waist, handing it to Su Chen. Unlike Bai Feng, He Jincheng didn't care whether he handed over the flame flywheel or not. After all, he already had it, so handing it over didn't matter. Su Chen flipped through it casually, confirming it was the flame flywheel, before putting it in his pocket. "Brother, can we leave now?" A dejected Bai Feng asked again. He had been unlucky. Hunted down by his longtime enemies, he was forced to flee here. After finally finding a fortuitous encounter, he ran into Su Chen again, and all his treasures were stolen, but thankfully he survived. "Don't worry. I took your things, and I definitely repay you," Su Chen said with a smile. Bai Feng vaguely sensed something was amiss. "How are you going to repay me? Didn't you say there were adventures in the forest? How about this? Let's explore together, and split the benefits 50-50. How about that?" Su Chen slowly laid out his plan. Really? He Jincheng's eyes widened, a look of pure idiocy in them. "Brother Feng, he's quite nice." "I'm so nice to you, sir." Bai Feng's face paled slightly, and he couldn't help but curse He Jincheng for being an idiot. Although he had only known Su Chen for a short time, judging by his conversation and methods, he was definitely a ruthless person. Bai Feng was grateful that he spared their lives. How could he be so kind as to join forces and split the benefits 50-50? It was obvious he wanted Bai Feng and He Jincheng to be his scapegoats, scouting the way for him. "Why you don't want to?" Su Chen narrowed his eyes and looked at Bai Feng, his tone filled with murderous intent. Bai Feng gritted his teeth and locked eyes with Su Chen. "Brother, don't go too far. I've given you all the good stuff, and you still want us to risk our lives to help you explore the way? Then we might as well fight you." Su Chen burst into laughter upon hearing this. "Fight me? Do you have the strength to do it?" In the palms of his hands, surges of energy gathered. However, these two energies were completely different. One was a violent explosion of lightning energy, like the roar of a thunder dragon. The other was a bone-chilling frost energy, enough to freeze the soul. At this moment, not only Bai Feng, but even He Jincheng realized something was amiss. Su Chen was not only an evolver and a psychic, but also possessed both ice and lightning psychics. Their expressions were as if they had seen a ghost. "Is this still human? You two dare to attack me, you already chosen death." Su Chen's handsome appearance, illuminated by the two energies, looked even more awe-inspiring. I'm willing to help you." Bai Feng regained his composure and immediately abandoned the thought of fighting Su Chen to the death. "You're kidding. An evolver with both frost and lightning abilities. And with that terrifying orange cat nearby." Bai Feng and He Jincheng's chances of winning were practically zero. By contrast, if they chose to help explore the island, while there was a threat from monsters, there was still a glimmer of hope. At a crucial moment, Su Chen might even intervene. "That's more like it." Su Chen snorted coldly, dispersing the energy in his palm. This move was the result of an insight he had gained from Chang Weijia's notes. However, he could only simultaneously gather two energies, not use two abilities simultaneously. It might be okay to show off. What a shame! If Chang Weijia had continued his research, perhaps more discoveries could have been made. "Brother, oh no, what's your name?" Bai Feng asked respectfully. "Su Chen." "Mr. Su, we are willing to help you unconditionally and explore the island's specific conditions. After we're done, we won't ask for anything in return. All we need is Mr. Su to let us go. What do you think? Bai Feng asked cautiously. Su Chen smiled. That's not impossible, but it depends on your performance. Okay, Mr. Su, don't worry. Bai Feng felt slightly relieved. It's too late now. I take Mr. Su there after daybreak. What do you think? Okay, no problem. Su Chen nodded. Then you two come with me. After a brief hesitation, Bai Feng, along with He Jinqing, followed Su Chen.